There's a peculiar ache that comes with always giving. You pour yourself out, day after day, and somewhere beneath the exhaustion, a voice whispers that perhaps you're not allowed to receive, that needing something makes you weak, that the open hand should always face down, never up. Tonight, we explore a different wisdom. These contemplative reflections, inspired by Buddhist teachings across centuries and cultures, are created for rest and gentle inquiry, not as medical or therapeutic advice. The teachers tell us something surprising. The same hand that gives must also know how to receive. The clenched fist can neither offer nor accept. Only the open palm moves freely between worlds, understanding that giving and receiving are not opposites, but partners in a single dance. Before you drift into sleep, like or subscribe to support this channel and help others find peace through these teachings. Your small gesture of engagement helps us reach those who need these words most. Over the next 3 hours, we'll wander through stories of beggars and emperors, monks and merchants, each discovering that abundance flows not from hoarding, but from allowing. That the most generous act might be accepting someone's gift with grace. The invitation is simple. Let your body settle into whatever supports you now. Feel the weight of your head against the pillow. Notice how your chest rises and falls without any effort from you. Your breath knows how to receive air and how to release it. Perhaps your heart can learn the same rhythm. Let the stories carry you. In the mountains of Korea during the 14th century, there lived a merchant named Jinwol, whose hands had forgotten how to open. He was not born this way. As a child in the southern port city of Busan, he had watched his father distribute rice to neighbors during famines, had seen his mother place extra fish in the baskets of widows at the market. But that was before the fire that took his parents, before the relatives who turned him away, before he learned that the world rewards only those who hold tight to what they have. By the time Jinwol reached 30 years of age, he had built a successful cloth trading business. His warehouse near the Hangang River held bolts of Rami linen, hemp fabric dyed with indigo and safflower, silk brocades that shimmered like fish scales in lamplight. He kept meticulous records in leather-bound books, noting every bolt purchased, every piece sold, calculating profit margins with the precision of a master calligrapher forming characters on rice paper. He lived alone in a house with thick walls and heavy locks. 3 times he had been offered marriage matches with daughters of good families, and 3 times he had refused. A wife would want things. Children would need things. Better to live quietly with his account books and his certainty that no one could take from him what he refused to give. Jinwol had one peculiar habit. Each morning before dawn, he would walk the perimeter of his warehouse, checking that every shutter was latched, every door secured. Then he would sit in his counting room and run his fingers over the coins in his strongbox, not counting them exactly, just touching them, feeling their solid weight, their cool metal surfaces. This ritual calmed the tightness in his chest that had lived there since childhood, the fear that woke him most nights, convinced that everything had been stolen while he slept. His neighbors knew him as fair in his dealings but cold. He paid what was owed and not a single coin more. When the monastery sent monks to collect alms, Jinwol would stand in his doorway and explain in a measured voice that he had already given to his own survival, which was charity enough. When beggars approached him in the market, he would step around them as one steps around puddles in the road. But there was one beggar he could not avoid. Her name was Mei Hyung, and she sat every day at the corner where the cloth merchant street met the road leading to the great Hwangyong temple. She was ancient, no one knew how old, with a face creased like crumpled silk and hands twisted from some long-ago illness. Unlike other beggars who called out their needs, Mei Hyang sat in perfect silence. Her begging bowl, a simple wooden vessel worn smooth by years of handling, rested in front of her, and she kept her eyes closed. What disturbed Jinwoo most was not her presence, but her expression. She wore a faint smile, as if she knew some secret that amused her. As if she were not really begging at all, but playing at some game whose rules only she understood. For 2 years, Jinwoo passed her twice daily, morning and evening, and never once placed anything in her bowl. Other merchants would drop in a coin or a rice cake, but Jinwoo walked by with his face set forward, his hands empty and determined. Then came the winter when everything changed. It began with a letter from a trading partner in the north, explaining that the mountain passes had frozen early and the spring shipment of raw silk would be delayed by 3 months. This would not have been catastrophic except that Jinwoo had already promised that silk to 2 noble families for wedding garments. And nobles do not accept excuse. He would have to purchase silk elsewhere at inflated prices, absorbing the loss to preserve his reputation. The second blow came in the form of river pirates. A boat carrying 600 bolts of his finest Rami linen was raided between Busan and the capital. The cargo was lost. The boat owner had no resources to compensate him. The third disaster arrived quietly, in the form of a slight fever. Jinwoo ignored it, continuing his work as the fever deepened. Within a week, he could not rise from his sleeping mat. A physician was summoned, an old man who smelled of ginseng and burnt mugwort. He examined Jinwoo's tongue, felt his pulse, studied the whites of his eyes. "You need rest," the physician said, "and someone to care for you." "I need no one," Jinwoo replied, his voice weak but firm. The physician looked at him with something like pity. "Everyone needs someone. That is not weakness. That is being human." For 3 weeks, Jinwoo lay alone in his house, too weak to walk to his warehouse, too proud to send for help. He survived on rice and water that he forced himself to prepare during brief moments when the fever subsided. His strongbox sat across the room, visible from his sleeping mat. He would stare at it during the long nights. This chest that held everything he had saved, everything he had refused to give. And he would think, what good is any of it now? When the fever finally broke, Jinwoo was 20 pounds lighter. His clothes hung on him like empty sacks. When he looked at his reflection in the bronze mirror, he saw an old man staring back. Though he was barely past 30, he forced himself to walk to the warehouse. His legs trembled with the effort. At the corner where the cloth merchant's street met the temple road, Mei Hyang sat in her usual place, eyes closed, that mysterious smile on her ancient face. Her bowl was empty. It was late afternoon, and the day's almsgivers had already passed. Jinwoo stopped. He did not know why. His hand moved to his waist, where a small cloth purse held a few coins for the day's purchases. He drew out a single coin, not his smallest, but not his largest either. A middle coin. Ordinary. He stood there holding it, feeling its weight. His hand had not given anything freely in so many years. The muscles felt wrong, as if he had forgotten the gesture entirely. Mei Hyang's eyes remained closed. She had not heard him approach, or if she had, she gave no sign. Jinwoo knelt down the effort, made him dizzy, and placed the coin gently in her bowl. It made a small sound against the wood, a tiny bell. Mei Hyang's eyes opened. They were the darkest eyes Jinwoo had ever seen, and impossibly clear for someone so old. She looked at the coin, then at him, and her smile deepened. "You've been sick," she said. Her voice was surprisingly strong. Jinwoo nodded, too startled to speak. "And you gave anyway." She lifted the coin from her bowl and held it up to the late afternoon light. "This is not the gift." "Do you know what the gift is?" Jinwoo shook his head. "You knelt down," Mei Hyang said softly. "A man who has lived standing alone his whole life. You knelt down to place a coin in an old woman's bowl. That lowering of yourself, that is the gift. The coin is just a coin." Something in Jinwoo's chest cracked open. A space he had not known was sealed. His eyes burned. Mei Hyang placed the coin back in the bowl. Then, with her twisted hands, she reached into the layers of her worn clothing and drew out something wrapped in faded cloth. She unfolded it carefully. Inside was a single persimmon, small and perfectly ripe. "Someone gave me this morning," she said. "I have been saving it, though I did not know for whom." She held it out to him. "Please, receive this." Jinwoo stared at the persimmon. His pride rose up in him like a wave. He could not possibly accept food from a beggar. He who owned warehouses of cloth. He who had coins still in his purse. His mouth opened to refuse. But then he saw her face. She was not offering pity. She was not offering charity in the way he understood it. She was simply offering. Her hand was open, the fruit resting on her palm. And she was waiting, with that same patient smile, as if she had all the time in the world for him to understand. "I cannot," Jinwoo said quietly. "Cannot?" Mei Hyang tilted her head. "Or will not? I have taken nothing from anyone since I was 12 years old." "I know," she said. "I have watched you walk past me for 2 years. Always alone. Always armored. And I have thought, here is a man who believes the open hand is dangerous. Here is a man who has forgotten that hands have 2 sides, a palm that gives and a palm that receives. You cannot live with only one side." Jinwoo felt tears on his face and did not try to stop them. The street around them continued its evening. Business merchants closing shutters, workers heading home, the smell of cooking fires beginning to perfume the air. But in this small space between them, the world had grown very quiet. "What if I take it?" he said, "and discover I cannot stop taking? What if I become what I most fear, helpless, dependent, a beggar myself?" Mei Hyang laughed, a sound like dried leaves rustling. "You are already helpless. You are already dependent. You depend on merchants to trade with you. You depend on workers to transport your goods. You depend on nobles to buy your cloth. You depend on the rain to grow the flax and the silkworms to spin. You depend on your own breath to continue, moment by moment. The only difference is that you pretend otherwise. You pretend you are a fortress, complete unto yourself. But no one is a fortress. Everyone is an open plain where the wind blows through." She pushed the persimmon closer to him. "Take it. Not because you need it, though you do. You are still recovering, but because I need to give it. Don't you see? You are not the only one with clenched hands. I, too, can clutch. I, too, can hold tight to the one sweet thing I have received today. But if I hold it, it will rot in my fingers. If I give it, it becomes something else. It becomes the current in a river that was stuck." Jinwoo reached out slowly. His hand shook from weakness, from fear, from something he could not name. He took the persimmon from her palm. It was warm from being kept close to her body. It smelled of autumn and honey. "Thank you," he whispered. "Now eat it," Mi-hyung said. "Here? Now? Yes. I want to see your face when you remember what it is to receive something freely given." Jin-wol bit into the persimmon. The flesh was soft and impossibly sweet. Juice ran down his chin. He could not remember when he had last tasted anything so perfect, not because it was expensive or rare, but because it had been offered from one human hand to another, and because he had found the courage to accept it. When he finished, Mi-hyung nodded in satisfaction. "There," she said. "The river is moving again." Jin-wol stayed kneeling there on the street as the evening deepened into night. And Mi-hyung, the beggar who was not really a beggar, but perhaps a teacher in disguise, sat with him in companionable silence, her empty bowl before her, her smile deep with knowing. How many of us have built fortresses around our hearts? We tell ourselves we are being strong, being independent, being responsible. We pride ourselves on never needing anything from anyone. But what we call strength might be its opposite. It might be the terrified clutching of a child who learned too early that the world is not safe, that people leave, that the only reliable thing is what you can control yourself. The teaching here is ancient, woven through every Buddhist tradition, from the monasteries of Korea to the temples of Sri Lanka, from the meditation caves of Tibet to the village sanghas of Vietnam. It appears in the Pali Canon when the Buddha speaks of generosity not just as giving, but as receiving. It echoes in the Mahayana teachings about the Bodhisattva vows, which include the instruction to accept the offerings of others, to not refuse their generosity out of pride. Why? Because receiving is a gift you give the giver. When someone offers you something, help, food, time, presence, and you refuse, you deny them the joy of giving. You imprison them in the same fortress you have built around yourself. You say, in effect, "I do not trust you. I do not trust life. I do not trust that abundance can flow between us." Watch this in your own life. How often do you refuse help with a quick, "I'm fine"? How often do you deflect compliments, wave away concern, insist on paying your own way even when someone genuinely wants to treat you? Perhaps you call this independence. But look closer. Beneath the independence is there fear. Fear of owing something. Fear of being vulnerable. Fear of admitting that you are not entirely self-sufficient. Here's what the old beggar Mi-hyung understood. We are not self-sufficient. None of us. The enlightened person is not someone who needs nothing. The enlightened person is someone who knows they depend on everything, on rain and earth and air, on the kindness of strangers, on the vast web of interconnection that makes any single breath possible. They know this, and they are not afraid of it. They open their hands. Let your shoulders drop just slightly as you consider this. Feel the weight of your body against whatever supports you. Right now, in this moment, you are being held. Gravity is holding you. The earth beneath you is holding you. And you are not resisting it. You are not trying to levitate through sheer willpower. You are allowing yourself to be held. This is receiving. The clenched fist and the open palm, this teaching appears in Buddhist texts, but you can see it in your own hands right now. Make a fist. Feel how the muscles tighten, how your whole arm becomes tense, how even your breath becomes shallow. Now open your hand. Feel the release. Feel how your whole body softens slightly when your hand opens. This is not just metaphor. When we clutch our lives with clenched hands, when we refuse help, refuse connection, refuse to receive, our entire being contracts. We become hard. We become defended. We become like Jinwoo, people who walk through life as if through enemy territory, trusting nothing, allowing nothing in. But consider what happened when Jinwoo finally received, when he ate that persimmon offered by a beggar's twisted hands. Something in him softened. Not his resolve, not his ability to care for himself. What softened was the armor. What opened was the possibility that life might not be only about taking and guarding, that there might be a river flowing, as Meihyung said, and that he might step into it. This teaching appears in your life every day. Someone offers to help you carry something. Someone wants to buy you coffee. Someone gives you a compliment. And you have a choice. You can refuse, can deflect, can maintain your fortress of independence. Or you can open your hand. You can say thank you. You can let yourself be touched by another person's generosity. Think about the last time someone offered you something and you refused. What were you protecting? What were you afraid would happen if you accepted? Did you fear becoming dependent? Did you fear owing something? Did you fear that accepting would reveal some weakness in your carefully constructed self-sufficiency? Now imagine accepting instead. Imagine your hand opening to receive. What might flow between you and that other person? Not just the object or help or complement itself, but something deeper. Recognition, connection, the acknowledgement that we are all, fundamentally, in this together. That the human experience is not one of isolated fortresses, but of rivers flowing, of gifts given and received, of hands that know how to be both full and empty. Let your next breath be deeper than the last. Let it fill your belly. You are receiving air right now. This gift that you did nothing to earn, that costs you nothing, that sustains your life moment to moment. Your body knows how to receive. It never forgot. Only your mind built the walls. The Buddha taught that clinging is the root of suffering. We usually think of clinging as grasping for things we want. But refusing to receive is also a form of clinging. It is clinging to an image of ourselves as completely independent. It is clinging to pride. It is clinging to the story that we must never need, never soften, never admit that we are vulnerable. What if you let that story go, just for tonight, just for this moment? What if you allowed yourself to imagine that receiving is not weakness but wisdom, that the open hand is not passive but powerful in ways the clenched fist can never be? The teaching says, you cannot give what you cannot receive. If you refuse all gifts, you will eventually have nothing to offer. The river runs dry. But when you open yourself to receiving, when you let life flow through you instead of defending against it, abundance appears. Not material abundance necessarily, though sometimes that too, but the abundance of connection. The abundance of being part of something larger than your small defended self. And as your body settles more deeply into rest, feel how it already knows this teaching. Feel how your lungs receive air and release it. Receive and release in an endless rhythm. How your heart receives blood and gives it, receives and gives. Your body has never clenched into permanent holding. It knows the dance. Perhaps your life can learn the same rhythm. Breathe in slowly through your nose, feeling the cool air move into your body. Breathe out through your mouth, letting the breath carry with it any tightness, any holding. Do this 3 times, feeling each exhale soften your shoulders, your jaw, your forehead. Let your attention drift down to your hands. Notice if they are clenched or open. If they are clenched, Simply allow them to soften. Imagine them as flower petals that have been closed all day, and now, in the quiet darkness, they slowly open. There is no effort in this opening. It is simply the natural response to safety. Bring your awareness to the sensation of being held by whatever surface supports you. Notice how you do not have to work to be held. You are simply allowing it. This is receiving. You are already doing it, have been doing it all along. Every moment that you allow gravity to hold you, allow air to fill you, allow sleep to find you, and as that allowing deepens, as your hand learns again the ancient gesture of opening, we travel now to another land, another time, where a different teacher discovered that the greatest gift sometimes wears the disguise of loss, and that empty hands can be fuller than those clutched tight with fear. The night is long and kind. There is no hurry. Let yourself drift. Let yourself be carried by these words like leaves floating on a stream, moving towards some destination you do not need to know, held by a current you do not need to understand. In a village nestled in the foothills of the Vietnamese highlands during the 17th century, there lived a woman named Linh who had perfected the art of giving until there was nothing left of herself. She was the daughter of farmers who grew rice in terraced paddies that climbed the hillsides like green steps to heaven. Her parents had taught her that a good woman serves others, that her value lies in how much she can offer, how little she needs for herself. By the time Linh turned 25, she had become famous throughout 3 villages for her generosity. When neighbors were sick, she appeared at their doors with pots of congee flavored with ginger and scallions. When children needed teaching, she spent her evenings under lamplight, showing them how to form their letters. When the temple needed cleaning, when the roads needed mending, when anyone needed anything at all, Linh was there. She never married, though there had been offers. She lived alone in a small house at the edge of the village, a house built by her father before he died. The house had a garden where she grew vegetables, bok choy and bitter melon, lemongrass and Thai basil, winter squash and long beans. But the vegetables she harvested rarely made it to her own table. She would see a widow struggling to feed her children, and the bok choy would find its way to that family's kitchen. She would notice an elderly man looking thin, and the squash would appear on his doorstep. Linh herself ate rice and pickled vegetables, sometimes adding a few greens if any remained after everyone else's needs were met. She was thin as bamboo, with shadows under her eyes that spoke of too many nights sleeping little because she was worrying about other people's problems. Her clothes were the same ones she had worn for 5 years, mended so many times that it was hard to tell where the original fabric ended and the patches began. The village monk, a gentle man named Thich Quang Minh, who had trained at the Truc Lam monastery in the capital, watched Linh with growing concern. He had lived in the village for 7 years, and in all that time, he had never once seen her sit down during a temple gathering. She was always in the kitchen preparing tea, always serving others, always moving with a quiet desperation that he recognized from his own years of practicing before he understood the middle way. One evening during the rainy season, when the monsoons turned the dirt paths to mud and the sound of water on leaves filled the air like 10,000 whispers, Thich Quang Minh saw Linh walking through the village carrying a heavy basket. Rain soaked through her thin cotton aodai, but she hurried forward, her wooden sandals slipping in the mud. He called out to her, "Sister Linh, where are you going in this storm?" She turned, rain dripping from her hair. "The widow hoer's roof is leaking. I made extra sticky rice cakes this morning. I thought she and her children might need something warm." "And what about you?" the monk asked gently. "What do you need?" Lin looked confused by the question. I need nothing. Tay, I am fine. You are soaked through. You are shivering. You have given away your dinner to someone else. He stepped closer, studying her face in the grey light of the rain. When did you last eat a full meal that you prepared for yourself? Not from leftovers after everyone else was served? Lin opened her mouth to answer, then closed it. She could not remember. Come, Ti Guangming said. Bring those rice cakes to the widow Hoa if you must. But then, come to the temple. We need to talk. An hour later, Lin sat in the temple's small meditation hall, wrapped in a dry robe that one of the visiting nuns had lent her. Tik Guangming had made real tea, jasmine flowers steeped in hot water, not the bitter medicinal brews she usually drank. He placed the cup in her hands and sat across from her. Tell me about your parents, he said. And so Ling told him about her mother who had worked herself to exhaustion caring for Lin's grandparents, who had died when Lin was 16 from a fever she had ignored because she was too busy serving others. About her father who had taught Lin that self-sacrifice was the highest virtue, who had given away so much rice during a famine that their own family nearly starved, who had said over and over until it became the rhythm of Lin's heartbeat, your needs do not matter. Only others' needs matter. As she spoke, rain drummed on the temple roof. The sound was steady and somehow soothing, as if the sky itself was listening. When Lin finished, Tik Guangming was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, your parents taught you generosity. This is a beautiful teaching. But they forgot to teach you the other half. What other half? That you are also worthy of receiving. That you are also someone whose needs matter. That the practice of dana, of generosity, includes knowing when to open your hand to accept, not just to give. Ling shook her head. But I am strong. I can manage. Other people have real problems, and you do not? The monk's voice was still gentle, but there was steel beneath it. Lin, look at yourself. When did you last sleep through the night? When did you last prepare a meal and eat it slowly, savoring each bite, without thinking about who else might need that food more? When did you last say no to someone's request because you simply did not have the energy to help? Tears began to slide down Lin's face. I cannot say no. What kind of person says no when someone needs help? A wise person, Tik Guangming said. A person who understands that they cannot pour from an empty vessel. A person who knows that depleting yourself until there is nothing left is not generosity, it is violence against yourself. The words hit Lin like a physical blow. She had never thought of it that way. Violence against herself. She had thought she was being good, being virtuous, being the kind of person the Buddha would approve of. But the monk was suggesting something different, that her endless giving was actually a form of harm. I don't understand, she whispered. Tik Guangming leaned forward. Let me tell you a story. When I was young, training at Truklam, there was a brother monk named Phap Dung. He was like you, he gave everything. Every free moment went to helping others. He slept 4 hours a night because he was always volunteering for extra work. He ate the smallest portions so others could have more. He was considered the most dedicated practitioner in the monastery. One day during walking meditation, Phap Dung collapsed, just fell down in the garden path. We carried him to the infirmary. The doctor said his body had simply given out from exhaustion and malnutrition. And do you know what Phap Dung said when he woke up? He apologized. He apologized for being weak, for disrupting the meditation, for taking up space in the infirmary that someone else might need. our teacher came to visit him. And this is what he said. Phap Dung, you have mastered the art of giving, but you have failed to learn that receiving is also a sacred practice. You have failed to understand that you, yourself, are part of the Sangha that deserves care. When you deplete yourself, you are not serving the Dharma. You are creating suffering in yourself and in everyone who cares about you and cannot reach you through the walls of your self-sacrifice. Lin sat very still, the teacup cooling in her hands. What happened to him? He had to relearn how to live. Our teacher assigned him a practice. Every day for 1 month, he had to accept help from someone. He had to ask for something he needed. And he had to receive it without immediately trying to give something back. It was the hardest practice of his life. Harder than any meditation. Harder than any teaching. Did it work? Yes. But slowly, he said it felt wrong for months. Like he was being selfish. Like he was taking advantage. But gradually, he began to see that when he allowed people to help him, something beautiful happened. They felt joy. They felt useful. They felt connected to him in a way they hadn't before, when he was always the helper and they were always the helped. The relationship became balanced, real. Tik Guangming stood and walked to the window, looking out at the rain. The Buddha taught the middle way. Lin, not too much indulgence, but also not too much austerity. Not hoarding everything for yourself, but also not giving away so much that you destroy yourself. The middle way means knowing that your life has value, that your needs are legitimate, that you are allowed to eat well, sleep well, ask for help when you need it. He turned back to her. I want to give you the same practice that our teacher gave Phap Dung. For the next month, every day, you must receive something from someone. A meal, help with a task, a kind word, anything, and you must accept it without immediately giving something back, without apologizing, without trying to even the scales. Can you do this? Lin's immediate response was to refuse. The very idea felt wrong, felt selfish. But she looked at the monk's face and saw such compassion there, such understanding. And she thought about her mother, dead at 40 from exhaustion. Her father, who had given away their food until he was too weak to work his own fields. The legacy of self-sacrifice that had been passed down to her like a stone she was meant to carry until it crushed her. I can try, she said quietly. The next morning, the rain had stopped. The air smelled of wet earth and jasmine. Lin walked through the village feeling strange, as if her skin no longer fit properly. She had her basket with her habit made her carry it, but it was empty. She had deliberately not made anything to give away. At the market, she saw the vegetable seller, a woman named Ba Hung, who had known Lin since childhood. Ba Hung called out to her, Lin, I harvested too many mangoes. My tree went crazy this year. Here, take some. She began placing mangoes in Lin's basket before Lin could respond. Everything in Lin wanted to refuse, wanted to say she didn't need mangoes, that Ba Hung should save them for her own family. But she remembered the practice. She took a breath. Thank you, Ba Hung. They're beautiful. Ba Hung beamed. Enjoy them. You're always giving to everyone else. It's nice to give to you for once. Lin walked away with 6 ripe mangoes in her basket. Her face felt hot. She felt guilty and grateful in equal measure. She wanted to go home and make mango sticky rice and give it all away to the first person she saw. But that would be cheating the practice. That evening, she sat alone in her small house and ate one of the mangoes. She ate it slowly, feeling the sweet flesh, the juice running down her chin, and something in her chest, something that had been clenched tight for years, loosened slightly. The next day, the widow Hoa came to Lin's door. "I wanted to thank you for the rice cakes yesterday. My children loved them. Please, let me wash your clothes. I noticed they're getting thin. I'm a good seamstress. I can mend them properly, maybe even add some embroidery." Again, Lin's instinct was to refuse, but she thought of the monk's instruction. She gathered her worn clothes and handed them to the widow. "Thank you. That would be very kind." When the widow Hoa returned the clothes 3 days later, they had been not just mended but transformed. Delicate lotus flowers embroidered in blue thread adorned the collar of Ling's ao dai. The patches had been reworked into a decorative pattern that looked intentional. "Beautiful. You made them lovely," Lin whispered, running her fingers over the embroidery. "You deserved lovely," the widow Hoa said simply. "You've given so much to me and my children. Let me give back." Each day brought new moments of receiving. The elderly man whom Lin had been helping with his garden insisted she take home a basket of herbs. The children she tutored drew pictures for her, which she accepted and hung on her bare walls. The temple cook, knowing Lin often skipped meals, began setting aside portions for her. "I made too much," she would say, though Lin suspected this was not true. At first, each act of receiving felt like swallowing stones. Lin's body would tense. Her mind would race with reasons why she should refuse, should give something back immediately. She would lie awake at night, feeling wrong, feeling selfish, feeling like she was violating some essential law of her existence. But slowly, so slowly, she almost didn't notice, something began to shift. She started to see the joy on people's faces when she accepted their gifts. Real joy. Not the polite gratitude of someone being helped, but the deeper happiness of someone who gets to give to someone they care about. She realized that her constant refusing had actually been denying them something. She had been so busy being the giver that she had made herself unreachable, had put herself on a pedestal where no one could touch her with their own generosity. 1 month into the practice, Tik Kwang-ming invited Lin to tea again. He looked at her carefully. "You look different." "I've gained weight," Ling said, and there was wonder in her voice. "I've been eating the food people give me. I've been sleeping more because I'm not staying up all night worrying about everyone else's problems while ignoring my own." "And how does it feel?" Ling was quiet for a long moment. "Strange. Sometimes still wrong. But also lighter. Like I've been carrying something heavy and I didn't even know it until I set it down." The monk smiled. "That heavy thing was the belief that you had to earn your existence through service, that your life only had value if you were constantly depleting yourself for others. But that belief is not the Dharma. That belief is suffering. My father always said, 'Your father was wrong.'" The monk's voice was gentle but firm. "He loved you, I'm sure, but he was teaching you his own wound, not the Buddha's wisdom. The Buddha taught that all beings deserve compassion, and that includes you. You are not exempt from your own kindness. You are not excluded from the circle of those worthy of care." Lin felt tears coming again, but they were different this time. Not tears of shame or exhaustion, but something else. Something like relief. "There's another part of the teaching I want to share with you," Tik Kwang-ming continued. "You know the story of how the Buddha himself accepted alms every day. He was the enlightened one, the teacher, the one who had so much wisdom to give. And yet, every morning, he took his bowl and walked through the village, allowing people to place food in it. Why? Because monks depend on the laity for food. Ling said, "Yes, but it's deeper than that." The Buddha was teaching that receiving is not weakness, that allowing others to give to you is not taking advantage of them. It's participating in the flow of generosity that connects all beings. When you refuse to receive, you dam up that flow. You make it one-directional. You turn relationship into hierarchy. You, the giver, others, the takers. But when you allow yourself to both give and receive, you create something different. You create mutuality. You create real connection. He poured more tea into both their cups. The Buddha could have manifested his own food through spiritual powers, but he didn't. He received it from the hands of villagers, beggars, kings. He taught by example that even the most enlightened being is part of the web of interdependence, that we all need each other, that there is no shame in this. There is only the truth of how life actually is. Lin wrapped her hands around her teacup, feeling its warmth. "I've been so afraid," she said quietly. "Afraid that if I admit I need things, if I let people help me, I'll become like the people I grew up watching, the ones who only take, who never give back, who feel entitled to everyone else's service. I've been so afraid of becoming selfish that I went to the opposite extreme." "Yes," the monk said, "and that extreme is also a form of selfishness, though it disguises itself as virtue. It's the selfishness of pride, of refusing to be vulnerable, of denying others the joy and merit of giving to you, of holding yourself apart as if you're different from everyone else, as if you don't need what all humans need: connection, support." Kare. Outside, the evening cicadas had begun their song. The sound rose and fell like breathing. "What should I do now?" Lin asked. "After this month of practice is over?" "Keep practicing," Tik Guangming said. "But practice both sides now. Give when giving is appropriate and you have something to give. Receive when receiving is appropriate and someone offers genuinely. Learn to feel the difference between healthy giving and depleting yourself. Learn to feel the difference between healthy receiving and taking advantage. The middle way is not a fixed point, it's a constant balancing, a dance. Some days you'll give more. Some days you'll receive more. What matters is that you stay awake to what's actually happening, not living from an old story about who you're supposed to be." 3 years passed. Lin continued to live in the village, continued to help her neighbors. But she looked different now. There was color in her cheeks. Her eyes were clear. She wore the ao dai with lotus embroidery that the widow Hoa had mended, and she had bought herself another one in blue silk, a luxury she would never have permitted herself before. She still made congee for sick neighbors, still taught children their letters, but she also accepted dinner invitations. She allowed the young mothers to help her with her garden. When the village celebrated festivals, she sat with the others and ate and laughed instead of hiding in the kitchen, serving everyone else. People began to notice that they could actually talk to Lin now. Before, she had always been so busy giving that there was no space for real conversation. Now she would sit with someone drinking tea, just being present, listening, not fixing, not helping, just being with. One day, a young woman came to the village, a refugee from fighting in the north, alone and frightened. The old Lin would have immediately taken this woman into her home, given up her own bed, her own food, worked herself to exhaustion, caring for this stranger. And she might have helped the woman's body, but she would have also created a strange dynamic where the woman felt indebted, less than a burden. The new Lin did something different. She offered the woman a place to stay. Yes, but she also asked the woman what skills she had. The woman was a weaver. So Lin asked her to teach the village girls weaving in exchange for food and shelter. She created a situation where the woman could give as well as receive, where the woman's dignity was preserved, where generosity flowed in multiple directions instead of just one. Ti Guangmin watched this and smiled. Lin had learned not just how to receive, but how to create situations where everyone could participate in the dance of giving and receiving, where no one was only the helped or only the helper, where everyone was human together. Late one evening during the dry season, when the stars were bright above the village and the air smelled of rice, straw, and cooking fires, Lin sat in her garden. She had harvested vegetables that day, more than she needed. She would give some to neighbors tomorrow, but tonight, she had steamed some bok choy with garlic and ginger and had eaten it herself. Slowly, with good rice and a bit of fish that someone had given her. Her belly was full. Her body was rested. And she felt something she had not felt since she was a small child: contentment. Not the desperate satisfaction of having given everything away, but the quiet peace of someone who had found balance. She thought about her parents. For years, she had honored them by trying to live exactly as they had taught her. But now she understood that true honoring meant learning from their mistakes as well as their wisdom. They had loved her enough to teach her generosity. Now she loved them enough to add what they had missed. That receiving is also sacred. That caring for yourself is not selfish. That the hand that only gives eventually has nothing left to offer. A shooting star crossed the sky. Lin watched it arc and fade, and she whispered into the night, "Thank you." To the monk who had taught her, to the villagers who had insisted on giving to her, to the Buddha who had walked with his begging bowl, teaching by example that even enlightened beings receive, to her own tired body that had finally been allowed to rest and be nourished, and to herself for finally learning that she, too, deserved the compassion she had spent so many years giving to everyone else. The wound of self-sacrifice runs deep in so many of us. Perhaps you recognize yourself in Lin's story. Perhaps you are the one who always volunteers, who always helps, who cannot say no, even when saying yes means depleting yourself. Perhaps you have learned that your value lies in how much you can offer others, not in simply being who you are. This teaching appears throughout Buddhist practice, though it is often overlooked. We hear so much about generosity, about giving, about service. These are beautiful teachings, but they are incomplete without the other half, that you, yourself, are also worthy of receiving, that you are also part of the Sangha, the community that deserves care. In the Theravada tradition, there is a teaching about the 5 spiritual faculties that must be balanced: faith, energy, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom. Too much of anyone, and the practice becomes unbalanced. The same is true with giving and receiving. Too much giving without receiving creates depletion. Too much receiving without giving creates entitlement. Balance is the practice. Think about the last time someone offered you genuine help and you refused. What were you protecting? Were you protecting your image as someone who has everything together? Were you protecting yourself from feeling indebted? Were you protecting an old story about who you are, the helper, the strong one, the one who needs nothing? But here is what the teaching asks you to see. That refusal to receive is not actually strength. It is a subtle form of pride. It says, I am different from you. I am above needing help. I am self-sufficient in ways you are not. And in saying this, you create separation. You place yourself on one side of a wall and everyone else on the other. Let your jaw soften as you consider this. Notice if there is tension in your shoulders from carrying the weight of always being strong, always being the one who gives. What might it feel like to set that weight down? Just for a moment? The Buddha himself demonstrated this teaching every single day of his life after enlightenment. He could have manifested food through miraculous powers. He could have lived in complete self-sufficiency. But instead, every morning he took up his begging bowl and walked through villages, allowing ordinary people to place rice and vegetables and fruit into his bowl. Why? Because he was teaching that receiving is not weakness. He was teaching that interdependence is the truth of existence. He was teaching that the most enlightened being and the poorest farmer both participate in the same web of giving and receiving. And there is no shame in this. There is only reality. When you refuse to receive, you deny others the joy of giving. You deny them the merit that comes from generosity. You deny them the connection that happens when one human hand places something into another human hand and says, through that gesture, I see you. I care about you. Let me offer this. Watch this teaching in your daily life. Someone offers to buy you coffee. Notice the impulse to refuse, to insist on paying your own way. Underneath that impulse, what is there? Is it fear of owing something? Fear of being seen as weak or needy? Fear that if you accept once, you'll be expected to accept forever? Or someone gives you a compliment. Notice how quickly you deflect it. Oh, this old thing. It was nothing. Anyone could have done it. What are you protecting by deflecting? Why can't you simply say thank you and let the compliment land? The practice that Thich Quang Minh gave to Lin is a practice you can do yourself. For 1 week, 1 month, whatever feels possible, practice receiving. When someone offers something genuinely, accept it. Without immediately trying to give something back, without apologizing, without diminishing the gift. Just receive it. Feel how strange it is. Feel how vulnerable it makes you. Feel, perhaps, how it gradually begins to soften something in you that has been hard for a very long time. And notice what happens for the giver. Notice the joy on their face when you accept. Notice how they light up, how they feel seen and valued. You are giving them something too. You are giving them the gift of mattering to you, of being able to affect you, of being in relationship with you instead of in service to you. Feel the weight of your body right now, being held by whatever supports it. You are receiving support right now. The earth is holding you. Gravity is holding you. The air is filling your lungs. And you are not refusing any of this. You are not saying, no, thank you. I'll levitate on my own. You are simply allowing yourself to be held. What if you could bring that same allowing into your relationships with people? What if you could let yourself be held by their care, their offers of help, their desire to give to you? The Vietnamese tradition that Lin came from emphasizes the concept of interbeing, the understanding that nothing exists separately, that we all depend on each other. Thich Nhat Hanh taught that in every grain of rice, you can see the sun, the rain, the farmer's labor, the earth's nutrients. Nothing is self-sufficient. Everything exists only in relationship. You are not self-sufficient either. This is not a failing. This is simply the truth. You depend on countless beings for your existence. You depend on farmers to grow food. You depend on workers to maintain roads and water systems. You depend on teachers and friends and strangers who hold doors open and smile at you in the grocery store. This web of interdependence is not something to overcome. It is the very fabric of existence. And part of participating in this web is allowing yourself to receive as well as give. Part of honoring the truth of interbeing is admitting your needs, accepting help, opening your hands not just to give, but to accept. Let your breathing deepen. Let each exhale carry away a little more of the armor you have built around yourself. The armor that says you must always be strong, always be capable, always be the giver. Let it soften. Let yourself imagine that it is safe to need things. Safe to accept help. Safe to be human in all the vulnerable, dependent ways that humans actually are. The teaching says that the middle way is balance. Not too much self-sacrifice that you disappear. Not too much self-focus that you close off from others, but a constant, gentle, balancing giving when you have something to give, receiving when something is offered. Learning to tell the difference between healthy generosity and depleting yourself. And as you rest here, feel how your body already knows this balance. Your heart gives blood to your body and receives it back. Your lungs give oxygen to your blood and receive carbon dioxide. Nothing in your body only gives or only receives. Everything participates in flow. Everything is part of a cycle. Perhaps your life can learn the same rhythm. Perhaps your hands can learn to open both ways, palm down to give, palm up to receive, moving between these gestures as naturally as breathing. Perhaps you can learn that you deserve the same compassion you give to others, that your needs matter as much as anyone else's, that receiving is not selfish but simply true. Take a slow breath in, filling your belly, feeling your chest expand. Hold it for just a moment at the top, then release it completely, letting your whole body soften with the exhale. Do this twice more, each time releasing a little more tension, a little more holding. Bring your awareness to your heart center, the space in the middle of your chest. Imagine there is a warm light there. With each inhale, it grows slightly brighter. With each exhale, it spreads slightly wider. You don't need to force this. Just imagine it gently, allowing the warmth to expand. This light is your own worthiness. It has always been there, even when you forgot it, even when you believed you had to earn your existence through endless service. It is simply there because you are alive, because you are part of this web of existence, because you matter. Let your hands rest wherever they are comfortable on your belly, at your sides, wherever feels natural. Notice if they want to open slightly, palms facing up. This is the gesture of receiving. You don't have to do anything with this. Just notice if your hands want to soften into this position, and as that softening spreads through your whole body, as your breath carries you deeper into rest. We travel now to another corner of the world, to the high mountains of Tibet, where a young student learned that the greatest offerings sometimes come from the most unexpected sources, and that grace has nothing to do with deserving and everything to do with opening to what is freely given. The night holds you gently. There is nowhere you need to be but here. Nothing you need to prove. No one you need to serve. Just this breath. Just this moment. Just this allowing. Rest now. In the mountains of Tibet during the 18th century, there lived a young monk named Dorje, whose heart was a fortress of worthiness calculations. He had entered the monastery at Ganden at the age of 12. Not from devotion, but from practicality. His family was poor. and the monastery offered food, shelter, and education. But from his first day, Dorje understood that nothing was truly free. Everything had a price, even if that price was never spoken aloud. The monastery sat at an elevation where the air was thin and the sky impossibly blue. Prayer flags snapped in the constant wind, sending their blessings across the barley fields and rocky slopes. Inside the main temple, butter lamps flickered before golden statues, and the smell of juniper incense mixed with the yak butter tea that sustained the monks through the bitter winters. Dorje was intelligent and diligent. He memorized sutras with ease, debated philosophy with precision, and performed his prostrations without complaint. But beneath every action lay a constant calculation. What does this earn me? If I memorize this text perfectly, will the teacher notice? If I debate brilliantly, will I be chosen for advanced teachings? If I serve tea with perfect attention, will the Rinpoche remember my name? He kept a mental ledger, though he would have been ashamed to admit it. On one side, everything he gave his time, his effort, his obedience. On the other side, everything he received: meals, teachings, a warm place to sleep. He was constantly checking the balance, constantly ensuring he was not taking more than he gave, that he was earning his place, that he deserved what he had. The monastery's abbot, an elderly lama named Rinpoche Tenzin Gyatso, watched Dorje with concerned eyes. He had seen this pattern before: students who approached Dharma practice as if it were a transaction, who believed enlightenment could be earned through sufficient accumulation of merit, who never learned to simply receive grace. One winter, when Dorje was 17, a great teacher came to visit the monastery. His name was Patrul Rinpoche, and he was famous throughout Tibet for his realization and his unconventional teaching methods. He traveled with only a walking stick and a begging bowl, refusing the honorary titles and luxurious accommodations offered to him. He would arrive at a monastery, teach for a few weeks, then disappear into the mountains again. When Patrul Rinpoche arrived at Ganden, the monastery went into a flurry of preparation. The best rooms were cleaned. Special food was prepared. The senior monks debated who would have the honor of serving him. But when the Rinpoche saw these preparations, he laughed. "Give those rooms to travelers who need them," he said. "I'll sleep in the corner of the kitchen where it's warm. And please, no special food. I'll eat what the newest novices eat." The monks were scandalized but obeyed. Dorje watched all of this with confusion. Why would a great teacher refuse honors he had clearly earned? Didn't he understand that receiving respect was simply the natural balance for giving teachings? That's how the world worked. You gave, you received. The scales stayed even. Patrul Rinpoche announced he would give teachings on the Bodhisattva path for the next month. Every monk in the monastery attended, from the most senior geshe to the newest novice. The teachings were held in the main assembly hall, where hundreds of monks sat in neat rows on cushions, facing the throne where visiting teachers customarily sat. But Patrul Rinpoche didn't sit on the throne. He sat on the floor at the same level as everyone else. When the monastery's abbot tried to insist he take the elevated seat, Patrul Rinpoche shook his head. "If I sit above you, it reinforces the idea that Dharma is something that flows downward from the worthy to the unworthy. But Dharma is not like that. It is like rain, it falls on everyone equally, without discrimination. The throne creates separation. I prefer connection." The teachings began. Patrul Rinpoche spoke about the Bodhisattva vow, the commitment to achieve enlightenment not for oneself, but for the sake of all beings. He spoke about the paramitas, the perfections that a bodhisattva cultivates, and he spent many days on the first paramita, Dana, generosity. Tell me, Patrul Rinpoche said one morning, looking around at the assembled monks. Who here practices generosity? Every hand went up, Dorjes included. They all gave their time to study, gave their labor to maintain the monastery, gave their attention to the teachings. Good, Patrul Rinpoche said. Now tell me, when you give, what do you expect to receive in return? There was an uncomfortable silence. Finally, one brave monk said, We expect nothing, Rinpoche. We give freely. Patrul Rinpoche's eyes twinkled. Is that so? You give teachings and expect nothing? You offer service and expect nothing? You practice diligently and expect nothing, not merit, not a better rebirth, not enlightenment itself? The silence deepened. The monk who had spoken looked down at his hands. There is nothing wrong with expecting results. Patrul Rinpoche continued gently. The Buddha taught about karma, that actions have consequences, that generosity creates merit, that practice leads to realization. These teachings are true, but there is a trap hidden in them. The trap is believing that Dharma is a transaction, that you can earn awakening, that you can deserve enlightenment. He stood up and began to walk among the seated monks. Let me ask you something else. When you receive, when you eat the food prepared by the kitchen, monks, when you sleep in rooms maintained by the work monks, when you study texts copied by scribes, do you feel you deserve these things because of your practice, or do you receive them with humble gratitude, knowing you could never truly earn them? Dorje felt his face grow hot. The Rinpoche was describing exactly how he thought. Of course he deserved his meals, he worked hard. He followed the rules. He earned his place. Why should he feel grateful for what was rightfully his due? Patrul Rinpoche stopped in front of Dorje, as if he had heard these thoughts. He looked at him with such kindness that Dorje felt tears prick his eyes. Young monk, Patrul Rinpoche said softly. What is your name? Dorje. Rinpoche. Dorje. Diamond. A strong name. He sat down on the floor right next to Dorje, ignoring protocol entirely. Dorje, I want you to do something for me. I want you to calculate exactly how much you owe for being alive. Dorje blinked. I don't understand. You breathe. Yes? Air enters your lungs, sustains your life, leaves your lungs. How much do you owe for each breath? What have you done to earn the right to breathe? Nothing, Dorje said slowly. Breathing just happens. Exactly. And your heart beats right now, as we speak. It is beating. You don't make it beat. You don't earn its beating. It simply beats. How much do you owe for each heartbeat? I don't know. And your parents, they gave you life, fed you, kept you alive until you were old enough to come here. Can you ever repay that gift? Can you calculate its worth? Dorje shook his head mutely. And the sun rises every morning, warming the earth, making food grow. Did you earn that? And rain falls, filling the streams you drink from. Did you deserve that? And countless beings, farmers growing barley, herders tending yaks, workers building roads, all of them contributing to your ability to sit here in this monastery. Can you ever give back enough to balance what you have received? The weight of it hit Dorje like a physical blow. He had never thought about it this way. He had been so busy trying to earn his keep, trying to deserve his place, that he had never seen the vast ocean of grace he was floating in, the infinite gifts he received every moment that he could never earn, never repay, never deserve. You see, Patrul Rinpoche said gently. You are already infinitely in debt. You have been receiving grace since the moment you were born. Every breath is a gift you didn't earn. Every heartbeat is generosity from the universe. You cannot balance the scales. You cannot make yourself worthy of being alive. You already are alive, whether you deserve it or not. Tears were streaming down Dorje's face now. Something in his chest was cracking open, some hard shell he had been carrying since childhood. But if I can't earn it, if I don't deserve it, then... He couldn't finish the sentence. The thought was too terrifying. If he didn't deserve his existence through his efforts, then what? He could be taken away at any moment. He had no right to be here. He was just receiving, helplessly receiving. Yes, Patrul Rinpoche said, reading his face. That's the terror, isn't it? The terror of grace. The terror of discovering that you have never been in control, that you have always been held by something larger than yourself, that your worth is not something you achieve but something you are given, moment by moment, breath by breath. He placed his hand on Dorje's shoulder. Let me tell you a secret. The Bodhisattva path is not about earning your way to enlightenment. It is about waking up to the grace that has always been there. It is about realizing that you are already held, already loved, already part of the vast web of generosity that connects all beings. And from that realization, generosity naturally flows. Not because you're trying to earn something, but because you're so full of gratitude for the unearned grace you've received that you cannot help but give. That night, Dorje could not sleep. He lay on his thin mattress in the dormitory, listening to the snores of other monks, and his mind churned. Everything he had believed about how life worked was being dismantled. If he didn't have to earn his existence, then who was he? If worth wasn't something achieved, then what was the point of all his striving? The next morning, he approached Patrul Rinpoche after the teaching. Rinpoche, I need help. I don't know how to live if I'm not trying to earn my place. Patrul Rinpoche smiled. Good. You're asking the right question. Come, walk with me. They walked out of the monastery and up into the mountains. The air was cold and sharp. Snow crunched under their feet. They walked for an hour in silence, climbing higher until they reached a small cave where hermit monks sometimes did retreat. Sit, Patrul Rinpoche said, gesturing to a flat rock near the cave entrance. Dorje sat. The Rinpoche sat beside him. They looked out over the vast landscape below the monastery, like a small jewel in the valley, the fields like a patchwork of brown and white, the sky enormous and blue. I'm going to teach you a practice, Patrul Rinpoche said. It's very simple, but it will completely change how you live. Are you ready? Dorje nodded. Here it is, for the next week. I want you to notice every time you receive something. Not just big things. Everything. Every breath of air. Every cup of tea. Every teaching. Every smile from another monk. Every moment your heart beats. And each time you notice, I want you to say silently, this is grace I didn't earn. Thank you. Dorje frowned. That's it? That's it. But do it fully. Really notice. Really feel the receiving. Really acknowledge that you didn't earn it. Don't deserve it. Can't repay it. Just receive it and say thank you. But what about giving? What about practice? Keep doing what you're doing. Keep studying. Keep practicing. Keep serving. But do it from a different place. Not from trying to earn your worth. Do it from gratitude. From overflow. From the natural response of a heart that knows it is already held. I don't understand the difference. Patrul Rinpoche picked up a small stone and held it up. If I hold this stone tightly because I'm afraid it will be taken from me, my hand cramps. My whole arm becomes tense. My whole body contracts around the fear of losing it. But if I hold it lightly, knowing it was never really mine to begin with, knowing it could leave my hand at any moment, then my whole body relaxes. I can enjoy the stone while I have it. I can even offer it to someone else without resentment, because I never believed I owned it in the first place. He placed the stone in Dorje's hand. Your life is like this stone. You can clench around it, trying to prove you deserve to hold it. Or you can hold it lightly, with gratitude, knowing it's a gift. Both ways, you're holding it. But one way creates suffering. The other creates peace. Dorje looked at the stone in his hand. It was just a stone grey, smooth, ordinary. But holding it felt different now. He could feel the weight of it, the gift of it, the temporary nature of having it. What if I fail at this practice? He asked quietly. Patrul Rinpoche laughed. Then you fail. And that failure is also grace you didn't earn. Even your failures are held by something larger than you. They sat in silence as the sun moved across the sky. Down in the valley, the monastery bells rang, calling monks to afternoon prayers. But up here in the mountains, there was only wind and stone and sky. Finally, Patrul Rinpoche stood. Come, let's go back. And on the walk down, begin your practice. Notice your feet touching the earth, Grace. Notice the air you breathe, Grace. Notice that you don't fall off the mountain, Grace. Everything, everything, everything is grace. The walk down the mountain took twice as long as the walk up, because Dorje kept stopping. He would take a breath and realize, this air entering my lungs, I didn't create it. Grace. His foot would find solid ground, and he would think, this earth holding me up, I didn't make it. Grace. The sun would warm his face, and he would feel, this warmth, I didn't earn it. Grace. By the time they reached the monastery, Dorje felt like a different person. Raw. Stripped bare. Utterly vulnerable. And somehow, beneath the vulnerability, something that felt like relief. The practice continued. Every morning, Dorje would wake, and the first thought would be, I woke up. Grace. He would dress, and he would notice these robes were woven by someone else's hands. Grace. He would walk to the assembly hall and feel, these legs that carry me, this path others built. Grace. At first, the practice filled him with anxiety, because if everything was grace, if nothing was earned, then he had no control. He could do everything right and still lose everything. His worth wasn't in his hands. But slowly, over days and then weeks, the anxiety began to transform into something else. Wonder, humility, a vast, quiet gratitude that seemed to have no bottom. He began to notice things he had never noticed before. The way the kitchen monk smiled when he served tea, as if offering tea was itself a joy. The way the old Geshe's hands trembled when he turned the pages of ancient texts, as if he was still amazed to be touching such precious teachings. The way the youngest novices laughed during their breaks, utterly unself-conscious, simply alive. Dorje realized he had been so busy trying to earn his place that he had never actually been present. He had been living in the future. If I do this, then I will get that. If I practice enough, then I will deserve enlightenment. If I serve well enough, then I will be valued. Always calculating, always measuring, always checking the balance. But grace didn't live in the future. Grace was right here, right now. In this breath, this heartbeat, this moment of being alive without having earned it. One evening, Dorje was assigned to serve tea to Patrul Rinpoche. He prepared the tea with great care, heating the water to just the right temperature, measuring the tea leaves precisely, pouring with perfect attention. But when he brought the cup to the Rinpoche, his hands were shaking. Patrul Rinpoche took the cup and looked at Dorje's face. "What's wrong? I'm afraid," Dorje said quietly. "Of what? If I truly accept that I don't deserve any of this, that it's all grace, then what's to stop it from being taken away? What's to stop you from saying I'm not worthy to be here? What's to stop the universe from deciding I've received enough?" Patrul Rinpoche set down his tea and took Dorje's hands in his. "Listen to me carefully. You have asked the most important question. And here is the answer. Nothing stops it. Everything can be taken away. Everything will be taken away. Eventually, your life, your health, everyone you love, it's all temporary. It's all on loan." Dorje felt his fear spike, sharp and cold. But Patrul Rinpoche continued, his grip firm and warm. "The fear you feel now is the same fear you've always felt. Even when you believed you could earn your security through good behavior, you were never actually in control. You were just pretending you were. The universe doesn't operate on a merit system where if you're good enough, nothing bad happens to you. That's a child's fantasy." He released Dorje's hands and picked up his tea again. "So you have a choice. You can spend your whole life clenching in fear, trying to earn security that doesn't exist. Or you can open your hands and receive each moment as the gift it is, knowing it won't last forever, knowing you didn't earn it, knowing you could lose it, and still saying yes. Still saying thank you. Still allowing yourself to be touched by grace." "How?" Dorje whispered. "How do I do that?" "The same way you've been practicing. Notice the receiving. Acknowledge you didn't earn it. Say thank you. And then, this is the key, let it go. Don't clutch it. Don't try to make it permanent. Receive it, enjoy it, and release it, all at once. Like breathing, in, out. Receive, release. That's the practice." That night, Dorje lay in his bed and tried the practice. He felt the thin mattress beneath him. Grace. He said thank you. Then he tried to let go, not to make the mattress disappear, but to release his attachment to it, his belief that he deserved it or needed to keep it forever. Just this moment, I have a bed. Thank you. And if tomorrow I don't, that will be what it is. Something in his chest softened. The constant clenching, the constant fear, the constant calculation, it all loosened slightly. He fell asleep more easily than he had in years. The month of Patrul Rinpoche's teachings passed. On the last day, the Rinpoche gave a final teaching that Dorje would remember for the rest of his life. "You have all been very patient with an old wanderer," Patrul Rinpoche said to the assembled monks. "You have listened to many words. But words are not the teaching. The teaching is in how you live. So, I want to leave you with this. The Dharma is not something you earn. It is something you receive. Not because you're worthy, but because it is the nature of the universe to give. The sun doesn't shine only on those who deserve it. Rain doesn't fall only on the virtuous. And the Dharma doesn't flow only to those who have accumulated enough merit. It flows to everyone, always, without discrimination. Your job is not to earn it. Your job is to open yourself to receive it, to stop defending yourself against grace, to stop trying to prove you deserve to exist. You exist. That's enough. You are alive. That's enough. You are part of this vast web of giving and receiving that holds all beings. That's enough. From that enoughness, from that profound relaxation into grace, all the practices naturally arise. You meditate not to earn enlightenment, but because you're grateful to have a mind that can meditate. You serve not to accumulate merit, but because you're so full of received grace that you naturally overflow into giving. You study not to prove your worth, but because you're amazed to have access to these teachings. Everything becomes different when you stop trying to deserve it and simply receive it with wonder. He paused, looking around at all the faces. And when you fail at this, and you will fail, many times, that failure too is grace. Because it shows you that you're still trying to earn your worth through perfect practice. And that very recognition is another gift you didn't earn. Do you see? Even your failures become doorways to deeper receiving. After the teaching, the monastery held a ceremony to honor Patrul Rinpoche before he left. Offerings were made: silk scarves, tea, butter, money. Many monks came forward to offer gifts. Dorje watched all this, and he felt the old anxiety rising. He had nothing valuable to offer. He was just a young monk with no money, no status, nothing worthy of a great teacher. By the time he worked his way through the crowd, all the good offerings had been made. He stood before Patrul Rinpoche, empty-handed, feeling ashamed. The Rinpoche looked at him and smiled. Dorje, what do you have to offer me? Nothing. Rinpoche, I have nothing worthy. Then offer me nothing. Dorje looked confused. I don't understand. Offer me the nothing you have. Offer me your empty hands. Offer me your failure to have something impressive to give. Offer me exactly what is true right now, which is that you are a young monk with nothing to offer but your presence. That's enough. That's more than enough. And Dorje understood. He bowed deeply, 3 full prostrations, and when he rose, tears were streaming down his face. Because the Rinpoche was teaching him one last lesson. Even his emptiness was enough. Even his having nothing was something he could offer. There was no way to fail at this practice of receiving grace, because even failure was held. Years later, Dorje became a teacher himself. He never forgot what Patrul Rinpoche taught him. And when his own students came to him anxious about whether they were practicing correctly, whether they deserved the teachings, whether they were worthy of enlightenment, he would tell them about grace. He would say, your worth is not something you achieve. It is something you discover has always been there. You have been breathing grace your whole life. You have been held by it, surrounded by it, sustained by it. Your only job is to notice, to open your hands, to say thank you, and to let that gratitude overflow into how you live. And sometimes, when the teaching seemed too abstract, he would take his students up into the mountains, to the same cave where Patrul Rinpoche had taken him. He would sit with them in the thin air, looking out over the vast landscape. And he would say, "Look at all this. Did you create it? Did you earn it? Or is it simply here, given, free, waiting for you to receive it?" And in the silence that followed, sitting in the mountains under the endless sky, his students would begin to understand. They would take a breath and feel the miracle of it. They would feel the earth beneath them and know they didn't earn it. They would feel alive and realize that life itself is the ultimate grace, the gift that makes all other gifts possible. And slowly, like ice melting in spring, their clenched hearts would begin to open. How much of your life is spent trying to earn your right to exist? Be honest with yourself. How much energy goes into proving you deserve your place in the world, deserve the love you receive, deserve the good things that happen to you? This is the pattern Dorje lived in, the exhausting belief that worth must be achieved through constant effort, constant vigilance, constant measuring of whether you've given enough to justify what you've received. It's a pattern many of us know intimately. The teaching from Patrul Rinpoche cuts through this pattern with remarkable clarity. You cannot earn your existence. You are already alive, breathing, being held by gravity, sustained by air and water and food that you did nothing to create. You are already infinitely in debt to the web of life, and this debt can never be repaid. You can never do enough, give enough, be enough to balance the scales. This might sound terrifying. If you can't earn your security, your worth, your right to be here, then what? You're at the mercy of forces beyond your control. You could lose everything at any moment. But here's the deeper truth. You are always at the mercy of forces beyond your control. You are always vulnerable. You are always temporary. Trying to earn security through good behavior was always an illusion. The difference is that now you can stop pretending. Now you can relax into the truth. Feel your breath right now. The air moving in and out of your lungs. Did you create that air? Did you earn the right to breathe? Or is it simply given, moment by moment, without you having to deserve it? This is grace. Not grace as a religious concept, but grace as the simple fact of receiving life without having earned it. You didn't earn your heartbeat. You didn't earn the fact that you woke up this morning. You didn't earn the vast, intricate web of causes and conditions that allows you to exist for even one more second. In Buddhist teaching, particularly in the Tibetan tradition, there is deep emphasis on the preciousness of human birth. Not because humans are superior, but because the odds of being born as a human in a time and place where you can encounter the Dharma are vanishingly small. It is sometimes compared to a blind turtle in a vast ocean who surfaces once every 100 years and happens to put his head through a small golden ring floating on the surface. That unlikely, that rare. And yet, here you are. You didn't make this happen through your efforts. You simply received it. This precious, temporary, utterly improbable life. When you really let this in, when you really feel the grace of it, something shifts. Not immediately, usually, but gradually, the constant striving begins to soften. The endless calculations about whether you're doing enough, giving enough, being enough, they begin to quiet. Because if you didn't earn your existence, then you can't lose it through failure either. Your worth is not something that fluctuates based on your performance. It simply is. You are alive. That's the baseline. Everything else is extra. Let your shoulders drop as you consider this. Notice if you've been holding them tense, as if you need to constantly be ready to prove yourself, to justify your existence. What would it feel like to let that go, just for this moment? The practice Patrul Rinpoche gave to Dorje is a practice you can do right now. Notice what you're receiving, the support of whatever is beneath you, the air you're breathing, the fact that your heart is beating without you having to think about it, the warmth or coolness of the air on your skin, the sounds around you. All of it is being given to you. None of it is something you earned. Can you feel it? Can you notice the receiving happening right now, in this moment? And can you acknowledge, this is grace? I didn't earn this. I don't deserve this. It is simply being given. And then, and this is the key, can you say thank you? Not to anyone in particular, necessarily. Just thank you. An acknowledgement of the gift, a recognition that you are held by something larger than yourself. This practice sounds simple, but if you actually do it, if you really notice the constant receiving that makes up every moment of your existence, it will change you. Not because you're trying to change, but because you can't stay the same when you're constantly aware of grace. The pattern of trying to earn your worth starts early for most of us. Maybe you had parents who only showed love when you achieved something. Maybe you learned that affection was conditional on good behavior. Maybe you absorbed the message from school, from society, from religion, that your value lies in what you accomplish, what you produce, what you give. And so you became like Dorje, constantly calculating, constantly checking the balance, constantly asking, have I done enough? Am I worthy? Do I deserve to be here? But the teaching says, worthiness is not something you achieve. It is something you are given by the simple fact of existing. You don't deserve to breathe. You just breathe. You don't deserve to be alive. You just are alive. And from that simple isness, everything else flows. Think about the people in your life who you love most. Do they have to earn your love? Do you calculate whether they've given you enough to deserve your affection? Or do you simply love them because they exist? Because they're here? Because your heart opens when you think of them? Now apply that same grace to yourself. Can you love yourself not for what you achieve but simply because you exist? Can you extend to yourself the same unconditional regard you give to others? This is what the practice of receiving grace does. Slowly, over time, it teaches you that you don't have to earn love yours or anyone else's. You don't have to deserve joy. You don't have to prove you're worthy of being alive. You already are alive. That's the only proof needed. Feel your heartbeat right now. You can probably feel it in your chest, or in your throat, or in your fingertips if you pay attention. Each beat is a gift you didn't earn. Your heart doesn't stop and ask, has Dorje been good enough today to deserve one more beat? It just beats. Constantly, faithfully, without judgment. This is how the universe treats you. Not based on merit, not based on deserving. Just constantly giving, constantly sustaining, constantly holding. And your only job is to notice, to open yourself to receive, to stop defending against grace with your calculations of worth. The Vietnamese teacher Thich Nhat Hanh spoke often about interbeing, the understanding that nothing exists separately, that we are all interconnected, that every breath we take depends on trees making oxygen, on winds carrying that oxygen, on our lungs being able to process it. We are sustained by an infinite web of giving and receiving that we can never repay. This is both humbling and freeing. Humbling because it destroys the illusion of self-sufficiency, the belief that we create our own lives through our own efforts. Freeing because it means we can stop trying to earn what was always freely given. We can relax into receiving. We can open our hands. And from that opening, from that relaxation, generosity naturally flows. Not the desperate generosity of someone trying to repay an impossible debt, but the easy generosity of someone who is so full of received grace that they naturally overflow. Like a cup under a waterfall, you don't have to force it to overflow. You just have to let it keep filling. Let your next breath be slow and full. Feel the air filling your lungs. Feel the gift of it. You didn't create this air. You didn't earn this breath. It is simply being given to you. Can you receive it? Can you say thank you? And as you exhale, can you let it go? Not clutching, not trying to hold the breath forever. Just receiving and releasing. This is the rhythm of grace. In, out, receive, release, given, returned. Your whole life can become this rhythm. Receiving each moment as the gift it is, knowing you didn't earn it, saying thank you, and then releasing it, letting it go, not trying to make it permanent. This is how you live when you understand grace. This is how you breathe when you know you're held. The teaching says, you have always been held. From your first breath to this one, from your first heartbeat to this one, you have never been alone. You have never been unsupported. You have always been swimming in an ocean of grace. The only question is whether you notice, whether you allow yourself to receive it, whether you say thank you, and as your body settles deeper into rest, as the words become softer and less important than the feeling behind them, let yourself imagine this. Let yourself imagine that you don't have to earn one more thing, that you are already enough, already worthy, already held, that every breath from this moment forward is pure gift, pure grace, pure receiving, nothing to prove, nothing to earn, just this moment, just this breath, just this heartbeat, all of it given freely, all of it yours without deserving, all of it grace. Take a deep breath in, feeling your ribs expand, your belly soften. Hold it gently at the top, just for a moment. Then let it go completely, feeling your whole body release with the exhale, like setting down a heavy bag you've been carrying for miles. Just setting it down. Do this 2 more times. Each inhale, you receive. You don't earn the air. You simply allow it in. Each exhale, you release. You don't clutch the breath. You simply let it go. In and out. Receive and release. This is the rhythm your body knows. Bring your attention now to the space around your heart, the center of your chest. Imagine there's a small knot there, a tightness that's been there a long time. It's made of all the times you thought you had to earn your worth. All the times you calculated whether you deserved what you received. All the times you felt you had to prove yourself. Don't try to untie the knot. Don't try to force it open. Just notice it, and with each breath, imagine it softening slightly. Not through effort, but through allowing, through receiving the breath as a gift. This knot gradually, gently releases. Let your hands rest open, palms facing up if that feels comfortable. This is the gesture of receiving. You don't have to hold anything, grasp anything, control anything. Just allow. Just receive. Your hands know how to do this. They've been receiving your whole life, receiving objects placed in them, receiving warmth from the sun, receiving the air that touches them. And as that allowing deepens, as your whole body remembers how to receive without earning, we travel now to ancient Japan, to a tea house in the mountains, where a master gardener learned that the greatest beauty comes not from controlling nature, but from allowing it to flow, and that the open hand shapes the world more surely than the clenched fist ever could. The night breathes with you. In, out, receiving, releasing. You are held. You have always been held. You don't need to earn it. It simply is. Rest in that. Rest in grace. Let it carry you deeper into sleep, knowing that even your rest is a gift you didn't earn, a grace you simply receive. Thank you for this breath, for this moment, for this impossible, improbable, precious life. Thank you. In the mountains northwest of Kyoto during the early 16th century, there lived a gardener named Kenji who believed that beauty could only be achieved through absolute control. He was the master gardener for a small Zen temple called Ryoanji, famous for its meditation garden, and he approached his work with the intensity of a warrior preparing for battle. Kenji had studied under the greatest garden masters of his generation. He knew the precise angle at which moss should grow on stones. He understood the exact placement of rocks to create the illusion of mountains emerging from clouds. He could prune a pine tree into shapes that seemed to defy nature itself, branches reaching out in perfect asymmetry that somehow felt more natural than nature. His garden was pristine. Not a leaf fell without Kenji knowing exactly where it landed. Not a stone shifted without his immediate correction. Every morning, before dawn, he would walk the gravel paths with a bamboo rake, creating patterns of waves and ripples that looked as if the garden itself were breathing. Every evening after dusk, he would inspect every plant, every rock, every grain of sand, making minute adjustments that no one else would notice, but that satisfied his relentless need for perfection. The monks at Ryoanji were grateful for Kenji's dedication, but they also worried about him. He was 42 years old and had never married, had no family, no friends outside the temple grounds. His entire life was contained within the garden walls. He ate sparingly, slept little, and seemed to take no joy in anything except the brief satisfaction when a branch was pruned exactly right or a stone placed in its perfect position. The abbot of Ryoanji was an elderly monk named Hakuin who had spent 60 years practicing Zen. He had known Kenji since the gardener was a young man, wild with ambition, determined to create the most perfect garden in all of Japan. Hakuin had watched as that ambition hardened into something else, a rigid need for control that seemed to bring Kenji no peace, only endless vigilance. One spring morning, Hakuin called Kenji to his quarters. The abbot's room was simple tatami mats, a low table, a scroll hanging on the wall with calligraphy that read, "The mountain does not move, yet clouds pass by." A single window looked out onto a wild corner of the temple grounds that Kenji had not yet tamed, where bamboo grew in chaotic profusion and wildflowers sprouted wherever they pleased. Kenji knelt formally before the abbot, his back straight, his hands precisely positioned on his thighs. "Kenji-san," Hakuin said gently, "I want to ask you something. When you work in the garden, do you feel joy?" Kenji considered this carefully. "I feel satisfaction when things are correct, when the garden achieves the form I have envisioned. But joy, peace, the happiness that comes from the heart?" Kenji looked down at his hands. They were weathered from years of work, scarred from pruning shears and rough stone. "I don't know, Master. I don't think about such things. There is only the work. The garden must be perfect. Why must it be perfect? The question caught Kenji off guard. Because that is what a garden is. Order created from chaos. Beauty shaped from wilderness. If I don't control it, it will become overgrown, ugly, chaotic. Hakuin gestured toward the window, toward the wild bamboo grove. Is that ugly? Is that chaotic? Kenji glanced at the bamboo and felt his jaw tighten. Yes, it was chaotic. It grew however it wanted. Shoots emerging at random, leaves falling and rotting where they lay. It made him uncomfortable just to look at it. It is uncontrolled, he said carefully. Yes, Hakuin agreed. Uncontrolled. And yet, look how the morning light filters through the leaves. Look at how the bamboo bends in the wind, then returns upright. Look at the birds that nest there, the insects that live among the fallen leaves. Is there not a kind of beauty in this? A kind of perfection that does not require your hand? But that's different, Kenji protested. That's wilderness. A garden is meant to be shaped by human intention. That's what makes it a garden. Hakuin smiled slightly. I want to give you a task. Kenji-san. It may be the most difficult task you have ever attempted. Kenji bowed his head, ready to accept whatever challenge the abbot offered. For the next month, Hakuin said, you are forbidden from touching the garden. Kenji's head snapped up. What? But master, the garden requires daily care. The gravel must be raked. The moss must be tended. The trees need pruning. A month without maintenance. A month without your control. Hakuin corrected gently. I want you to see what happens when you let go. When you stop trying to force the garden into your vision and allow it to simply be what it is, but it will fall into chaos. Perhaps it will reveal something you have never allowed yourself to see. The abbot's eyes were kind but firm. This is not a punishment, Kenji-san. This is a teaching. You have spent 20 years trying to control the garden into perfection. I want you to discover what perfection might look like when you stop controlling. Kenji wanted to argue, wanted to explain all the reasons this was impossible. But he had studied Zen long enough to recognize a koan when he heard one. The abbot was not asking him to neglect the garden. He was asking him to observe his own mind's response to letting go of control. What should I do instead? Kenji asked quietly. Sit. Meditate. Watch the garden without touching it. See what arises in you, the fear, the anxiety, the desperate need to intervene. And practice allowing those feelings without acting on them. Practice being with what is, rather than constantly trying to change what is into what you think it should be. That evening, Kenji sat on the meditation hall's veranda, looking out at his garden. He had not raked the gravel that morning. Already, he could see where a cat had walked across it, leaving paw prints, where wind had disturbed the careful patterns he had made the day before, where fallen cherry blossoms lay scattered on the stones. His hands itched to rake it. His body wanted to leap up, grab his tools, restore order. But he forced himself to remain seated. This was the practice, observing the desire to control without acting on it. The second day was worse. More blossoms fell. The wind scattered them everywhere. A branch that should have been pruned 3 days ago grew heavier, beginning to droop. Weeds started to emerge in the moss. Tiny green invaders that would spread if not addressed immediately. Kenji's meditation was a disaster. His mind raced through everything that was going wrong, everything that needed his attention. He couldn't focus on his breath, couldn't settle into stillness. There was only the screaming awareness of the garden falling apart without him. On the third day, he approached Hakuin in desperation. "Master, I cannot do this. The garden is suffering. This is not teaching me to let go, it is teaching me that neglect leads to decay." Hakuin looked at him with compassion. "Is the garden suffering, or are you suffering?" "Both. Look at it, weeds growing, patterns disturbed, branches unpruned. Everything I have worked for is being destroyed." "Come," Hakuin said, standing slowly. "Let us walk through this destroyed garden together." They walked the paths in silence. Kenji saw only disaster, the scattered blossoms, the disturbed gravel, the emerging weeds. But Hakuin stopped frequently, observing small details that Kenji had never noticed. "Look here," the abbot said, kneeling beside a stone where moss had been perfect just days ago. Now a tiny white flower had pushed through the moss, so small it was barely visible. "Isn't this lovely? I have never seen this flower in your garden before." "Because I always removed such things before they could bloom," Kenji said stiffly. "Yes. And now, because you have stopped removing, this small miracle appears. This flower that wants to exist, that has been trying to exist for years perhaps, finally gets its moment in the sun." They walked further. A spider had built a web between two carefully positioned rocks. Morning dew clung to the web, making it shine like strung diamonds. "This was not here before," Hakuin observed. "No. I always cleared away spider webs." "Why?" "Because they are unplanned. They don't fit the design." Hakuin studied the web in the slanting morning light. "And yet, look at the perfection of it. Each strand precisely placed, the geometry flawless. The spider did not study with garden masters, did not plan for years. It simply built what it needed to build, following the wisdom in its own nature. And the result is beautiful." Kenji looked at the web and felt something crack in his chest. It was beautiful. He could see that. But acknowledging its beauty felt like admitting failure, like confessing that all his years of control had been missing something essential. They continued walking. At the edge of the garden, where Kenji's raked gravel met the wild bamboo grove, they found a young bamboo shoot that had crossed the boundary. It was pushing up through the carefully maintained gravel, a bright green intruder. "This will spread," Kenji said. "If I don't remove it now, the bamboo will invade the entire garden." "Perhaps," Hakuin said, "or perhaps this one shoot, allowed to grow here, will create an interesting bridge between the cultivated and the wild. Perhaps it will teach you something about boundaries, how they are always being negotiated, never fixed." "But the design, whose design?" Hakuin asked quietly. "Yours or life's? You have been designing this garden for 20 years, Kenji-san. And it is beautiful, I do not deny this. But it is also rigid, lifeless in a way, as if you have been creating a painting of a garden rather than allowing an actual garden to exist." Kenji felt tears prick his eyes. "I don't know how to allow. I only know how to control." "Yes, that is the teaching you are receiving now. You are discovering the difference between the two. Control says, this must be exactly as I envision it, and anything else is failure. Allowing says, I will tend this space with care, but I will also leave room for surprises, for the garden's own wisdom to express itself. They sat on a stone bench that Kenji had positioned years ago for perfect viewing of the morning sun on a particular arrangement of rocks. But Hakuin didn't look at the rocks. He looked instead at the areas where Kenji's control was loosening the scattered blossoms, the spider web, the bamboo shoot. "Let me tell you a story," Hakuin said. "When I was young, I studied with a master calligrapher. I wanted to create perfect characters, each stroke precise, each line exactly as the ancient masters had written. I practiced for years, and my calligraphy became technically flawless. But my teacher looked at my work and said, 'These characters are dead. They are correct, but they have no life.' I was devastated. I had worked so hard for perfection. How could perfect be wrong?" My teacher explained, "When you write, trying to control every stroke, trying to match an ideal in your mind, you strangle the life force. The ink cannot flow naturally through you. The brush cannot dance. You are a prison guard standing over the characters, making sure they don't step out of line. But calligraphy, real calligraphy, requires both control and surrender. You must know the rules perfectly. Yes, but then you must let go and allow something beyond your conscious control to flow through the brush." I didn't understand this for many years. I kept trying to add life to my perfect strokes, which only made them more false. Finally, my teacher gave me a practice. He said, "Write one character a day. But before you write, sit in meditation for 1 hour. And when you finally take up the brush, do not think about how the character should look. Simply allow your hand to move, trusting all the training you have done, but not controlling it. Write from emptiness, not from plan." The first characters I wrote this way were terrible. Messy, unbalanced, childish. I was horrified. But my teacher smiled. "Good," he said. "Now we are beginning. Now the control is loosening enough that something real can emerge." It took me 2 years of this practice before I wrote a character that satisfied my teacher. And when I did, I understood. That character was both perfectly controlled and completely spontaneous. All my training was in it, but also something beyond my training, the life force moving through me, the ink and paper and brush all collaborating, my hand following a wisdom larger than my conscious mind. Hakuin posed, looking at Kenji's face. "Your garden is like my early calligraphy, technically perfect, and dead, because you have controlled it so tightly that nothing unexpected can happen. Nothing spontaneous can arise. The garden cannot breathe." Kenji was crying now, silently, tears running down his weathered face. "I don't know how to let it breathe. I'm afraid that if I stop controlling, everything will fall apart. I will have failed. 20 years of work will be wasted." "Nothing will be wasted," Hakuin said firmly. "All your knowledge, all your skill that remains, but now you will learn to use it differently. Not to impose your will on the garden, but to cooperate with it. Not to force it into an ideal, but to guide it toward expressing its own nature more fully. I don't understand the difference. I know. That's why you must sit with the not knowing. That's why you must watch the garden without touching it, until you can see what it's trying to show you." Days passed. Kenji sat. He watched. He suffered through his desire to fix, to control, to restore order. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, something began to shift. He started to see the garden differently, not as a project to be perfected, but as a living thing with its own rhythms, its own intelligence. He noticed how the moss grew more vigorously in areas he had always tried to keep it sparse. How certain stones seemed to attract fallen leaves in patterns more beautiful than anything he had raked. How the unpruned branch, drooping under its own weight, created a graceful arc that framed the view of the mountains beyond in a way his careful pruning never had. He began to see that the garden had been trying to teach him something for 20 years, but he had been too busy imposing his vision to listen. One morning, 2 weeks into his month of not touching, Kenji sat in meditation and had a sudden realization. The fear he felt watching the garden change without his control was not actually about the garden at all. It was about himself. He had made himself into a thing that only had value through constant effort. If he wasn't controlling, perfecting, maintaining, then who was he? His entire identity was wrapped up in being the master gardener, the one who created beauty through force of will. If he let go of that control, he would have to face the terrifying question, who am I when I'm not controlling? The insight struck him like a physical blow. He sat very still, feeling it reverberate through his whole body. All these years, he thought he was serving the garden. But really, he had been using the garden to avoid facing his own emptiness, his own fear of being nobody, nothing, without his accomplishments to define him. That evening, he went to Heikun. Master, I think I understand. The garden was never the problem. I was the problem. I have been using control to avoid being with myself. Heikun smiled, a deep, warm smile that crinkled his whole face. Now you are beginning to see. Tell me more. When I sit and watch the garden change without my intervention, what I really cannot bear is the feeling of being useless, of not mattering, of not being essential. I have defined myself entirely by my role as the one who maintains perfection. Without that role, I don't know who I am. Yes. And who are you when you are not maintaining perfection? Kenji sat with this question. It felt enormous, unfathomable. I don't know. Good. Not knowing is the beginning of wisdom. You have spent 42 years knowing exactly who you are. Kenji, the master gardener. Kenji, the controller of beauty. Now you have the opportunity to discover who you are underneath that identity. And that person, that essential being beneath the role, that is what the garden has been waiting to meet. What do you mean? The garden you have created is a reflection of your mind, controlled, rigid, perfect in a lifeless way. But you are not actually a controlled, rigid person. That is just the armor you built. Underneath, you are as wild and unpredictable as that bamboo grove, as spontaneous as the spider web, as determined to live as that small white flower pushing through the moss. The garden has been waiting for you to bring your whole self to it, not just your controlled self. Kenji felt dizzy with this understanding. So what should I do when the month is over, when I return to tending the garden? You will tend it as you always have, with great skill and deep knowledge, but also with openness to surprise, with willingness to let some things be that you would have controlled before, with curiosity about what the garden itself wants to become, not just what you think it should be. You will become a partner with the garden instead of its dictator. The month ended. On the first morning that Kenji was allowed to work in the garden again, he approached it slowly, reverently, as if meeting an old friend he had misunderstood for years. He picked up his rake, the familiar weight of it in his hands. But before he began to rake the gravel, he paused. He looked at the patterns the wind had made, the way the scattered blossoms had arranged themselves. the paw prints from the cat. And he made a decision. He would rake some areas, creating the patterns he knew how to make. But he would leave other areas wild, leave the wind's patterns, leave the blossoms where they fell. He would create a garden that was both tended and untended, both controlled and free. He approached the small white flower that had pushed through the moss. His instinct was still to remove it, but he knelt beside it instead, studying it closely. It was a tiny star-shaped bloom, no bigger than his fingernail. It trembled in the morning breeze, and it was so clearly alive, so determined to exist, that Kenji found himself smiling. "Stay," he whispered to the flower. "You have earned your place here." He moved to the bamboo shoot that had crossed the boundary into the formal garden. This one required more thought. If he let it grow unchecked, it really would spread, would disrupt the carefully balanced composition. But if he removed it entirely, he would be falling back into rigid control. He decided on a middle way. He would let this shoot grow, but he would tend it carefully, pruning it to keep it from spreading while allowing it to become a beautiful vertical element, a bridge between the wild and the cultivated, just as Hakuin had suggested. The spiderweb had blown away in a storm, but Kenji found himself hoping another would appear. He would not clear it away next time. Months passed. The garden began to change in ways that surprised Kenji. He had thought allowing some wildness would make it less beautiful, but instead it became more beautiful, more alive, more dynamic, more interesting. There was a quality of surprise to it now, a sense that you might encounter something unexpected around any corner. Visitors to the temple noticed the change, though they couldn't always articulate what was different. The garden was still exquisitely maintained, still showed obvious mastery, but it also breathed now. It had space for the unexpected. It felt like a living conversation between the gardener and the land, rather than a monologue of control. Kenji himself changed too. He still worked hard, still brought all his skill to his craft, but he also learned to rest, to sit and simply enjoy the garden instead of constantly seeing what needed fixing, to accept imperfection, a leaf out of place, a stone whose angle was not quite right, without immediately rushing to correct it. He began to take walks outside the temple grounds, into the wild mountains he had been too busy to explore for decades. He would sit beside streams and watch how water found its path around rocks, not fighting, but flowing, adapting, finding the way of least resistance, yet eventually wearing away even the hardest stone. He watched how trees grew not in perfect symmetry, but in response to wind, to light, to the angle of the slope, each branch finding its own path toward the sun. The result was not orderly, but it was deeply beautiful in a way his pruned trees could never quite achieve. One day, several years after his month of not touching, Kenji sat on the stone bench with Hakuin, looking at the garden in early morning light. A light mist was rising from the ground. The bamboo shoot he had allowed to stay had grown into a graceful accent, its leaves casting delicate shadows on the raked gravel. The area where he had let moss grow freely had become host to several varieties of small wildflowers. The precisely pruned trees stood alongside unpruned ones, creating a contrast that somehow made both more beautiful. "Tell me, Kenji-san," Hakuin said, "do you feel joy now when you work in the garden?" Kenji considered this carefully, as he always did. But his answer was different than it would have been years ago. "Yes, Master. I feel joy. Not the satisfaction of achieving perfection. I know now that perfection is not the goal. but the joy of participating in something larger than myself, of collaborating with life rather than trying to dominate it, of being surprised by beauty I didn't plan. And who are you now, when you are not maintaining perfection? Kenji smiled. I am still learning who I am. But I know this, I am not just the controller. I am also the one who allows. I am not just the master who imposes his will. I am also the student who learns from the garden itself. I am the person who rakes the gravel into patterns, and I am also the person who leaves space for the wind to create its own patterns. I contain both, and the garden contains both. Hakuin nodded slowly. You have learned the teaching. The open hand shapes the world more surely than the clenched fist. Not through force, but through cooperation. Not through domination, but through partnership. Not through making life bend to your will, but through bending with life until you cannot tell where your will ends and life's will begins. Years later, when Kenji was an old man himself, training young apprentice gardeners, he would tell them, learn all the rules, study the masters, develop your skill until you can create perfect patterns, perfect pruning, perfect placement, and then learn to let go. Learn to allow the garden to speak back to you. Learn to be surprised. Learn that the most beautiful gardens are conversations, not monologue. They are dances between control and surrender, between human intention and natural wisdom. And in his final years, when he was too old to work in the garden himself, he would sit on the stone bench and watch the young gardeners tend it. Sometimes they would make mistakes, prune a branch at the wrong angle, place a stone in a spot he never would have chosen. And he would feel the old urge to correct them rise in his chest, but then he would breathe and smile and let it go. Because he had learned that life always finds its way, that even mistakes become part of the garden's story. That control is not the path to beauty, allowing is. And the garden, sensing this allowance, this gentle partnership with the gardener, would bloom more fully than it ever had when Kenji was trying to force it into perfection. How tightly are you gripping your life right now? Not just your hands, but your mind, your heart, your whole way of being in the world. How much energy are you spending trying to control things, trying to make them turn out exactly as you think they should? This is the pattern Kenji lived in for 20 years. The exhausting belief that if you just control hard enough, plan precisely enough, never let anything slip, then life will be perfect. Safe. Exactly as it should be. But the teaching Hakuin offered is ancient and appears across Buddhist traditions. The clenched fist cannot receive, cannot adapt, cannot dance with life. Only the open hand can do that. This doesn't mean abandoning skill or effort. Kenji didn't stop being a master gardener. He didn't stop bringing his knowledge and care to the garden. But he learned to hold his knowledge lightly, to make space for surprise, to partner with life rather than dictating to it. Think about the areas of your life where you're trying hardest to control. Maybe it's your career, trying to plan every step, terrified of deviation from the path you've mapped out. Maybe it's your relationships, trying to manage how other people feel, what they do, how they respond to you. Maybe it's your own body or mind, trying to force yourself to be a certain way, feel certain things, achieve certain states. What would it feel like to loosen your grip just slightly, not to abandon these areas, not to stop caring about them, but to hold them with an open hand instead of a clenched fist? Let your jaw soften as you consider this. Notice if you've been clenching it. Notice if your shoulders are tight, as if you're bracing yourself against life, trying to hold everything in place through sheer muscular tension. The Buddha taught the middle way, not too tight, not too loose, like tuning a stringed instrument. Too tight, and the string snaps. Too loose, and it makes no music. The right tension allows the string to vibrate, to sing, to create beauty. Your life is like that string. Control it too tightly and something breaks your peace, your joy, your connection to others. Eventually, your health. Let go entirely and nothing gets accomplished. Nothing takes form. But find the middle way, the balance between effort and allowing, between intention and surrender, and your life can sing. In the Zen tradition, there is a concept called beginner's mind. It means approaching each moment with openness, with not knowing, with curiosity rather than certainty. Even if you've done something 1,000 times, you approach it as if for the first time, allowing it to be different, to surprise you. This is what Kenji learned when he stopped controlling the garden for a month. He had to face his not knowing. He had to admit he didn't actually know what the garden would become without his constant intervention. And that not knowing was terrifying because it revealed that he had been using control to manage fear. What fear? The fear of being unnecessary. The fear of not mattering. The fear that if he wasn't essential, wasn't the one maintaining perfection, then he had no value. Do you recognize this fear in yourself? The fear that if you stop controlling, stop managing, stop making sure everything is exactly right, then you'll discover you're not actually needed, that your worth lies in your constant vigilance, your endless effort, your ability to keep all the plates spinning. But here's what the teaching reveals. Your worth is not in your control. Your value is not in your ability to make things perfect. You matter not because you manage everything well, but because you exist. Because you are part of the web of life. Because you are here. Feel your breath right now. You are not controlling it, not really. Yes, you can hold your breath or breathe faster, but mostly your breath happens on its own. Your body breathes you. Your heart beats you. Life lives you. And all your controlling doesn't actually add to this fundamental aliveness. It just creates tension around it. What if you could trust the same intelligence that breathes you, beats your heart, grows your hair, and heals your cuts? What if you could trust that intelligence to also guide your life? Not to abandon all effort or intention, but to work in partnership with it instead of trying to override it? This is what Hakuin meant when he told Kenji to discover the difference between controlling and allowing. Controlling says, life is dangerous and chaotic, and only my constant intervention keeps disaster at bay. Allowing says, life has its own wisdom, its own flow, and my job is to cooperate with it, to guide where I can, but also to get out of the way when needed. Think about the spider web that appeared in Kenji's garden. The spider didn't study with master web builders. It didn't plan the web or worry about whether it was perfect. It simply built what it needed, following the wisdom already present in its nature. And the result was beautiful, perhaps more beautiful than anything Kenji could have designed, because it had that quality of rightness that comes from being in alignment with natural law rather than fighting against it. There is a wisdom in you like the spider's wisdom, a knowing that exists beneath your conscious, controlling mind. When you relax your grip, when you create space for this deeper intelligence to express itself, you might be surprised by what emerges. Let your hands relax completely right now. If they're clenched, let them open. If they're rigid, let them soften. Notice how it feels to simply let your hands be, without controlling their position, without making them do anything. They find their own natural resting place. Your life wants to do this too. To find its natural resting place, but it can't when you're constantly forcing it into shapes you think it should take. The Vietnamese teacher Thich Nhat Hanh taught about aimlessness, one of the 3 doors of liberation in Buddhism. Aimlessness doesn't mean having no purpose. It means releasing the tight grip on specific outcomes. It means working towards something while remaining open to life's surprises along the way. Kenji had an aim to create a beautiful garden, but he was gripping that aim so tightly that he couldn't see beauty that didn't match his preconceived idea. When he learned aimlessness, when he maintained his intention but released his rigid attachment to specific outcomes, the garden became more beautiful, not less. What would it look like to bring this quality to your own life? To have intentions, to work toward things, but to hold those intentions lightly enough that you can notice when life is offering you something different, perhaps something better than what you had planned? In the Tibetan tradition, there is a teaching about crazy wisdom, the understanding that sometimes the wisest action looks completely illogical from the perspective of control. Letting weeds grow in a perfect garden seems crazy. Leaving fallen blossoms where they land seems negligent. But sometimes, the crazy choice, the choice to let go, to allow, to trust opens up possibilities that control could never access. Think about times in your life when things didn't go according to plan. But in retrospect, you can see that the deviation led somewhere better than your plan would have. Maybe you didn't get a job you wanted, and that led you to a different opportunity that changed your life. Maybe a relationship ended, creating space for something new to enter. Maybe an illness forced you to slow down and reevaluate what actually matters. Life's wisdom is often larger than our plans. Not always. Sometimes chaos is just chaos, and our intervention is needed and helpful. But sometimes, our desperate controlling is actually blocking the flow of something trying to emerge. The practice is learning to tell the difference. Learning when to act and when to allow. When to prune and when to let grow. When to rake the gravel into patterns and when to leave space for the wind's artistry. This discernment doesn't come from a rule book. It comes from presence. From being fully here, fully attentive. Feeling into what this moment needs rather than imposing what your mind thinks it should have. Let your breathing deepen naturally. Don't force it. Just notice if it wants to deepen, and allow that. This is the practice, noticing what wants to happen and allowing it, rather than deciding what should happen and forcing it. Kenji's transformation didn't happen overnight. It took a month of sitting with his discomfort. It took years of practicing the balance between tending and allowing. It took patience with himself as he learned a completely new way of being with the garden and with life. You have that same journey available to you. It won't be easy. The pattern of control runs deep, often established in childhood as a way to feel safe in an unpredictable world. But each time you notice yourself clenching your jaw, your hands, your mind around some outcome, you have an opportunity. An opportunity to take a breath and soften slightly, to loosen your grip just a degree or two. Over time, those small releases accumulate. The tight fist gradually opens, and you discover that the open hand is not weak, it's incredibly strong. Strong enough to hold things lightly. Strong enough to let go when needed. Strong enough to receive what life offers instead of only giving what you decide. And as your body settles into deeper rest now, as these words become less important than the feeling of being held, let yourself imagine this. Imagine all the things you've been gripping so tightly: your plans, your identity, your need for things to be certain. Imagine setting them down, not abandoning them, just setting them down for now. Letting your hands be empty and open. Empty hands can receive. Clenched fists cannot. And life is always offering gifts. always presenting possibilities, always inviting you into partnership. But you have to have open hands to receive what's being offered. Rest in that openness. Rest in the not knowing. Rest in trust that you don't have to control everything for life to unfold. That the same intelligence that grows bamboo and builds spider webs and turns seeds into flowers, that intelligence is also moving in you, through you, as you. And it knows the way, even when your controlling mind does not. Breathe in slowly, feeling the air fill every corner of your lungs. And breathe out even more slowly, letting everything go: tension, control, the need to make anything happen. Just letting it all release with the exhale. Do this 3 times. With each out breath, imagine setting down one more thing you've been carrying, one more way you've been trying to control life, one more tight grip loosening. Bring your awareness now to your whole body. Scan from the top of your head down to your toes. Notice any places that are still holding tension. Your forehead, your jaw, your neck and shoulders, your belly, your hands. And as you notice each area, imagine saying to it, "You can rest now." You don't have to hold on. You can soften. You can trust. And feel each area respond in its own time, releasing in its own way. No forcing the release, just inviting it and allowing whatever happens. Let your whole body become like the spider's web in Kenji's garden, not rigid, not tense, not trying to be anything other than what it is. Just present. Just here. Just allowing the night air to move through it, allowing gravity to hold it, allowing rest to find it. And as that deep allowing spreads through every cell, as your body remembers the wisdom of bamboo that bends in the wind instead of breaking, we travel now across the ocean to the vast Tibetan plateau, where a young nun discovered that generosity without wisdom becomes depletion, and that the greatest gift sometimes looks like saying no, and that boundaries drawn with compassion are as sacred as any offering placed on an altar. The night is patient. It has nowhere to rush to. It simply is. Vast and dark and full of stars you cannot see but that are there nonetheless, holding their light steady even when clouds pass across them. Like the mountain that does not move, yet clouds pass by. Be like the mountain, steady, still, allowing the clouds of thought to pass without chasing them or pushing them away. Just here, just breathing, just resting in the vast allowing that has always been your deepest nature. In the high grasslands of Tibet during the 19th century, there lived a young nun named Pema, whose generosity knew no bounds except the limits of her own strength, and she was rapidly approaching those limits without realizing it. She lived at a small nunnery called Samten Choling, perched on a hillside where the wind never stopped blowing and the sky was so close you felt you could touch it with your fingertips. Pema had entered the nunnery at 16, fleeing an arranged marriage to a man 3 times her age. Her family had been furious, had disowned her, had said she was selfish for refusing her duty. So Pema had become determined to prove them wrong. She would show that she was not selfish. She would become the most generous person anyone had ever known. And she had succeeded, at least by one measure. By the time she was 23, Pema was known throughout the valley as the nun who never refused anyone anything. Travelers seeking shelter always found her door open. Beggars asking for food always received her own portion. Other nuns needing help with their studies found Pema awake late into the night, explaining difficult texts by butter lamp light, even though she had risen before dawn for prayers and worked all day. The nunnery itself was poor. 27 nuns lived there, ranging from young girls of 12 to ancient women in their 80s. They survived on donations from villagers who were themselves barely scraping by. On barley they grew in rocky fields. On butter and cheese from a small herd of yaks they tended. Every resource was precious. Every moment of the day was accounted for in prayer, study, work, and practice. Pema had taken on far more than her share. She volunteered for every difficult task. She took the night watch shifts that no one else wanted, standing guard to ensure wild animals didn't get to the yaks. She worked the hardest fields, the rockiest patches where barley grew reluctantly in thin soil. She mended everyone's robes, ground everyone's sampa, fetched water from the distant well even when it wasn't her turn. The abbess, a woman named Ani Choying, who had practiced Dharma for 50 years and seen many earnest young nuns burn themselves out, watched Pema with growing concern. She saw the dark circles under Pema's eyes, the way the young nun's hands trembled sometimes from exhaustion, the weight she was losing because she kept giving her food away. One evening, after prayers, Ani Chuying called Pema to her small room. The abbess lived simply a sleeping mat, a meditation cushion, a shrine with a statue of Tara and a butter lamp, one shelf of sacred texts. The window looked out over the valley where lights from distant villages flickered like fallen stars. "Sit, child," Ani Koying said, gesturing to a cushion across from her own. Pema sat, her back straight despite her exhaustion. She waited respectfully for the abbess to speak. "Tell me," Ani Choying said gently, "why did you give your dinner to the beggar who came to our gate today?" "Because he was hungry, Anila." "And were you not also hungry?" Pema shifted uncomfortably. "My hunger is less important than his. I am young and strong. I can manage with less. Can you?" The abbess studied Pema's face in the lamplight. "You have lost weight this winter. You are tired all the time. Yesterday, I saw you stumble during walking meditation because you were so exhausted you could barely keep your eyes open. How is this serving anyone?" "I am fine, Anila. I just need to try harder, to be stronger." "No." The abbess's voice was firm. "That is not what you need. What you need is to learn a teaching that may be the most difficult teaching of your life. You need to learn how to say no." Pema felt her face flush. "But Anila, saying no would be selfish. The Dharma teaches generosity, compassion, putting others before yourself. The Dharma teaches wisdom." Ani Koying interrupted. "Generosity without wisdom is not virtue, it is violence against yourself. And when you destroy yourself through giving, you are not helping anyone. You are creating suffering." "I don't understand." The abbess stood slowly, her joints creaking, and walked to the window. "Let me tell you about Ani Rinchen. She was here before you came, died 5 years ago. She was exactly like you, generous beyond all measure, unable to refuse anyone anything. She would give away her food, her sleep, her time, her energy. She thought she was being a model practitioner. One winter, a family of refugees came to our gate. They had been traveling for months, fleeing violence in the eastern provinces. They were starving, sick, desperate. Ani Rinchen took them in, gave them her room, gave them her food, stayed up all night caring for them. This went on for weeks. We all helped, of course, but Ani Rinchen gave the most. Always the most. And then one morning, we found her collapsed in the courtyard. She had been on her way to fetch water and her body simply gave out. We carried her to bed. She developed a fever. Within 3 days, she was dead. 28 years old. Pema felt cold despite the warmth from the brazier. But she was helping people who needed help. Surely that is what? Ani Cheying turned from the window, and her face was stern. Noble, admirable, it was foolish. It was a waste of a precious human life. Ani Rinchen could have helped that family while also caring for herself. She could have given from her overflow instead of from her depletion. She could have said, "I will help you, and I will also eat enough to stay healthy, sleep enough to stay strong, maintain my practice so that I remain a source of support rather than becoming another person who needs care." But she didn't know how to do that. She thought generosity meant giving everything until there was nothing left. And so she died, and the nunnery lost a dedicated practitioner, and the Dharma lost a potential teacher. Tell me, Pema, how is that compassionate? Pema felt tears welling up. Everything the abbess was saying challenged the beliefs she had built her identity around. If she wasn't the person who gave everything, who was she? What was her value? "I'm afraid," Pema whispered. "If I say no, if I keep anything for myself, then I'm like the people who turned away from me when I needed help. I'm like my family who chose their own comfort over my well-being. I'm selfish." Ani Cheng returned to her cushion and sat down heavily. "No, child. There is a vast difference between selfishness and self-care. Selfishness is taking from others to hoard for yourself. Self-care is maintaining your own well-being so that you can continue to be of service. Selfishness is refusing to help because you simply don't care about others' suffering. Self-care is sometimes saying, "I cannot help right now because I need to rest so that tomorrow you will have energy to help again." She reached out and took Pema's hands. They were rough from work, chapped from the cold. "Listen to me carefully. The Dharma does not require you to destroy yourself. The Buddha himself taught the middle way, not too much indulgence, but also not too much austerity. He taught that you must care for your body, your health, your energy. He ate food. He slept. He rested. He did not give away every grain of rice in his begging bowl, leaving himself to starve. But I'm not the Buddha," Pema said. "I'm just trying to be good enough to make up for my selfishness in leaving my family." "Stop." The abbess squeezed Pema's hands. "You were not selfish for leaving. You were saving your own life. And you do not need to atone for that by destroying yourself through excessive giving. That is not how karma works. That is not how the Dharma works." She released Pema's hands and sat back. "I'm going to give you a practice, and you must follow it exactly. For the next month, you are forbidden from volunteering for extra work. You will do your assigned tasks only. You will eat every meal, every bite that is given to you. You will sleep the full night instead of staying up to help others. And when someone asks you for something that would require you to give beyond what is healthy, you will practice saying no." Pema felt panic rising in her chest. "But Anila, what if someone truly needs help? What if they're suffering and I could ease that suffering? Then you will help in a way that does not deplete you. You will help from wisdom, not from compulsion. You will help because it is appropriate and you have the resources, not because you cannot bear the feeling of saying no." "How will I know the difference?" The abbess smiled slightly. "That is what the practice will teach you. You will begin to notice the difference between genuine compassion and the desperate need to prove you are not selfish. Between helping from fullness and helping from emptiness. Between generosity and self-destruction. That night, Pema lay on her sleeping mat, unable to rest. The abbess's words circled in her mind like vultures. What if she was wrong? What if saying no was actually selfishness disguised as wisdom? What if she failed someone who truly needed her? The next morning brought her first test. After breakfast, one of the older nuns, Anidolma, approached her. Pema, dear, my back is giving me trouble. Could you carry water for me today? Just until I feel better. Pema's mouth opened to say yes automatically. She had carried water for Anidolma many times before. It was no trouble, just a few extra trips to the well. But she remembered the abbess's instruction. She took a breath. Anidolma, I cannot do that today. Perhaps you could ask one of the younger students whose turn it is to help you? Anidolma's face showed surprise, then something that looked like hurt. Oh, of course. I understand. You're busy. She turned away. Pema felt like she had been stabbed. The guilt was immediate and crushing. She had refused an elder nun who was in pain. What kind of person did that? She almost ran after Anidolma to say she had changed her mind. But she forced herself to stand still, to breathe through the guilt, to trust that the abbess knew what she was doing. Later that day, she learned that one of the young students had helped Anidolma and had been happy to do so, glad to be useful. The task had been accomplished. The world had not ended because Pema said no. The tests continued. A villager came asking if Pema could help repair his roof. She had done this kind of work before, was good at it. But it would take a full day, and she was already exhausted from the week's work. She said no. He suggested he ask at the monastery where the monks were stronger and less busy. He seemed surprised, but accepted her refusal without complaint. Again, the world continued. The roof got repaired by someone else. A traveling teacher arrived and asked if someone could copy a text for him. Pema was an excellent calligrapher. She loved this work, but it would require her to stay up late for many nights. Her body was already crying out for rest. She said no, recommended another nun who was also skilled and had more energy. The teacher thanked her and moved on. Each time Pema said no, she felt the guilt like a physical pain. But each time, she also noticed that life went on. Other people stepped in to help. The needs got met. The sky did not fall. 2 weeks into her practice, something shifted. Pema was actually beginning to feel rested. She woke in the mornings without that bone-deep exhaustion she had carried for years. Her hands stopped trembling. Her mind felt clearer during meditation. Food tasted better because she was eating enough to actually satisfy her hunger. And she noticed something else. She was becoming more genuinely helpful to others, not less. Because she had energy now, she could be fully present when someone came to her with a problem. She could listen deeply instead of half hearing them, while calculating how she would manage to do what they asked on top of everything else. She could offer wisdom instead of just labor, because her mind wasn't foggy from exhaustion. One afternoon, a young nun named Yang Chen came to Pema in tears. "My mother is sick. I need to go home to care for her, but I'm afraid if I leave, I'll fail my studies, fall behind, disappoint everyone." The old Pema would have immediately offered to do Yang Chen's chores while she was gone, would have promised to teach her everything she missed, would have taken on the burden of making sure Yang Chen didn't suffer any consequences. She would have fixed everything through her own effort. But the new Pema, rested and clear-headed, responded differently. "Of course you must go to your mother," Pema said. Your studies will still be here when you return. And falling behind is not failure, it's just the reality of having a life where sometimes other things take priority. The abbess will understand. Your Dharma sisters will understand. And I will be here when you return, and we can study together then. But right now, your mother needs you, and that is where you should be. Yang Chen looked surprised. You won't do my work while I'm gone? No, Pema said gently. Your work will be redistributed among everyone, as it should be. We are a community. We share the load. You don't need me to carry your portion alone. And you don't need to feel guilty for having a life that sometimes requires you to step away. That's not failure. That's being human. After Yang Chen left, Pema sat for a moment in wonder. She had just said no to helping in the way she always had, by taking on someone else's burden entirely. But in doing so, she had actually helped more. She had helped Yang Chen see that the world wouldn't fall apart if she took care of her family. She had helped her understand that community means everyone sharing responsibility, not one person carrying everything. That evening, Annie Choying called Pema to her room again. Sit, child. Tell me how the practice is going. Pema settled onto the cushion. It's hard, Anila. Every time I say no, I feel like I'm failing somehow. But I'm also noticing that things are okay. The work gets done. People are managing. And I feel different. Stronger. Somehow. More able to actually help when I do help. The abbess nodded. Good. Now I want to teach you the deeper part of this practice. Are you ready? Yes, Anila. The reason you find it so hard to say no is not actually about generosity. It's about something else entirely. It's about your deep, unexamined belief that you have to earn your right to exist through constant service. That if you stop being useful, you will be discarded. Just as your family discarded you when you refused to be useful in the way they wanted. Pema felt the words land like stones in her chest. She had never articulated it exactly this way, but yes, that was the fear. If she wasn't constantly giving, constantly helping, constantly useful, then what value did she have? Why would anyone keep her around? But child, Annie Choying continued softly, that belief is a lie. Your worth is not contingent on your usefulness. You have value simply because you exist, because you are a being capable of awakening, because you are part of this web of life. The Buddha nature in you is not earned through service. It is your birthright, present from the moment you took your first breath. Tears were streaming down Pema's face now. But if I don't earn my place through helping, then I'm just taking. I'm a burden. You are a human being who needs food, rest, shelter, and care just like everyone else. And that is okay. You are allowed to need things. You are allowed to receive without immediately giving back. You are allowed to exist without constantly proving your right to that existence. Annie Choying stood and brought a cup of butter tea to Pema. Drink this. You need it. Pema took the cup automatically, then hesitated. But this is your tea. I shouldn't. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The abbess said firmly. I'm offering you tea because I want to, because you are upset and need comfort, because this is how humans care for each other. Can you simply receive it? Can you drink this tea without calculating whether you've earned it, without immediately thinking what you need to give me in return? Can you just accept the gift? Pema looked at the tea in her hands. It was still hot, fragrant with salt and butter. Her whole body wanted it. But her mind was screaming that she shouldn't take it, that the abbess needed it more, that accepting was selfish. She forced herself to bring the cup to her lips. She drank. The tea was rich and warming, spreading comfort through her exhausted body. And with each sip, she tried to practice what the abbess was teaching, receiving without earning, accepting without immediately giving back, being worth caring for simply because she was alive. It was the hardest practice she had ever attempted. Now, Ani Koying said, settling back onto her cushion, I want to explain something about boundaries. Do you know what boundaries are? Pema shook her head. Boundaries are the lines we draw around ourselves that say, this is where I end and you begin. This is my responsibility and that is yours. This is what I can healthily give, and this is what I need to keep for myself in order to remain well. Boundaries are not walls that shut everyone out. They are gates that open and close wisely, allowing in what is nourishing and keeping out what is harmful. The abbess leaned forward. You have no boundaries, Pema. You are like a house with no doors, no walls. Anyone can walk in at any time and take whatever they want. You think this makes you generous, but actually, it makes you depleted. And worse, it creates unhealthy dynamics with others. They begin to see you not as a person, but as a resource. They stop asking themselves whether they truly need your help, whether there might be another solution, whether they might be capable of solving their own problem. Because they know you will always say yes. But isn't that good? That they can depend on me? No. Because what you are teaching them is not interdependence, it's dependence. True community is when everyone contributes what they can and receives what they need. But when one person gives everything and asks for nothing, the balance is broken. You become the martyr and they become the takers. And neither role is healthy or true. Pema sat with this, feeling it rearrange something fundamental in her understanding. So, saying no is not selfish. It's creating healthy boundaries that allow for real relationship. Exactly. When you say no to what you cannot healthily give, you are actually honoring the relationship. You are saying, I care about you, and I also care about myself, and I want both of us to be well. You are teaching others to respect your limits, which teaches them that they, too, can have limits. You are modeling healthy giving, which is giving from overflow rather than from depletion. But how do I know where my limits are? How do I know when it's healthy to help and when it's not? Ani Koying smiled. Now you are asking the right question. The answer is, you listen to your body. Your body always knows. When someone asks for help and your body contracts, when you feel dread or resentment or exhaustion at the thought of saying yes, that is your body telling you this request is beyond your healthy capacity. But when someone asks and you feel a genuine expansion, a sense of yes, I can do this and it will not deplete me, that is your body telling you this help is appropriate. But what if my body always contracts because I'm afraid? What if I can't trust it? Then you practice. You start with small no's and see what happens. You notice that the world continues when you set a boundary. You feel the relief in your body when you don't take on more than you can handle. Gradually, you learn to distinguish between fear and wisdom, between the contraction of anxiety and the contraction of genuine, this is not mine to do. The month of practice continued. Pema kept saying no when her body told her to. And slowly, she began to feel something new, space. space in her days, space in her mind, space in her heart. She had been so packed full of obligations, of other people's needs, of her desperate attempts to prove her worth, that there had been no room for anything else. No room for her own thoughts, her own needs, her own life. Now, with that space opening up, she discovered parts of herself she had forgotten existed. She realized she loved sitting by the stream in the evening, watching the water flow. She hadn't done that in years because she had always been too busy helping someone. She discovered she enjoyed studying certain texts just for her own interest, not because she was teaching them to someone else. She found that she actually had opinions, preferences, desires that were separate from her role as the helper. It was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. She was becoming a person again, not just a function. One day, about 5 weeks into her practice, a crisis arose. A severe storm damaged part of the nunnery's roof. Water was leaking into the meditation hall. Everyone turned to Pema. She was the one who always fixed things, who always stepped up in emergencies. Pema felt the old familiar pull, the voice in her head that said, "You have to help. This is serious. You can't say no to this." But she also felt something new. She checked in with her body, and her body said clearly, "You can help with this, but not alone. This is not yours to carry by yourself." So Pema said something she had never said before. "I can help organize the repair work, but I need others to help me. I cannot do this alone." There was a moment of stunned silence. Then Ani Koying smiled broadly. "Of course. Yang Chen, you are tall and strong. Can you help? Dolma, your knee is better now. Can you assist? Rinzan, you have experience with construction. Can you supervise?" One by one, the nuns stepped forward. Within an hour, they had a team assembled. Within a day, the roof was repaired. And Pema realized something profound. The work actually got done better this way. Not with her carrying the entire burden, but with many hands sharing the load. Different people brought different skills. The task was accomplished more quickly and more effectively than if she had tried to do it alone. That evening, exhausted but satisfied, Pema sat with Ani Choying for tea. "I think I'm beginning to understand," she said. "When I try to do everything myself, I'm actually preventing others from contributing. I'm taking away their opportunity to practice generosity. I'm making myself central in a way that isn't healthy for anyone." "Yes," the abbess said, "and you're also preventing yourself from experiencing true community. Community is not one person serving everyone else. It's everyone serving each other, each giving what they can, each receiving what they need. It's a web of mutual care. But you have to allow yourself to be part of that web, not floating above it as the sole giver. I think I was afraid of being in the web. Because in the web, you can be hurt. People can let you down. They can fail to help when you need it. Being the sole giver felt safer. I controlled everything. I never had to depend on anyone." "Exactly. Your excessive giving was actually a form of control. A way to ensure you never had to be vulnerable, never had to trust anyone, never had to risk being disappointed. But that kind of life is lonely. Pema, so lonely." Pema felt the truth of this land in her bones. She had been desperately lonely, even surrounded by 26 other nuns. Because she had never let anyone truly care for her. She had never been honest about her needs. She had hidden behind the mask of the generous one, the helper. the one who needed nothing. "What do I do now?" she asked quietly. "You keep practicing. You keep saying no when no is appropriate. You keep saying yes only when yes comes from genuine capacity, not from compulsion. You keep letting people in. You keep allowing yourself to be cared for. You keep discovering who you are underneath the role you've been playing." Months passed. Pema continued the practice. And gradually, she became a different person. Not less generous, if anything, more genuinely generous, because her giving came from freedom rather than from fear. But also more boundaried, more honest, more real. She learned to say things like, "I would love to help you, but I'm exhausted today. Could we do this tomorrow?" And then actually rest instead of pushing through. She learned to say, "I'm not the best person for this task. Have you asked Rinzen? She's actually better at this than I am." And then let Rinzen have the opportunity to shine. She learned to say, "I need help. Can someone please carry water for me today? I'm not feeling well." And then actually accept the help when it was offered. The other nuns noticed the change. Some were relieved. They had always felt slightly inadequate next to Pema's superhuman generosity, and now they felt they could contribute meaningfully. Some were confused. Wasn't Pema supposed to be the one who helped everyone? A few were frustrated. It had been convenient having someone who never said no. But Ani Chuying supported Pema through all of it. "You are teaching them something important," the abbess would say. "You are teaching them that it's okay to have limits. That it's okay to care for yourself. That saying no with wisdom is as sacred as saying yes with compassion." One winter evening, 2 years after Pema's practice had begun, a family of refugees arrived at the nunnery gates. Pema saw them and immediately felt the old familiar pull. They were cold, hungry, desperate. The old Pema would have given them everything: her room, her food, her time, her energy, without any thought for her own well-being. But the new Pema did something different. She felt into her body. She checked her resources. She had energy. She had food to share. She had time. But she also had limits. She could help, but not alone, and not to her own detriment. Zhou Pema went to Ani Chuying. "There are refugees at the gate. They need help. I propose we house them in the empty storage room, prepare a meal for them from our communal supplies, and create a rotation so different nuns can check on them and provide care. I can take the first shift tonight, but I will need others to help in the coming days. Is this acceptable?" Ani Chuying's eyes shone with pride. "Yes, Pema. That is exactly right. That is generosity with wisdom. That is compassion with boundaries. That is how we care for others without destroying ourselves." They implemented the plan. The refugees were cared for, well and thoroughly. But Pema ate her own dinner. Pema slept in her own bed. Pema helped for her shift and then allowed others to take over. And the refugees were actually better cared for this way, because they received help from fresh, energized people rather than from one exhausted person trying to do everything. Years later, when Pema had become a senior nun herself, young monastics would come to her for guidance. And she would tell them, "Learn to say no. Not because you don't care, but because you care so deeply that you want to be able to sustain your caring for a lifetime. Learn to tend your own well-being as carefully as you tend others. Learn that boundaries are not walls, they are the wise gates that allow healthy giving and healthy receiving. Learn that you are part of the web of life, not above it or outside it. You are allowed to need. You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to be human. And sometimes, when a young nun would come to her burning with that desperate need to prove their worth through endless service, Pema would recognize herself. She would take their hands and say, "You don't have to earn your right to exist. You already exist. That is enough. You are already worthy. That is the truth. Everything else, all the service, all the practice, all the giving, it flows from that fundamental worthiness, not toward it. You cannot earn what you already have." In her final years, when Pema was too old to work the fields or carry water, she discovered the ultimate teaching about receiving. Because now she needed help. Now she was the one being cared for by younger nuns. And all those years of practicing saying yes to receiving, practicing allowing herself to be cared for, practicing trusting that she was worthy of help, all of that came to fruition. She could accept the food brought to her bedside without guilt. She could let young nuns wash her clothes without feeling she was burdening them. She could receive care with grace and gratitude, knowing that she was giving them the gift of being able to give, knowing that this, too, was part of the sacred dance of giving and receiving that makes up a life. On her deathbed, Anichoing came to sit with her. The abbess was ancient now, nearly 90, but still sharp and present. "You learned the teaching well," Anichoing said, holding Pema's hand. "Which teaching?" Pema asked. Her voice was weak, but her mind was clear. That saying no is sometimes the most compassionate thing you can do. That boundaries are sacred. That taking care of yourself is not selfishness, but wisdom. That you are worthy of care simply because you exist, not because you earn it through service. Pema smiled. "It was the hardest teaching of my life, and the most liberating. Yes, that is how the deepest teachings are. They crack open everything we thought we knew about being good, about being worthy, about being loved. And in that cracking open, we discover what was always true. We are already loved. We are already worthy. We don't have to do anything to deserve existence. We just have to show up, honestly, boundaries and all." Pema squeezed the abbess's hand weakly. "Thank you for teaching me. Thank you for not letting me destroy myself. Thank you for being willing to learn." Anichoing replied, "Many people cling to their martyrdom. It's easier than facing the vulnerability of being honestly human. But you were brave enough to let it go." Pema died peacefully that night, surrounded by nuns who loved her. Not because she had given them everything, but because she had shown them how to be whole human beings, capable of both generous giving and gracious receiving, both appropriate yeses and compassionate nos. And the nunnery continued, healthier and stronger for the teaching she had embodied, that you cannot pour from an empty cup, that boundaries are sacred, that saying no is sometimes the deepest yes you can offer to life itself. Can you feel the exhaustion in your own body right now? Not the tiredness that comes from a good day's work, but the bone-deep weariness that comes from years of giving more than you have, saying yes when you desperately want to say no, carrying burdens that were never yours to carry. This is the pattern. Pema was trapped in the belief that your worth is contingent on your constant availability, your endless service, your willingness to deplete yourself for others. And it's a pattern so many of us live. The teaching Anichoing offered is radical because it challenges our deepest assumptions about what makes us good. We have been taught, most of us, that selflessness is the highest virtue, that putting ourselves last is noble, that our needs matter less than others' needs, that saying no is selfish. But the Dharma teaches something more nuanced. Yes, generosity is a virtue. Yes, Compassion is essential. Yes, we should care for others, but not at the expense of destroying ourselves. Not from a place of depletion and desperation. Not as a way to earn our right to exist. Let your shoulders drop as you hear this. You do not have to earn your right to exist. You already exist. That is enough. You are already worthy of care, of rest, of having your needs met. Not because you've proven yourself through service. Simply because you are alive. In the Pali Canon, the Buddha teaches about the 5 spiritual faculties that must be kept in balance: faith, energy, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom. He uses the metaphor of tuning a stringed instrument too tight and the string breaks, too loose and it makes no sound. The middle way is finding the exact right tension where music becomes possible. Your life is like that string. Give too much and you break. Give too little and nothing of value is created. But find the balance, the place where you give from fullness rather than emptiness. Where you say yes from genuine capacity rather than from compulsion, and your life creates beautiful music. Think about the last time you said yes, when everything in your body was screaming no. Maybe it was agreeing to help someone move when you were exhausted. Maybe it was taking on extra work when you were already overwhelmed. Maybe it was listening to someone's problems when you desperately needed to rest. What were you afraid would happen if you said no? Were you afraid they would stop loving you, stop needing you, discover that you're not actually essential? Were you afraid of being seen as selfish, uncaring, not good enough? These fears are real. They come from real experiences, times when you were rejected for having needs, for setting boundaries, for being anything less than endlessly available. But the teaching asks you to look at the cost of living from these fears. What has it cost you to say yes to everything? Your health, your peace, your joy, your authentic relationships? Because here's what Pema discovered. When you give from depletion, you're not actually helping anyone. You're creating a dynamic where others learn to depend on your self-sacrifice, where they stop taking responsibility for their own lives, where they stop seeing you as a whole person with needs and limits, and instead see you as a resource to be used. This is not healthy community. Healthy community is mutual. Everyone gives what they can. Everyone receives what they need. Everyone respects everyone else's boundaries. Everyone takes responsibility for themselves while also being willing to help others. But you cannot create healthy community if you have no boundaries. If you are always available, always willing, always giving. Because then you become the exception, the martyr, the one who carries everyone else while pretending to carry no weight yourself. Feel your breath right now. Notice if you're breathing shallowly, as if you're afraid to take up too much space even with your breath. What would it feel like to breathe deeply, to fill your lungs completely, to take up the space you actually need? This is the practice, allowing yourself to take up space, allowing yourself to have needs, allowing yourself to say, this is too much. I cannot do this right now. I need rest. I need help. I need someone else to step in. In the Mahayana tradition, there is teaching about the Bodhisattva, the being who dedicates their life to the liberation of all beings. But even the Bodhisattva is taught to care for themselves. Even the Bodhisattva eats, sleeps, rests. Even the Bodhisattva knows that they cannot help anyone if they destroy themselves. There is a famous story about the Buddha teaching his attendant, Ananda. Ananda was caring for the Buddha so constantly, so devotedly, that he was neglecting his own practice. And the Buddha said to him, Ananda, if you destroy yourself in service to me, how have you honored the Dharma? Care for yourself so that you can continue to practice. Care for yourself so that you can become enlightened. Care for yourself because you, too, are a being worthy of compassion. This is permission you may have been waiting your whole life to receive. Permission to rest when you're tired. Permission to eat when you're hungry. Permission to say no when you don't have the capacity to say yes. Permission to be human, with limits and needs, and a body that requires care. Let your whole body soften with this permission. Feel what it's like to imagine that it's okay to care for yourself. That it's not selfish. That it's actually necessary for sustainable giving. Think about the oxygen mask analogy on an airplane. They tell you to put your own mask on first, before helping others. Why? Because if you pass out from lack of oxygen, you cannot help anyone. You become another person who needs rescue. But if you care for yourself first, you can then help others from a place of strength and clarity. Your life is the same. If you deplete yourself through constant giving, you eventually collapse. And then you cannot help anyone. But if you care for yourself, if you sleep enough, eat enough, rest enough, maintain boundaries that allow you to stay healthy, then you can help others for years, for decades, for a lifetime. Ani Choying's teaching about boundaries is especially important. Boundaries are not walls. They are not about shutting people out or being cold or uncaring. Boundaries are about knowing where you end and others begin. About being clear about what is your responsibility and what is theirs. About saying, I can help you with this, but I cannot do it for you. I can support you, but I cannot carry you. Boundaries are actually a gift to others. Because when you have clear boundaries, people know where they stand with you. They know that when you say yes, you mean it. It's not a resentful yes given from depletion. They know that when you say no, it's not a rejection of them, but an honest assessment of your capacity. They learn to respect your limits, which teaches them that they, too, can have limits. What boundaries do you need to set in your life right now? Maybe it's with a friend who always calls when they need something but never asks how you are. Maybe it's with a family member who expects you to drop everything to help them. Maybe it's with work that expects you to be available at all hours. Maybe it's with yourself, with the harsh inner voice that says you don't deserve rest until you've earned it. Start small. Practice saying one no this week. Notice what happens. Notice that the world continues. Notice that people are capable of finding other solutions. Notice that you feel both guilty and relieved, and that both feelings are okay. Then notice your body. Notice how it feels to have taken care of yourself. Notice the extra energy you have. Notice the space that opens up when you're not constantly overextended. Notice that in that space, you can actually breathe. The teaching says, you cannot give what you do not have. If you are depleted, exhausted, running on empty, then what you give is not really generosity. It's desperation. It's compulsion. It's the desperate attempt to prove you deserve to exist. But when you care for yourself, when you maintain your energy and your health and your boundaries, then what you give is genuine generosity. It flows from overflow. It comes from freedom rather than from fear. And that kind of giving is sustainable. It doesn't burn you out. It actually nourishes you even as it nourishes others. Let your next breath be even deeper than the last. Breathe in care for yourself. Breathe out the belief that you have to earn your worth. Breathe in permission to have limits. Breathe out the fear that boundaries make you selfish. And as your body settles deeper into rest, as the words become softer and less important than the feeling of being held, Let yourself know this. You are worthy of care. Not because you've done enough, given enough, been enough. Simply because you exist. Simply because you are here. Simply because you are alive. That is the truth underneath all the patterns of earning and proving and desperately giving. You are already worthy. You always have been. And no amount of depletion will make you more worthy. All it will do is destroy the precious gift of this life you've been given. Rest in that worthiness. Let it hold you. Let it be enough. Take a deep, slow breath in through your nose, filling your belly first, then your chest, then the very top of your lungs. Feel yourself expanding with the breath, taking up space, allowing yourself to receive this gift of air. Hold it gently for a moment at the top, then release it completely through your mouth, letting go of any remaining tension, any holding, any need to be anything other than exactly what you are right now. Do this 2 more times. Each time, to imagine you're breathing in permission, permission to rest, permission to have limits, permission to be human. And each time you exhale, imagine you're releasing the old belief that you have to earn your right to exist through constant service. Bring your attention to your heart center, the space in the middle of your chest. Imagine there's a gate there. For so long, that gate has been wide open, letting everyone and everything in without discernment, letting demands and needs and expectations pile up inside you until there's no room for you yourself. Now imagine that gate has a wise gatekeeper, someone who can say yes when yes is appropriate, and no when no is necessary. Someone who can let in what nourishes and keep out what depletes. This gatekeeper is not harsh or cold. This gatekeeper is compassionate and wise. And this gatekeeper knows that protecting your well-being is sacred work. Feel that gatekeeper settling into position. Feel the relief of knowing that not everything has to get in. That you have protection. That you are allowed to choose. Feel your whole body relaxing with this knowing. Let your hands rest open, palms up, in the gesture of receiving. Not the desperate receiving of someone who gives everything away and is left with nothing, but the gracious receiving of someone who knows they are worthy of care, someone who can accept a cup of tea, a kind word, a helping hand, without immediately calculating what they owe in return. And as that deep allowing spreads through you, as your body remembers that it is allowed to receive as well as to give, we travel now to the ancient forests of China, to a monastery hidden among bamboo groves, where a young monk discovered that the hardest letting go is not releasing what we hate, but releasing what we think we are. And that freedom comes not from achieving perfection, but from surrendering the very idea that perfection is what we need. The night is vast and generous. It asks nothing from you. It requires no service, no earning, no proving. It simply offers itself this darkness, this quiet, this space for rest. And all you have to do is receive it. All you have to do is allow yourself to be held. You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to need. You are allowed to be cared for. Not because you've earned it through enough giving. Simply because you are here. Simply because you are alive. Simply because you are worthy. Have always been worthy. Will always be worthy. Rest in that. Let the night hold you. Let sleep find you when it's ready. Let this moment be enough. In the mountains of southern China, during the Tang dynasty, there lived a monk named Wei Lin, who was so talented at meditation that he had become completely attached to his own spiritual accomplishments. He resided at a Chan monastery called Hidden Bamboo Temple, built into the side of a mountain where mist gathered each morning like a congregation of ghosts, and the sound of a distant waterfall was a constant reminder of the flow of all things. Wei Lin had entered the monastery at 19, after a youth spent in restless dissatisfaction. His father had been a minor official, his mother a poet of some local renown. They had expected Wei Lin to pursue a career in government service, to bring honor to the family through achievement in the imperial examinations. But Wei Lin had felt a pull towards something he could not name, a hunger for truth that no amount of classical education could satisfy. By the time he was 25, Wei Lin had become the monastery's star practitioner. He could sit in meditation for hours without moving, his mind perfectly still, his breath barely perceptible. He had memorized vast portions of the sutras. He could recite the Diamond Sutra by heart, could debate the subtleties of emptiness with the sharpest minds in the monastery. His prostrations were executed with flawless precision. His chanting voice was clear and resonant. The abbot, Master Honing, watched Wei Lin's progress with an expression that was difficult to read. Pride, perhaps, but also concern. Because Master Huineng had been practicing Chan for 40 years, and he recognized in Wei Lin's brilliant practice a subtle poison, the poison of spiritual pride, of achievement turned into identity, of using the Dharma to build a self rather than to liberate from self. Wei Lin's meditation practice had become his treasure, his proof of worth, his claim to being special. When other monks struggled with wandering thoughts, Wei Lin would feel a subtle satisfaction he was better than them, more advanced, closer to enlightenment. When visitors came to the monastery seeking teachings, Wei Lin would silently hope they noticed his perfect posture, his aura of accomplishment. When younger monks asked for guidance, Wei Lin would give it with a barely concealed sense of superiority. He had taken the Dharma teachings about non-attachment and somehow convinced himself that he had achieved it. He could sit and watch his thoughts without grasping them. He could observe sensations arise and pass without reactivity. He could maintain equanimity in the face of praise or criticism, or so he believed. What he could not see was that he was deeply attached to the very state of non-attachment. He was grasping at equanimity. He was clinging to his identity as someone who had transcended clinging. Master Huineng knew that this kind of subtle attachment was the most difficult to release. It was easy to see when you were attached to money or reputation or sensory pleasures, but when you became attached to spiritual states, to meditative accomplishments, to the idea of yourself as awakened, that attachment disguised itself as wisdom. One spring morning, after the monks had finished their dawn meditation, Master Huineng called Wei Lin to his private quarters. The master's room was stark, bare wooden floors, white walls, a single scroll hanging that read, "Ordinary mind is the way." A window looked out onto a wild garden where bamboo grew in chaotic profusion and early morning birds sang their territorial claims. Wei Lin entered and prostrated 3 times, then knelt before the master in perfect form. His back was straight, his hands folded precisely, his eyes lowered in respectful attention. "Wei Lin," Master Huineng said, studying the young monk's face, "tell me about your practice." Wei Lin felt a small thrill of pride. The master wanted to hear about his progress. Perhaps he had finally been recognized as ready for transmission, ready to be acknowledged as an enlightened teacher. "Master, my sitting has deepened considerably. I can now maintain one-pointed concentration for 3 hours without distraction. My understanding of emptiness has clarified. I see directly how all phenomena arise dependently, how there is no inherent self in any." "Stop," Master Huineng said quietly. Wei Lin stopped mid-sentence, confused. I did not ask you to report on your accomplishments. I asked you to tell me about your practice. These are not the same thing. Wei Lin felt a flash of irritation, which he immediately tried to suppress with equanimity. I don't understand the distinction, Master. No, you don't. That is exactly the problem. Master Huineng stood and walked to the window. Come here. Look at this garden. Wei Lin rose and joined the master at the window. The garden was overgrown, wild, seemingly without any design or intention. Bamboo grew where it wanted. Weeds flourished between stones. A pine tree had bent under snow at some point and never straightened, growing now at an odd angle that somehow made it more beautiful. What do you see? Master Huineng asked. I see an untended garden. Bamboo, weeds, a bent tree. It lacks the refinement of the formal gardens, the careful pruning and placement that creates beauty through human intention. And what if I told you this is the most carefully tended garden in the entire monastery? Wei Lin looked again, searching for some sign of careful maintenance he had missed. I don't see it, Master. Exactly. You are looking for evidence of effort, of accomplishment, of someone's skilled hand, shaping nature into an ideal. But the caretaker of this garden practices a different art. He practices the art of allowing. He removes only what truly prevents growth. He intervenes only when intervention is truly needed. Most of the time, he simply watches, learns, cooperates with what the garden itself wants to become. The beauty you see is not imposed, it emerges. Master Huineng turned to face Wei Lin directly. Your practice is like a formal garden. Beautiful, yes. Impressive, yes. But rigid, lifeless in a certain way. Because you are constantly pruning, shaping, controlling your mind to match some ideal of what practice should look like. You are using the Dharma to build a very refined, very beautiful version of yourself, the accomplished meditator, the realized practitioner. But you are still building a self. Do you understand? Wei Lin felt something cold in his stomach. But Master, the teachings say we should develop concentration, should cultivate wisdom, should practice diligently. Yes. And you have done all of that brilliantly. But now you are attached to having done it. You are holding on to your accomplishments like treasures. You are defining yourself by your meditation attainments. And that attachment, that subtle pride, is exactly what prevents the final letting go. Then what should I do? Should I stop practicing? Master Huineng laughed, a sound like wind chimes. No. No. Practice continues. But the spirit of practice must change. You must learn to practice without accumulating anything, without achieving anything, without becoming anything. You must learn what it means to practice from emptiness rather than toward emptiness. Wei Lin felt lost. Everything the master was saying contradicted what he thought he understood about the path. I don't know how to do that. Good. Not knowing is where we begin. For the next month, I am giving you a new practice. You will continue to sit meditation as usual, but you will not try to achieve any particular state. You will not try to maintain concentration. You will not try to cultivate anything or improve anything. You will simply sit. And whenever you notice yourself trying to do it right, trying to achieve something, trying to be a good meditator, you will let that go. You will fail at meditation, deliberately and completely, over and over again. Do you understand? "No, Master. I don't understand at all." "Perfect. Then you can begin." That evening, Wei Lin sat for evening meditation with the other monks. He took his seat on his cushion, assumed his perfect posture, and then remembered the master's instruction: do not try to achieve any particular state. But how did you meditate without trying to achieve anything? The whole point of meditation was to cultivate concentration, to develop insight, to progress along the path. If you weren't trying to do that, what were you doing? Wei Lin sat there, confused, his mind churning. His legs began to hurt. Normally, he would watch the pain with equanimity, would note it without reacting. But now he didn't know what to do. Should he move? Should he sit with it? If he watched it with equanimity, wasn't that achieving something? But if he moved immediately, wasn't that giving into aversion? He moved. His perfect posture collapsed. He shifted on his cushion like a restless novice. Monks around him glanced over, surprised. Wei Lin, the accomplished meditator, was fidgeting like a beginner. His mind wandered to a conversation he'd had that morning. Normally he would notice the wandering and gently bring his attention back to his breath. But the master had said not to try to maintain concentration. So should he just let his mind wander? But wasn't that just spacing out? Not really practicing at all? Wei Lin felt frustration building. He was failing at meditation. He, who could sit for 3 hours in perfect concentration, could not manage even 30 minutes of this new practice. And the worst part was that he wasn't supposed to care that he was failing. But he did care. He cared desperately, because failing at meditation threatened his entire identity. After meditation, Wei Lin approached one of the senior monks, Brother Fa Yuan, a man who had been practicing for 20 years and who had never seemed concerned with accomplishment or progress. Fa Yuan worked in the garden, probably the very garden Master Huineng had shown Wei Lin that morning. "Brother Fa Yuan," Wei Lin said, "may I ask you about practice?" Fa Yuan looked up from the vegetables he was harvesting. His robes were dirty, his hands covered in soil. He smiled warmly. "Of course, though I'm not sure I have anything useful to teach. Master Huineng has given me a practice. He says I should sit without trying to achieve anything. But I don't know how to do that. Isn't meditation about developing concentration, cultivating insight?" Fa Yuan set down his basket and wiped his hands on his robes. "Ah, yes. The master gave me this same practice many years ago. It nearly drove me mad." "How did you do it?" "Badly," Fa Yuan said, laughing. "Very, very badly. I failed at it completely for months. My sitting became terrible. My mind was like a wild horse. I couldn't concentrate for more than a few breaths. I became the worst meditator in the monastery. But how is that practice? How is that the Dharma?" Fa Yuan knelt down and gestured for Wei Lin to sit beside him on the ground. "Let me tell you what I eventually understood. When you practice trying to achieve something, trying to get concentrated, trying to become enlightened, trying to be a good meditator, you are always in relationship to a future goal. You are always measuring yourself against an ideal. You are always subtly dissatisfied with what is, because what is doesn't match what should be." He picked up a handful of soil and let it run through his fingers. "But the Dharma is not in some future achievement. It's right here, right now, in this handful of soil, in this breath, in this moment of sitting, even if the sitting is messy and distracted and nothing special. The Dharma is ordinary mind, everyday mind, the mind that doesn't need to be special or accomplished or anything other than what it is. But then how do we progress? How do we develop? We don't. Fa Yuan said simply, there is no one to develop. There is no path to walk. There is only this moment, exactly as it is, already complete, already whole, already enlightened, if we could only stop trying to add something to it. Wei Lin felt his mind reeling. But the Buddha taught the Eightfold Path. He taught practices, technique, methods. Yes, he did. And those teachings are skillful means for people who need something to do, some way to work with their restless minds. But eventually, even those teachings must be let go. Eventually, you must learn that you don't need to do anything, achieve anything, become anything. You just need to stop adding extra to what is already perfect in its ordinariness. That sounds like giving up, like spiritual laziness. Fa Yuan smiled. I thought the same thing. But there's a difference between giving up and letting go. Giving up is collapse, resignation, defeat. Letting go is releasing your grip on something you were never supposed to hold in the first place. You cannot hold on to enlightenment. You cannot grasp awakening. The very act of grasping pushes it away. So you practice letting go, over and over, until your hands are empty and you realize they were always empty, and that this emptiness is fullness. This not having is everything. Wei Lin sat with this, feeling something in his chest begin to crack. He had spent 6 years building an impressive spiritual resume. 6 years accumulating meditative attainments like a merchant accumulates gold. And now the master was telling him to let it all go, to fail deliberately, to stop trying to be anything special. It felt like death, like the death of everything he had worked for, everything he had built, everything he thought he was. I'm afraid, Wei Lin admitted quietly. Of course you are, Fa Yuan said gently. You've built your entire identity around being the accomplished meditator. If you let that go, who are you? That's the terrifying question. And it's exactly the question you need to face. Days turned into weeks. Wei Lin continued his practice of failing at meditation. Each evening, he would sit, and he would try not to try. And he would fail at not trying because trying not to try was still trying. His mind would wander, and he would start to bring it back, and then remember, he wasn't supposed to control anything, and would let it wander, but then wonder if he was just being lazy, and then notice he was thinking about all this, instead of just sitting and then try to stop thinking about it, which was more trying, and around the spiral went. His perfect posture deteriorated. His concentration became scattered. Other monks began to whisper, what had happened to Wei Lin? Had he lost his practice? Was he sick, having a crisis of faith? And Wei Lin felt the humiliation of it. He who had been the exemplar was now the struggling student. He who had been approached for guidance was now floundering more than beginners. His identity as the accomplished practitioner was dying, and the death was excruciating. 1 month into this practice, Wei Lin sat in meditation and something unexpected happened. He stopped fighting. He stopped trying to not try. He stopped caring whether he was doing it right or wrong. He just sat there, a completely ordinary person sitting on a cushion, his mind wandering all over the place, his body uncomfortable, no concentration, no special states, no accomplishment whatsoever. And in that moment of complete ordinariness, something opened. It wasn't a dramatic awakening. There were no lights, no vision, no sudden clarity. It was more like relief, like he had been carrying something heavy for years and suddenly realized he could just set it down. The burden of being special, being accomplished, being the good meditator, he could just let it fall. He sat there, nobody in particular, doing nothing in particular, achieving nothing at all. And it was enough. It was more than enough. It was perfect in its complete ordinariness. After meditation, Wei Lin went to Master Honing. He didn't prostrate this time. It felt like unnecessary performance. He just sat down naturally on the floor near the master's chair. "Master, I think I failed completely at meditation today." "Good," Master Huineng said, his eyes twinkling. "Tell me about this failure." "I didn't concentrate. I didn't maintain any particular state. My mind wandered everywhere. My posture was sloppy. I achieved nothing. I was just sitting like the most ordinary person in the world, doing the most ordinary thing. And it was okay. Better than okay. I stopped trying to be the good meditator, stopped trying to achieve anything, and just was. And in that being, there was something I've been missing for 6 years while I was busy accomplishing things." "What was it?" Wei Lin thought for a moment. "Peace? No, that's not quite right. It was more like an arrival, like I had been running towards something my whole practice, and I finally stopped running and realized I was already here, had always been here. The place I was trying to get to was exactly where I was standing." Master Huineng nodded slowly. "You are beginning to understand. The Dharma is not an achievement. It is a recognition, not something you add to yourself, but something you realize was always there, underneath all your striving and accomplishing and trying to be special. But Master, what about all the teachings, all the practices? Were they useless? Not useless. Necessary. For most people, you needed those 6 years of disciplined practice. You needed to develop concentration, to study the sutras, to refine your understanding. But now you needed something else. You needed to let it all go, to die to the identity you had built through practice, to discover what remains when you're no longer trying to be anything." Master Huineng leaned forward. "You have been practicing accumulation, accumulating merit, accumulating insights, accumulating meditative attainments. Now, you must practice subtraction. You must begin removing things rather than adding them. You must become less rather than more. You must discover the perfection that exists in your ordinary, unaccomplished, nothing special mind." "How do I practice subtraction?" "You've already begun. You let go of perfect posture, good. You let go of concentrated states, good. You let go of trying to be a good meditator, very good. Now, continue. Let go of the need to understand this teaching. Let go of the need to progress on the path. Let go of the need to be anything other than exactly what you are in this moment." Wei Lin felt dizzy with the implications. "But if I let go of everything, what remains?" Exactly the question. Find out. Not through thinking about it, but through actually letting go and seeing what's left. The practice deepened over the following months. Wei Lin began to let go of things he hadn't even realized he was holding. He let go of his need to be respected by other monks. Let go of his preference for quiet meditation over noisy work periods. Let go of his subtle aversion to monks he found less intelligent or less dedicated. Let go of his attachment to the morning meditation period that had always been his favorite. Let go of his identification with being a monk, being a practitioner, being someone on a spiritual path. Each letting go felt like a small death, and each small death revealed more space, more openness, more of what had been there all along but covered over by his accumulation of identity. He discovered that he had opinions about everything: how meditation should be done, how the monastery should be run, how other monks should practice, and he began to notice these opinions and let them go, not making a project out of having no opinions, but simply seeing them arise and not clinging to them as truth. He discovered that he judged constantly: this is good sitting, this is bad sitting, this monk is advanced, that monk is beginner. And he began to see the judgment happen without believing in it, without making it mean anything, just seeing it as more weather passing through the mind. He discovered that he had been performing his whole practice, performing the role of good meditator, performing humility while secretly being proud, performing non-attachment while being deeply attached to the performance itself. And he began to let the performance fall away, began to just be whoever he actually was in each moment, without the overlay of how he should be. One day, about 6 months into this practice of letting go, Wei Lin was working in the kitchen, washing vegetables. It was mundane work, nothing special, the kind of task he used to do while his mind was elsewhere, planning his next meditation or reviewing a sutra he was memorizing. But this time, he was just washing vegetables, his hands in the cold water, the smell of earth on the bok choy, the repetitive motion of scrubbing, the sound of other monks talking nearby. Just this, just exactly this, with no additions, no commentary, no one trying to make it into anything other than what it was. And washing vegetables was perfect. Not perfect because he was doing it perfectly, but perfect because it was exactly what was happening, and what was happening needed no improvement, no achievement, no special state to make it complete. A junior monk came rushing into the kitchen, excited. "Brother Wei Lin, I just had the most amazing experience in meditation. I felt like I dissolved into emptiness, like there was no self at all. It was incredible." The old Wei Lin would have felt competitive. Why wasn't he having such experiences anymore? Or he would have felt superior. He had moved beyond caring about such experiences. Or he would have taken on the role of teacher. "Let me explain to you why you shouldn't get attached to special experiences." But the new Wei Lin, the one who was learning to let go, simply smiled and said, "That's wonderful. Now come wash these vegetables with me." The young monk looked confused. "But don't you want to hear about it? Don't you have any teaching for me?" "The teaching is vegetables," Wei Lin said, handing him a bok choy. "Everything else is extra." A year after Master Huineng had given Wei Lin the practice of letting go, the master called him to his quarters again. This time, Wei Lin entered without any performance of reverence, without any anxiety about whether he was doing it right, without any agenda at all. He simply sat down naturally, easily, like one friend visiting another. "Tell me," Master Huineng said, "what have you learned?" Wei Lin thought for a moment. "I've learned that I spent 6 years accumulating a very impressive spiritual identity, and that identity was a prison. I've learned that letting go of accomplishment is harder than achieving it. I've learned that ordinary mind really is the way, but that I didn't know what ordinary mind meant until I stopped trying to have it. And what does it mean? It means this. Just this. Whatever is happening, exactly as it is, without needing it to be special or profound or evidence of anything. Washing vegetables is ordinary mind. Sitting with a distracted mind is ordinary mind. Failing at meditation is ordinary mind. Being nobody in particular, going nowhere special, achieving nothing remarkable, that's ordinary mind." Master Huineng smiled broadly. "Good. You are beginning to understand. But be careful. Don't make a new accomplishment out of ordinariness. Don't become proud of having no attainments. Don't turn letting go into a new form of spiritual achievement. Wei Lin laughed. I noticed that happening. Master, my mind wanted to be good at letting go, wanted to achieve mastery of non-achievement. It's tricky, very tricky. The ego will use anything, even the Dharma, even emptiness, even letting go to rebuild itself. So you must remain vigilant, not the vigilance of control, but the vigilance of noticing when you start constructing a new identity out of having no identity. Is there ever an end to this practice? The practice has no end. But at some point, it stops being practice and becomes just life. Just ordinary life, lived ordinarily, by an ordinary person who knows they are ordinary and is completely at peace with that. No special states to achieve, no enlightenment to reach. Just this breath, this moment, this utterly simple and complete existence. Wei Lin bowed. Not a formal prostration, but a simple gesture of respect and gratitude. Thank you, Master. For what? For killing me? For taking away everything I thought I was and leaving me with what I actually am? And what is that? Wei Lin smiled. Nothing in particular. And somehow that's everything. Years later, when Wei Lin had become a teacher himself, students would come to him full of ambition and seeking accomplishment. They would tell him about their meditation experiences, their insights, their progress on the path. And Wei Lin would listen patiently, and then he would say something that confused them. That's wonderful. Now forget it. Let it go. Don't hold on to it. Don't make it into an accomplishment. Just return to ordinary mind. When students protested but isn't practice about developing these states, in these insights, Wei Lin would take them to work in the garden, or the kitchen, or the laundry. And he would say, this is the practice. This is the path. Not some special state you achieve on your cushion, but this ordinary task, done ordinarily, by an ordinary person who has given up trying to be anything special. Some students would get frustrated and leave, seeking a teacher who would validate their accomplishments, who would give them something to achieve, some ladder to climb toward enlightenment. But the students who stayed, who were willing to let go of their spiritual ambitions, who were willing to die to their identity as accomplished practitioners, they would eventually discover what Wei Lin had discovered. That the Dharma was not somewhere else, in some future achievement. It was right here, in this breath, in this moment, in this completely ordinary, nothing special, perfect as it is existence. In his final years, when Wei Lin was too old to teach actively, he would sit in the garden, the wild, overgrown garden that was so carefully tended by allowing rather than controlling. And young monks would sometimes find him there and ask, Elder Wei Lin, what is the highest teaching of the Dharma? And Wei Lin would gesture at the bamboo growing wild, at the bent pine tree, at the weeds flourishing between the stones. And he would say, this, just this, nothing extra, nothing special, just what is, allowed to be exactly what it is. And if they pressed, but surely there must be more, some deeper teaching, some secret wisdom, he would smile and say, the secret is that there is no secret. The deep teaching is that there is nothing deep. It's all right here on the surface, completely ordinary, completely obvious. But people keep looking for something extra, something special, and they miss it entirely. Some understood, most didn't. But Wei Lin no longer felt any need for people to understand. He had let go of being a teacher just as he had let go of being an accomplished meditator. He was just an old man sitting in a garden, breathing in and breathing out. Completely ordinary and completely free. What are you holding on to right now? Not just physically, but in your mind, in your heart, in your sense of who you are. What accomplishments are you grasping? What identity are you protecting? What image of yourself are you constantly maintaining? This is the pattern Wei Lin was trapped in, using his spiritual practice to build an impressive version of himself, then becoming attached to that version, clinging to his accomplishments as proof of his worth. And this pattern extends far beyond spiritual practice. Maybe you're attached to being the smart one, the successful one, the one who has it all together. Maybe you're holding on to your professional achievements, your degrees, your titles. Maybe you're clinging to your identity as a good parent, a good partner, a good person. Maybe you're grasping at your meditation practice, your yoga practice, your journey of healing and growth. The teaching asks, what would remain if you let all of that go? This is the terrifying question Wei Lin had to face. If he wasn't the accomplished meditator, who was he? If his 6 years of practice didn't make him special, what was the point? If he couldn't define himself by his spiritual attainments, what was left? Let your breathing slow as you sit with this question yourself. What are you afraid would remain if you let go of your accomplishments, your identity, your story about who you are? The Chan tradition that Wei Lin practiced is sometimes called sudden enlightenment. But what's sudden is not usually the gaining of something. It's the letting go of something. The sudden recognition that you've been carrying a burden you didn't need to carry. That you've been trying to get somewhere you already are. That you've been trying to become something you already are. Feel that possibility right now. What if you didn't need to achieve anything, become anything, prove anything? What if you were already complete, already whole, already enough, exactly as you are in this messy, imperfect, utterly ordinary moment? There's a famous Zen saying, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. What changes is not the activity, but the relationship to it. Before, you're doing it to get somewhere, to become someone, to achieve something. After, you're just doing it because it's what needs doing. No additions, no special significance. Just this task, in this moment, done by this ordinary person. Wei Lin discovered this when he was washing vegetables. The activity was exactly the same as it had always been. But his relationship to it transformed. He wasn't using it as a break from his real practice. He wasn't doing it mindfully to accumulate merit. He was just washing vegetables because that's what was happening. And in that complete simplicity, that utter ordinariness, there was a perfection he had missed while he was busy trying to be special. Think about the ordinary tasks of your life. Getting dressed in the morning, making coffee, washing dishes, responding to emails. What if these activities didn't need to be stepping stones to something else? What if they didn't need to be done mindfully as practice? What if they could just be what they are, ordinary tasks done ordinarily? No special sauce required? This is radically different from how most of us approach life. We're always using the present moment to get to a better future moment. We're always treating what is as incomplete, as needing improvement, as requiring our enhancement to make it worthwhile. But the teaching says, what is already complete. This moment, exactly as it is, needs nothing added to make it perfect. Your ordinary mind, thinking its ordinary thoughts, feeling its ordinary feelings, is already enlightened. Not because it's achieved some special state, but because it needs no achievement to be what it is. Let your shoulders drop as you hear this. You don't have to improve yourself. You don't have to achieve enlightenment. You don't have to become anything other than what you already are. You are already it. You've always been it. The only problem is that you keep looking for something extra, something special, something more. In the Prajnaparamita teachings, there's a phrase, nothing to attain, with nothing to attain. This confused many students. How can you practice Buddhism if there's nothing to attain? Isn't the whole point to attain enlightenment? But the teaching is pointing to a paradox. Yes, practice. Yes, study. Yes, develop concentration and wisdom. But don't make these into possessions, into accomplishments, into proof of your specialness. Practice as a way of expressing what you already are, not as a way of becoming something you're not. Master Hui Neng's teaching about practicing from emptiness rather than toward emptiness is profound. When you practice toward emptiness, you're treating it as a future goal, something to achieve. And in doing that, you create the very obstacle you're trying to overcome. You create a self that is trying to realize no self, a someone who is trying to become no one. But when you practice from emptiness, you're recognizing that emptiness is already here. You're already empty of inherent existence. You're already free. The practice becomes an expression of this freedom rather than a path toward it. This doesn't mean stop practicing. Wei Lin didn't stop meditating. He just stopped using meditation to build an identity. He stopped making it into an achievement. He let it be just sitting, sometimes concentrated, sometimes distracted, sometimes peaceful, sometimes agitated. Just sitting, with no agenda about what the sitting should produce. What would it look like to bring this quality to your own practice? Whatever that practice is? To meditate not to get somewhere, but just because sitting is what's happening. To exercise not to achieve a better body, but just because movement is enjoyable. To work not to accumulate success, but just because this task is in front of you and you have the capacity to do it. Notice the fear that arises with this suggestion. Because if you let go of using your practice to achieve something, what will motivate you? If you stop trying to improve, won't you just collapse into laziness? If you release your grip on becoming better, won't everything fall apart? This was Wei Lin's fear too. But what he discovered was the opposite. When he stopped forcing his meditation to be special, it became more genuine. When he released his grip on accomplishment, his practice deepened naturally. When he let go of trying to be anything, he became more fully himself, ordinary, simpler, and somehow complete in that ordinariness. The teaching about subtraction rather than addition is especially powerful. We spend most of our lives adding skills, adding knowledge, adding accomplishments, adding layers to our identity. We believe that more makes us better, that accumulation equals progress. But spiritual maturity is often about subtraction, removing the layers, letting go of what's extra, discovering what remains when you stop adding and start releasing. Feel your breath right now. Each inhale is an addition, air coming in. Each exhale is a subtraction, air going out. You can't only inhale, you'd suffocate. You need both the taking in and the letting go. Life is the same. There's a time for accumulating, for learning, for developing. But there's also a time for releasing, for unlearning, for discovering what's left when you stop trying to be more. Wei Lin's practice of deliberately failing at meditation is a powerful teaching method. By removing his ability to succeed in the way he understood success, Master Huineng forced Wei Lin to confront his attachment to accomplishment. Without perfect concentration to cling to, without special states to validate himself with, Wei Lin had to face the core question, who am I when I'm not achieving anything? And the answer, discovered slowly through months of failure, was, I am ordinary. I am nothing special. And that's not a problem to be solved. It's the liberation I've been seeking. Think about your own areas of accomplishment. The things you're good at, that you take pride in, that define you in your own mind and in others' eyes. What would it feel like to let those go? Not to lose the skills themselves, but to release your attachment to them as identity. This is what the Heart Sutra points to when it says no wisdom, no attainment, no non-attainment. Even the attainment of wisdom becomes an obstacle if you cling to it. Even enlightenment itself must be let go of. There's a Zen story about a student who runs to his master shouting, "Master, Master, I've achieved enlightenment. I understand everything." And the master hits him with his staff and says, "Who achieved enlightenment? Show me this one who understands everything." The point is not that enlightenment doesn't exist. The point is that it can't be possessed. It can't be held. It can't become a new form of identity. The moment you grasp it, it's gone. The moment you make it into an accomplishment, you've created a new prison out of the very thing that was supposed to free you. So the practice becomes one of constant letting go. Not just once, not just at the end of some long path, but moment by moment. Noticing when you're grasping at success, at failure, at identity, at accomplishment, at being nobody special, and releasing over and over, not as a technique to achieve some future liberation, but as the expression of the freedom that's already here. Let your whole body soften with each exhale. Feel what it's like to let go physically, the shoulders dropping, the jaw unclenching, the belly releasing. This is what the teaching asks of your mind, your heart, your sense of self. Not a forced letting go, not a grasping at non-grasping, just a gentle, natural release, like breathing out, like opening your hand, like allowing what you've been holding to simply fall away. And as you rest here, notice what remains. When you're not trying to be special, not trying to achieve anything, not trying to become someone different, what's left? Not nothing, but something utterly simple, utterly ordinary, utterly complete. This, just this, your breath moving in and out, your body being held by whatever supports it, sensations arising and passing, thoughts coming and going, life living itself through you, without you having to make it into anything special. This is the Dharma, not somewhere else, not in some future achievement. Right here, right now, in your completely ordinary, nothing special, perfect as it is existence. Breathe in slowly, filling your lungs completely. Feel the air entering your body. This gift you didn't earn, this sustenance that comes whether you've achieved anything or not. Hold the breath gently at the top, then release it fully, letting everything go: tension, accomplishment, the need to be anything other than ordinary. Do this 3 more times. Each inhale, you receive what is. Each exhale, you release what isn't needed. No trying to breathe perfectly, no making it into a special practice. Just breathing because you're alive, and breathing is what alive bodies do. Bring your attention to your whole body resting here. Notice how it doesn't need to do anything special right now. It doesn't need to achieve anything, prove anything, become anything. It can just be lying here or sitting here, held by gravity, breathing air, existing without justification. Let this easiness spread from your body into your mind. Your mind also doesn't need to be special. It doesn't need to be particularly concentrated or particularly clear. It can just be whatever it is, thinking or quiet, focused or wandering, peaceful or restless. All states are equally ordinary. All states are equally okay. Feel into the perfection of this ordinariness. Not perfect because it matches some ideal, but perfect because it needs no improvement. It is what it is, and that's complete. No additions necessary. No achievements required. Just this, exactly as it is. And as that deep allowing settles through you, as you rest in being nothing in particular, we travel now to the windswept plateau of Mongolia, where a nomadic family discovered that the greatest abundance comes not from hoarding but from flowing, that hands held open receive more than hands clenched tight, and that generosity is not something you do, but something you become when you finally learn to trust the vast provision that carries us all like waves carrying drops of water back to the ocean. The night is patient with your ordinariness. It doesn't need you to be special. It doesn't require any achievement from you. It simply holds you, exactly as you are, tired or alert, peaceful or restless, accomplished or failing, special or ordinary. Be held by that. Rest in the night's complete acceptance of your nothing in particular self. Let sleep find you when it's ready, without you having to do anything special to deserve it. You are enough. You have always been enough. Exactly as you are. Exactly this ordinary. Exactly this complete. On the vast grasslands of Mongolia during the 13th century, there lived a herder family whose fortune changed with the seasons like clouds, changing shape across the endless sky. Their name was Batar, which means hero. Though there was nothing particularly heroic about them, they were simply ordinary people living ordinary lives in the way their ancestors had lived for generations beyond counting. The family consisted of Temur, the father, who was 43 and had the weathered face of someone who had spent every day of his life outdoors, Oyuna, the mother, whose hands were rough from working leather, but whose voice was soft as summer rain, and their 3 children, Erdeni, 15, serious and responsible, Kulan, 12, wild as the wind, and little Batu, only 7, who still believed that horses could speak if you listened carefully enough. They lived as nomads, moving their jur, their round felt tent, 4 times a year following the grass for their animals. They had 40 sheep, 12 goats, 5 horses, 2 camels, and 1 old yak that Temur insisted was too stubborn to die. This was neither wealth nor poverty by the standards of the grasslands. It was enough to live on if the winters were mild and the wolves didn't come. Not enough to survive if both happened at once. Timur had learned from his father, who had learned from his father before, that the measure of a man was not in how much he kept, but in how much he could let go when necessary. The grasslands taught this lesson over and over. A harsh winter would kill half your animals. A dry summer would wither the grass. Raiders might take everything you owned. You couldn't hold tight to anything on the steppe. Everything flowed the seasons, the grass, the animals, fortune itself. What Temur had not fully learned, despite his 43 years, was how to apply this wisdom to his own sense of self. He could let go of sheep, they were just animals, and animals came and went. He could let go of possessions, they were just things, and things could be replaced. But he could not let go of his identity as a good herder. a reliable father, a man whose family depended on him. That identity he clenched like his life depended on it. Because perhaps it did, or so he believed. If he was not a good herder, if he could not provide for his family, if he failed in his essential duty, then who was he? What worth did he have? These questions lived underneath his daily life like underground rivers, flowing unseen but shaping everything above. The year Adeni turned 15. The winter came early and stayed late. By the second month of snow, they had already lost 10 sheep to cold and wolves. By the fourth month, they were down to 25 animals total. Timur watched his herd dwindling and felt something in himself dwindling with it. Each lost sheep was not just an animal, it was a piece of his worth, his competence, his ability to keep his family alive. Oyuna watched her husband growing quieter, more tense, more desperate in his attempts to save every remaining animal. She knew what he was doing, tying his value as a person to the number of animals alive, measuring his worth by outcomes he could only partially control. She had seen this pattern in him for years, but now it was intensifying into something almost dangerous. One night, after the children were asleep and they lay together under layers of felt and wool, while wind screamed outside their jair, Oyuna said quietly, "Temur, we will survive this winter. We always do. Not if we lose many more animals," he said, his voice tight. "I've been a poor steward. I should have moved us to better pasture sooner. I should have built better shelter for the sheep. I should have." "Stop," Oyuna said, placing her hand on his chest. "You are not the winter. You are not the wolves. You are doing everything you can. The loss of animals does not mean the loss of you. But if I cannot provide, you are providing. We have food. We have shelter. We have each other. You measure yourself by the wrong things. Husband, you think you are what you do, what you accomplish, what you prevent from being lost. But you are not your herding success. You are not the number of animals alive. You are something the winter cannot touch, something the wolves cannot take." Temur wanted to believe her, but his mind could not grasp what she was pointing to. If he wasn't his role, his function, his ability to provide, then what was he? The question felt like falling into empty space. The winter continued its assault. By the 6th month, they were down to 15 animals. Other families in their clan were suffering similarly, but Temur took no comfort in this. It only meant he was failing alongside others, not that the failure was any less real. Then came the night that changed everything. A blizzard struck with a ferocity Temur had never seen. The wind sounded like demons howling. Snow fell so thick you could not see your hand before your face. And somehow, in the chaos of wind and snow and darkness, the horses broke free from their shelter. Temur heard them neighing in panic and rushed outside into the storm without thinking. 5 horses represented survival. 5 horses could carry them through spring, could be traded for food, could be the difference between making it and starvation. He had to find them. He had to bring them back. He stumbled into the blizzard, calling for the horses, following sounds that were swallowed by wind almost before they reached his ears. Snow stung his face like thrown sand. Cold drove through his wool dell, his traditional robe as if the fabric were made of nothing. He could not tell which direction he was walking. The world had become nothing but white chaos, and he was somewhere in the middle of it, chasing horses that were probably already miles away. Eden woke to find her father gone and her mother pacing near the door of the ger. "Where's father?" she asked. The horses ran off. He went after them, In this storm? That's Erdane stopped herself. But they both knew what she was thinking. Madness. Suicide. The storm was too fierce. No one could survive long out there. We have to bring him back, Erdane said, already reaching for her warmest clothing. No, Oyuna said firmly. I will not lose you too. We wait. We pray. We trust that he has more sense than to chase horses into death. But Oyuna knew her husband, knew that he might very well choose death over failure, over returning empty-handed, over facing the loss of those 5 horses that represented his competence, his worth, his ability to protect his family. Out in the storm, Timur had lost all sense of direction. He no longer heard horses. He was simply walking, driven by a desperation he could not name. He could not return without the horses. He could not face his family having failed. He could not be the man who lost everything because he was incompetent, careless, not good enough. He walked until his legs gave out, fell into snow that immediately began to bury him. And lying there, unable to feel his hands or feet, his mind finally stopped. The desperate grasping, the constant measuring, the endless voice saying not good enough, failed again. Worthless, without success, it all went quiet. And in that quiet, with death, a very real possibility, only minutes away, Temur had the strangest thought: the sky is still there. He couldn't see it through the snow and darkness, but he knew it was there. The vast Mongolian sky that went on forever, that held all weather without being damaged by any weather, that was equally present whether storms raged or stars shone. The sky did not measure itself by whether there were clouds or clear air. It did not call itself a failure when blizzards passed through. It simply was, vast and unaffected, holding everything without being defined by anything. And something in Temur recognized himself in that sky. Underneath all his roles, underneath all his success and failure, underneath his identity as herder and father and provider, there was something vast and unaffected. Some essential nature that was not defined by how many horses he owned or how well he protected them. Something that was present whether he succeeded or failed, whether he was competent or incompetent, whether he lived or died. The recognition was not thought. It was direct, immediate, more real than the snow burying him. And in that moment of recognition, Timur's desperate grasping released. Not because he had decided to let go, but because he saw clearly that there was nothing to hold on to. His identity as successful herder, it was like clouds passing through the sky, present for a moment, then gone. The sky remained unchanged. He started laughing, lying in the snow, freezing to death. He laughed at the absurdity of having spent 43 years thinking he was the clouds when he had always been the sky. Thinking he was his roles and accomplishments when those things were just weather passing through something much larger. The laughter warmed him somehow, or maybe gave him energy to try once more. He struggled to his feet, no longer having any goal except to keep moving, to see what would happen, to be present to this moment of walking through snow without any identity to protect or defend. And somehow, he would never quite understand how he found himself walking in a direction, and after what seemed like hours but might have been minutes, he saw a dim light through the snow. He walked toward it and found himself at his own jur. He had walked in a large circle and arrived back home. Erdane saw him first through a gap in the door flap and cried out. Oyuna pulled him inside. He collapsed onto the floor, unable to speak, his body shaking uncontrollably. They stripped his frozen clothing, wrapped him in every felt blanket they owned, held hot tea to his lips, rubbed warmth back into his hands and feet. "The horses?" Erdeni asked. Temur shook his head. "Gone. All 5. Probably dead in the storm, or run so far they would never be found." He waited for the familiar voice of self-judgment to begin its litany. "You failed. You lost them. You're incompetent, worthless, unable to protect what matters." But the voice was quiet. Or rather, he could hear it, but it was like hearing wind outside the tent, just weather, just noise, not him. "I'm sorry," he said to Oyuna. "I lost the horses. I nearly died chasing them." He stopped, realizing he was about to say "I failed," but the word didn't mean what it used to mean. Yes, he failed to bring back the horses. But he, the vast, spacious awareness underneath all the roles and identities, he had not failed. He couldn't fail. He simply was, like the sky simply was, holding all outcomes without being defined by any of them. Oyuna saw something in his face that she had never seen before. A kind of openness. A lack of the usual tightness and anxiety that had lived in his features for as long as she had known him. "Are you all right?" she asked. "I don't know," Temur said, honestly. "Something happened out there. I can't quite explain it. But I think I'm not who I thought I was." The winter continued. Without the 5 horses, the family's situation became more precarious. They had to trade 2 of their remaining sheep to buy food. They had to accept help from neighbors, a thing that would have shamed Temur before, but now somehow didn't. Or rather, the shame was there, but it was just weather. Just a feeling passing through the vast space of awareness that he was discovering he actually was. He noticed that his thoughts continued, as they always had, judging, comparing, anxious, planning. But there was space around them now. They were no longer the entirety of his experience. They were like clouds he could see from a distance, watching them form and dissolve without being caught up in them, without believing they were the truth of who he was. Erdene noticed the change in her father. He was gentler somehow, less driven. He would sometimes sit and stare at the horizon for long periods, and when she asked what he was thinking about, he would say, "Nothing. Everything. I'm not sure how to explain it." One day she sat beside him and said, "Father, we're going to be all right. Aren't we? Even with fewer animals?" "I don't know," Temur said, and there was no anxiety in his voice. "We'll do what we can. But yes, we're all right. We've always been all right. Even when I thought we weren't. Even when I was measuring our worth by how many sheep we owned." "What do you mean?" Temur thought about how to explain the unexplainable. You know how the sky holds clouds, but is not the clouds? How it's vast and spacious, and the clouds are just temporary things passing through? Erdene nodded. We are like that. Our lives, the success, the failure, the having and losing, those are clouds. They come and go, but what we actually are is the sky. Vast, spacious, untouched by what passes through it. I spent my whole life thinking I was the clouds, thinking that if the clouds were dark, I was a failure. If the clouds were bright, I was a success. But I was always the sky. The clouds were just weather. Erdene sat with this. So you're saying it doesn't matter if we lose the animals? If we suffer? No, not that it doesn't matter. The suffering is real. The loss is real. But it's not the whole truth. Underneath the suffering, underneath the loss, there's something unaffected, something vast. And when you recognize that, you're still here in the loss, still experiencing the difficulty, but you're not crushed by it. You're not defined by it. You're the space it's happening in, not the thing that's happening. How did you learn this? I almost died in a blizzard chasing horses, and somewhere in that dying, I stopped grasping long enough to see clearly. I don't recommend it as a teaching method. He smiled. But I think the teaching is available in every moment. We just miss it because we're so busy being our story about ourselves. Spring came eventually, as it always did. The family had survived the winter, though just barely. They started the rebuilding process, the annual cycle of moving to better pasture, watching animals give birth, slowly increasing the herd again. But Temur approached this work differently now. He still cared for the animals, still worked hard to provide for his family, but he wasn't carrying the same crushing burden of needing the work to succeed in order to prove his worth. The work was just work. Sometimes it went well. Sometimes it didn't. He was the space in which both outcomes existed, not defined by either one. Other herders noticed the change in him. He was less competitive, less anxious, less prone to the constant worry that characterized most men in their precarious way of life. When someone asked him about it, Temur would try to explain about the sky and the clouds, but most people looked at him like he'd gone slightly mad from the winter's hardship. Only the clan's elder, a woman named Sarangeril, who was so old she claimed to remember when Genghis Khan was just a troublesome boy, seemed to understand. She saw Temur out one day when he was repairing his jur. "You've seen it," she said without preamble. "Seen what? Grandmother?" "The thing underneath. The spaciousness. What we actually are when we're not busy being who we think we are." Temur stopped his work and looked at her. "Yes. How did you know? I can see it in your face. The tightness is gone. Most people live their whole lives never seeing what you've seen. They think they are their thoughts, their roles, their successes and failures. They think they are clouds. They suffer terribly because clouds are always changing, always threatening to disappear. But you've seen it too? Of course. When you get to be my age, you've lost so much that there's nothing left to identify with. All my roles have been stripped away, daughter, wife, mother, all gone now. My strength, my beauty, my usefulness, all gone. What remains? Only the space that held all those things. Only awareness itself. The vast sky. How do you live from that recognition? I find I still get caught up in thoughts, still get identified with being Temur the herder, Timur the father. The old patterns are strong. Sarangarel sat down heavily on a pile of felt. The patterns continue. That's not a problem. The thoughts keep thinking. The identity keeps forming. But you can see it happening. You can watch it like watching weather. Sometimes you get lost in the clouds again. This is natural. This is human. But now you know there's more. Now you can find your way back to the spaciousness. How? Many ways. Feel the sensation in your body that pulls you out of the thinking mind into direct experience. Look at the sky that reminds you of your true nature. Notice the space around objects. That space is what you are. Or simply ask yourself, what is aware of all this? What is it that notices thoughts, notices feelings, notices the whole show of life? That which notices is the space, is the sky, is what you actually are. Temur practiced what the old woman taught. Throughout his days, as he herded animals or repaired equipment or played with his children, he would occasionally stop and notice the space between objects, the space of awareness in which all experience arose, the vast openness that held everything without being defined by anything. And gradually, this recognition became more stable. Not that he never forgot, he forgot constantly, got lost in thought constantly, identified with his roles and reactions constantly. But he also remembered more often, found his way back to the spacious awareness more quickly, lived more and more from the recognition that he was not the content of his experience but the space in which experience occurred. His relationship with Oyuna deepened. When they argued now, and they still argued, being human, Temur could feel himself getting defensive, feel the stories forming about who was right and who was wrong. But he could also notice the space around those feelings, the awareness that held both the argument and the peace, both the conflict and the love. And from that space, he could speak more honestly, listen more openly, let things go more easily. With his children too, the change was palpable. When Kulan was wild and disobedient, Temur would feel frustration arise. But instead of becoming the frustration, instead of speaking from the tight contraction of anger, he could feel the frustration and also the space around it. And from that space, his response was wiser, more patient, more connected to what was actually needed in the moment, rather than just being a reaction from his wounded pride. One summer evening, the whole family sat outside their ger, watching the sun set over the endless grasslands. The sky was putting on a spectacular show, layers of orange and pink and purple, clouds catching the light like they were made of fire. Little Batu said, "Look at all the colors. The sky is so beautiful." Temur smiled. Which is more beautiful, the colors or the space that holds the colors? The colors, obviously, Batu said. The space is just nothing. Look more carefully, Temur suggested. Without the space, could there be colors? The space allows the colors to appear. The space is what makes the beauty possible. And the space is always there, whether the colors are present or not, whether it's sunset or midday or midnight. Erdne, who had been listening to her father's teachings for months now, said, "And we are like the space." Yes, Temur said, we are the awareness in which all our experiences appear, all our thoughts, feelings, sensations, perceptions. Like the sky holds clouds and colors, we are what holds all the content of our lives. But what's the point of knowing that? Kulan asked. How does it help us with real problems? We still need to herd animals, still need to survive winters, still need to deal with everything that happens. It doesn't make the problems go away, Temur acknowledged, but it changes your relationship to them. When you know you are the space and not just the content, you're not crushed by difficult content. You're not desperately grasping at pleasant content. You can be present to all of it, the pleasant and unpleasant, the success and failure, without being destroyed by any of it. It sounds lonely, Hulan said, like you're separate from everything. It's the opposite, Oyuna said quietly. She had been mostly silent, but now she spoke. When you're identified with your small self, your thoughts, your story, your role, you are separate. You are cut off, defended, protecting your identity from anything that threatens it. But when you recognize you are the space, you are not separate at all. You are what connects everything. You are what all experience arises in. You are intimate with all of life, not cut off from it. Temur looked at his wife with surprise and gratitude. She understood. Perhaps she had always understood, had been trying to tell him in different words for years. The seasons turned. Years passed. The family's fortunes rose and fell, good years and hard years, abundance and scarcity, times when the animals thrived, and times when disease or weather took them. Through it all, Timur practiced remembering what he was, the space, the awareness, the vast sky of consciousness in which all the weather of life appeared and disappeared. He was not perfect at this remembering. There were days, sometimes weeks, when he would forget entirely, would get completely lost in his thoughts and identities and reactions, would suffer just as he had before, caught up in judgment and fear and grasping. But now when this happened, he didn't judge himself for forgetting. The forgetting was just more weather, more clouds passing through. He would notice the suffering, notice the grasping, and use that very noticing as the doorway back to spaciousness. What was aware of the suffering? What was aware of the grasping? That awareness itself was the space, was what he actually was. When Temur was 60 years old, a young herder from a neighboring clan came to him seeking advice. The young man's family had lost most of their animals to a harsh winter, and he was despairing, feeling like a failure, unable to see how to continue. Temur listened to the young man's story and recognized himself at that age, the desperate identification with success, the crushing weight of failure, the belief that his worth was measured by his herding ability. "Let me ask you something," Timur said. "Right now, as you're telling me this story of failure and loss, what is it that's aware of the story?" The young man looked confused. "What do you mean?" "I'm aware of it." "Yes, but what is this I? Is it your thoughts about the situation? Because those thoughts are what you're aware of, not what's doing the being aware. Is it your feelings of failure? Because those feelings are also objects of awareness, not awareness itself. So what is it that's aware of all this? The thoughts, the feelings, the story of loss?" The young man sat quietly, looking inward. I don't know. There's just awareness, space, something that's here no matter what I'm thinking or feeling. "Yes," Timur said gently. "That space, that awareness, that's what you actually are. Not the story of failure, not the role of herder, not the thoughts and feelings that come and go. You are the space in which all of that appears. And that space cannot fail. It cannot be diminished by loss. It's always vast, always open, always untouched by the weather passing through it. But how does that help me feed my family? How does that give me back my animals? It doesn't," Temur admitted. "You still have the practical problems to solve. You still have to work hard, make wise decisions, do everything you can to rebuild your herd. But you don't have to carry the crushing burden of thinking your worth depends on the outcome. You can work hard without your identity being on the line. You can fail without being a failure. Because you are not your circumstances. You are the awareness in which circumstances appear." The young man was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "I think I need to almost die in a blizzard to understand this." Temur laughed. "Maybe, or maybe you can see it right now. Look at the sky. Really look at it. See how vast it is? See how it holds clouds without being changed by them? See how it's equally present whether the weather is beautiful or terrible? You are like that. That's the truth of what you are. Everything else is just weather." In his final years, when Temur was too old to ride horses or herd animals effectively, he would spend his days sitting outside the jur, watching the sky. Other elders would join him sometimes, and they would sit in comfortable silence, occasionally pointing out birds or distant storms or the way the light changed the color of the grass. One day, Sarangjirel, now impossibly ancient, sat beside him and said, "You've lived it well. The teaching, I've forgotten it more than I've remembered it." Temur replied, "That's living it well. Only someone who thinks they should be perfect thinks forgetting is a problem. The forgetting and remembering, that's the dance. That's being human while also being sky. Will you teach me one more thing before you die?" "Grandmother," she laughed, "I'm not dying yet. But yes, what do you want to know? How do you die well? How do you die knowing you are the space, the same way you live, knowing you are the space? You notice the fear arising, that's weather. You notice the pain, that's weather. You notice thoughts about what death means, that's weather. And you rest as what's aware of all that weather. You rest as the space that holds dying just as it held living. The space doesn't die. Only the content changes. That's comforting and terrifying at the same time." "Yes," she agreed. "Most deep truths are, they comfort the part of you that is space, and terrify the part of you that thinks you are content. But you've spent years learning to recognize which is which. Trust that learning when the time comes." Temur died 3 years later, quickly, from a fever that came and went within days. In those final days, when he was delirious with fever and pain, Oyuna sat beside him and whispered reminders. "You are the space. You are the awareness. The pain is weather. The fear is weather. You are the vast sky holding it all." And Temur, in the moments when he could hear her, would nod slightly. Because even through the delirium, even through the pain, he could feel the truth of it. The suffering was real, but it was happening in something larger than the suffering. The dying was real, but it was happening in something that didn't die. His last words, whispered so quietly Oyuna almost didn't hear them, were, "Still here. Still vast. Still sky." And then the content changed, the breathing stopped. The body cooled. The personality that had been Temur dissolved like clouds dissipating. But the space remained, as it always had, as it always would. Vast, open, aware, holding everything, defined by nothing. Exactly like the Mongolian sky under which generations had lived and died. All of them weather, passing through something eternal. What do you think you are right now? Not philosophically, but practically. In this moment, what is your sense of self? Are you your thoughts, your role, your achievements and failures, your personality, your story about who you are? This is the question Temur had to face in that blizzard. And it's the question his life gradually answered. You are not the content of your experience. You are the space in which experience occurs. Feel into this right now. Notice that you are aware of your thoughts. But if you can be aware of thoughts, you cannot be the thoughts themselves. The thoughts are objects being observed. You are what's observing. Notice that you are aware of sensations in your body. But if you can be aware of sensations, you cannot be the sensations themselves. The sensations are objects being felt. You are what's feeling. Notice that you are aware of emotions rising and falling. But if you can be aware of emotions, you cannot be the emotions themselves. The emotions are weather passing through. You are the sky that holds them. This is not just philosophy. This is direct observation. Right now, in this moment, you can notice the difference between what you're experiencing and what's aware of the experiencing. One is content. One is context. One is weather. One is sky. Let your breathing slow as you explore this. Each breath is content, air moving in and out. But what is aware of the breath? That awareness is not the breath. It's the space in which breath is noticed. The Buddha taught about anatta, no self, or not self. This is often misunderstood as meaning you don't exist. But it's pointing to something more subtle. The self you think you are, the collection of thoughts, memories, end roles, personality traits, that self is not what you actually are. That self is content, not context. It's weather, not sky. What you actually are is the awareness in which that self appears. The spacious consciousness that notices thoughts, that feels feelings, that experiences all experience. That awareness has no characteristics. It's not young or old, successful or failed, good or bad. It's just aware, present, spacious. Temur discovered this when his usual identity fell away in the storm, when he was no longer the capable herder, no longer the successful provider, no longer any of the roles he had clung to for identity. In that moment, stripped of all content, he discovered the context, the vast, spacious awareness that had always been there but had been overlooked while he was busy being somebody. Think about times in your life when your usual identity was challenged. Maybe you lost a job that defined you. Maybe a relationship ended that you thought was permanent. Maybe you failed at something you believed you were good at. Maybe illness took away capabilities you had always relied on. These moments are painful because they threaten our sense of self. We think we are our roles, our accomplishments, our relationships, our abilities. So when those things change or disappear, we feel like we're disappearing. But the teaching asks, did you actually disappear? Or did the content change while the context remained? Did you cease to exist? Or did your idea of yourself cease to match reality? In the Chan tradition that Wei Lin practiced, there's a teaching about the one who hears. When you hear a sound, there's the sound itself that's content. But there's also that which hears the sound that's context. And that which hears is always present, always aware, always spacious, regardless of whether sounds are present or absent, pleasant or unpleasant. You can explore this right now. Notice any sounds around you. Notice that you are hearing them. Now ask, what is hearing? Not your ears, those are physical organs. But the awareness that knows sound is happening, what is that? You can't find it as an object. It's not a thing. It's more like space, like openness, like the capacity for experience to occur. And it's always there, whether experience is pleasant or painful, whether your life is going well or falling apart. This is what Temur learned to rest in. Not because it made his problems go away, he still had practical challenges, still experienced loss and difficulty. But his relationship to those challenges changed. They were weather in the vast sky of his being. Real, yes. Affecting him, yes. But not defining him, not destroying him. Feel your hands right now. Notice any sensations present: temperature, tingling, pressure, where they rest against something. Those sensations are content. But what is aware of those sensations? Can you feel the awareness itself? Not as an object, but as the presence, the openness, the space in which hand sensations appear. This awareness, this spaciousness is available in every moment. It's not something you achieve through practice. It's what you already are. You just usually overlook it because you're fascinated by the content, by the weather, by the drama of your thoughts and feelings and life situations. The practice is simple. Notice the space. Notice awareness itself. Not as an object of attention, but as that which is aware. Like asking the eye to see itself, it can't, because it's the seeing, not something seen. Same with awareness. You can't make it an object, but you can recognize it, rest as it, live from it. In the Dzogchen tradition of Tibetan Buddhism, this is called Rigpa, primordial awareness, the natural state, what you are before you become somebody. It's described as being like sky vast, open, clear, unchanging, unaffected by whatever passes through it. Timur's metaphor of sky and clouds is not just poetic. It's pointing to direct experience. Look at the sky right now if you can, or remember what sky looks like. See how vast it is? See how it holds clouds without being changed by them? See how it's equally present, whether it's full of storms or completely clear. That's what you are. Not the thoughts, clouds. Not the emotions, weather. Not the circumstances, rain or sunshine. But the awareness, sky, in which all of that appears and disappears. This doesn't mean you become detached or uncaring. Timur still cared deeply about his family, still worked hard to provide for them. But he wasn't destroyed by failure anymore. He wasn't desperately grasping at success, because he knew that neither failure nor success defined what he actually was. Think about what you're most identified with right now. Maybe it's your career you think you are, what you do for work. Maybe it's your relationships, you think you are someone's partner, parent, friend. Maybe it's your body, you think you are this particular form. Maybe it's your mind, you think you are your thoughts and beliefs. Now ask, if that changed, if that was taken away, would you cease to exist? Or would the content change while the awareness remained? This is not to diminish the pain of loss. Losing content we're identified with is genuinely painful. But it's not actually the end of us. It's the end of our idea of who we are. And that ending, while painful, can also be the beginning of recognizing what we actually are, the space that holds all endings and beginnings, all losses and gains, all weather without being diminished by any of it. Let your whole body soften with this recognition. You don't have to protect the content anymore. You don't have to defend your identity against every threat. You don't have to prove your worth through achievements, because what you actually are, this spacious awareness, cannot be threatened, cannot be diminished, cannot fail or succeed. It simply is. Feel that in your body right now. The relaxation that comes from recognizing you are not what you thought you were. You are not the small, defended self that has to maintain its image, prove its worth, protect itself from loss. You are the vast space in which that small self appears, like a character in a dream, playing its role but not defining the dreamer. Sarangeral's teaching about using direct experience to remember your nature is especially practical. When you get lost in thoughts, feel your body that pulls you into direct sensation, into presence, into the awareness that's noticing body. When you get caught in mental stories, look at the sky that reminds you of your spacious nature. When you get compressed into small self, notice the space around objects. That space is what you are. These are not techniques to achieve something. They're reminders of what's already true. You are already the space. You've always been the space. You just keep forgetting and thinking you're the content instead. And the forgetting is okay. It's not a problem to be solved. It's part of the dance. As Sarangerel said, you forget, you remember. You forget, you remember. The practice is not to never forget. The practice is to remember more often, more quickly, with more stability. And over time, like Temur, you may find that even when you forget, even when you get lost in thought, lost in identity, lost in grasping, there's something in you that knows it's just weather, that watches the forgetting without being destroyed by it, that rests as space even while clouds are passing through. This is the freedom the teaching offers. Not freedom from difficulty, but freedom in difficulty. Not freedom from change, but freedom as change happens. Not freedom from loss, but freedom as the space that holds all loss without being lost. Feel your breath right now. In, out. Each cycle complete, each moment fresh. And in that simple breathing, can you sense the awareness that's aware of breath? The space in which breathing is occurring. That's what you are. That's what you've always been. That's what you'll always be. Even when this particular body stops breathing, even when this particular lifetime ends. Because space doesn't die. Awareness doesn't cease. Only content changes. Only weather shifts. The sky remains vast and open and eternal, holding it all. Take a deep breath in, filling completely, and release it fully, letting everything go. Do this several times, and with each exhale, imagine releasing identification with content, releasing the belief that you are your thoughts, your story, your role, your circumstances. And with each inhale, imagine recognizing space, recognizing awareness, recognizing what you actually are underneath all the content that comes and goes. Bring your attention now to the space in the room around you, the space between objects, the space that allows objects to exist, that holds them, that remains even when objects change. Feel how that space is not nothing, it's the field in which everything appears. That same spaciousness is inside you, not in your body, but as what you are. The awareness reading these words is spacious, like the room is spacious. Open like sky is open. Vast like the horizon is vast. Rest as that spaciousness. Not trying to create it, it's already here. Just noticing it. Just recognizing it. Just allowing yourself to be what you already are, instead of being what you think you are. Let all sensations, all thoughts, all feelings arise in this space. They're welcome. They're not a problem. They're just weather passing through the vast sky of your being. You don't need to control them or change them or improve them. Just let them be, held by the spaciousness you are. And as that deep allowing settles through you, as you rest as space rather than as content, we move now toward the final story of this night, where the last threads of holding dissolve completely, where even the practice of noticing becomes so natural it's no longer practice, where you discover that sleep itself is just another experience in the space you are, and that space is equally present in sleeping and waking, in consciousness and in dreams, in all states and in no state at all. The night is vast, like you are vast, dark like the space before form, empty like awareness before thought. And in that vastness, that darkness, that emptiness, everything is held, everything is allowed, everything is exactly as it should be. You are not going somewhere. You are not becoming someone. You are simply recognizing what you already are and have always been. Space, awareness, sky. Rest there. Rest as that. Let sleep find you when it's ready, and know that whether you sleep or wake, Whether you dream or rest in darkness, the space you are remains unchanged, untouched, eternally present. In a valley between mountains, where mist gathered each dawn like the breath of the earth itself, there lived an old woman whose name had been forgotten long ago, even by herself. She lived in a small hut made of stone and wood, perched on the side of a hill where a spring emerged from the rock face, cold and clear and constant. People from the village below called her the Water Woman, though she had never claimed the title. She was perhaps 70, perhaps 80, perhaps older. Time moved differently in the mountains, and she had stopped counting years when her children had grown and left, when her husband had died, when the markers by which people usually measure their lives had all fallen away like leaves in autumn, leaving only the tree, just standing. The hut was simple. One room, a sleeping mat, a small fire pit, clay pots for water, a few bowls, nothing extra, nothing unnecessary. She woke when light came and slept when darkness fell. She tended a small garden where vegetables grew in the thin mountain soil. She collected water from the spring. She prepared simple food. She watched the sky change and the seasons turn. That was all. That was everything. People came to her sometimes. They didn't know why. Exactly. There was something about her presence that drew them, a quality of stillness, perhaps, or peace, or simply being completely at home in existence. They would climb the steep path to her hut, carrying their questions, their troubles, their seeking, and she would give them water from the spring, would sit with them in silence or in easy conversation, would listen without judgment, speak without agenda, be present without trying to fix or change or improve anything. And somehow, sitting with her, drinking cold spring water, watching mist move through the valley below, people would feel something in themselves settle. Some tight knot of seeking would loosen. Some desperate grasping would release. They would return to the village different, though they couldn't always say how. Softer, perhaps. Less urgent. More able to be with what is rather than constantly fighting for what should be. They would tell others about the Water Woman, and more people would make the climb, and the cycle would continue. The old woman did not see herself as a teacher. She was simply living, as water flows, as birds fly, as seasons change without resistance, without seeking, without the constant commentary that makes life into a problem to be solved. She had forgotten how to be anyone in particular, and in that forgetting, she had become utterly present, utterly here, utterly alive in a way that had no edges, no boundaries, no separation from the breathing world around her. On a morning like any other, morning mist in the valley, cold spring water, the smell of wet earth, a young monk climbed the path to her hut. He was perhaps 25, thin and intense, with eyes that burned with questions and hands that couldn't stay still. He prostrated 3 times before her hut, a formal gesture that she watched with mild curiosity, as one might watch a bird perform a mating dance. "Grandmother," he said, though she was not his grandmother, had never met him before. "I have come seeking teaching." She gestured to a flat stone near the fire pit. He sat. She poured water from a clay pot into a simple bowl and handed it to him. He drank. The water was cold and tasted of stone and sky. "I have been practicing for 7 years," the young monk said. "I meditate 4 hours each day. I have studied the sutras. I maintain precepts perfectly. I have learned to watch my thoughts without attachment. I understand emptiness intellectually, but something is missing. I have not broken through. I have not awakened. Please, teach me what I'm doing wrong." The old woman looked at him with eyes that held no judgment, no pity, no agenda at all. "You're doing everything right," she said. "That's what you're doing wrong." The monk blinked. "I don't understand." "I know." She stood slowly. Her body was old, but moved with the ease of something that had never fought against itself. "Come, walk with me." They walked down a narrow path that led to the spring. The water emerged from between rocks, forming a small pool before flowing down the mountainside in a thin stream. The old woman knelt by the pool. The monk knelt beside her. "Watch the water," she said. They watched. Water flowing from stone, constant, clear, moving without effort, finding its way around obstacles, always flowing downward, following the path of least resistance. "Is the water practicing?" the old woman asked. "No, of course not. It's just being water." "Is it trying to be better water, purer water, more enlightened water?" The monk smiled slightly. "No." "Is it studying water sutras, meditating on water nature, maintaining water precepts?" "No." "And yet, is it fulfilling its nature perfectly?" "Yes." "Then why?" the old woman asked gently. "Are you working so hard to be what you already are?" The monk felt something shift in his chest. "But I'm not enlightened. I'm full of thoughts and reactions, and like the water is full of ripples and reflections and minerals from the stone it flows through. Does that make it not water? That's different. Water doesn't need to wake up. Water doesn't have a self to liberate." The old woman was quiet for a moment, watching the water flow. "Tell me about this self you're trying to liberate. The self that's caught in illusion. The self that thinks it's separate. The self that suffers and grasps. And can you show it to me?" The monk gestured at himself. "I'm right here." "No. Show me the self. Not the body that's just form. Like my body. Like that rock. Not your thoughts. Those are just clouds passing through awareness. Not your feelings. Those are just weather. Show me this actual self that needs liberating." The monk looked inward, searching. He found thoughts about self, feelings about self, stories about self. But the actual self, the thing itself, he couldn't quite locate it. It was like trying to grasp water. I can't quite. "Yes," the old woman said. "You can't find it because it's not there as a thing. It's a process, like water flowing. A pattern, like ripples on the surface. It appears, it has characteristics. It seems real, but when you look closely, there's nothing solid to grasp. Just flow, just process, just this moment arising and passing. So I should realize no self? No. That's still trying to achieve something. Still using practice to get somewhere other than here. Still believing there's someone who needs to realize something." She stood, her knees creaking slightly. They walked back to her hut. She stirred the fire, added a few sticks. The monk sat, feeling frustrated and confused, and somehow, underneath that, peaceful. "Let me tell you something," the old woman said, settling onto her own mat. "I was like you once. Decades ago. So long I barely remember. I practiced so hard. tried so desperately to wake up, to break through, to achieve enlightenment. I thought if I just tried hard enough, pure enough, long enough, I would finally get it. Finally arrive. What happened? I got old. My body weakened. My memory faded. My ability to maintain intense practice deteriorated. And I thought, I failed. I've wasted my life. I never achieved what I set out to achieve. She poked at the fire, watched sparks rise into darkness. And in that moment of complete failure, complete letting go of ever being special or accomplished or enlightened, something shifted. Or rather, I noticed what had always been there. This. She gestured around her. Just this. The fire. The night. The sound of water from the spring. Breath moving in and out. Awareness, being aware. Life living itself. No one doing it. No one achieving it. Just happening. Like water flowing. But you're clearly awakened now. People come to you for teaching. Do they? I just sit here. They climb up. They sit. We talk or don't talk. They leave. I don't see myself as awakened. I don't see myself as anything. There's just this old body in this old hut, and life flowing through it like water through a stream bed. Sometimes people find that useful. Sometimes not. Either way is fine. The young monk felt tears on his face without knowing why. I don't know how to stop trying. You don't stop trying. Trying happens or it doesn't. It's also just weather. Just another pattern flowing through. But maybe you can notice that the trying is not you. It's just an energy, a momentum, something that arose and will pass. You are what notices the trying. You are the space in which trying happens or doesn't happen, and that space is already completely at peace with whatever arises. They sat in silence as the fire burned down to embers. Outside, night, birds called. Wind moved through trees. The spring kept flowing, as it had for centuries, as it would for centuries more. Indifferent to enlightenment and seeking, indifferent to success and failure, just flowing because that's what water does. The monk stayed that night, sleeping on the floor of the hut while the old woman slept on her mat. In the morning, he woke to find her already up, sitting by the spring, watching mist rise from the valley. He sat beside her without speaking. They sat as the sun rose, burning mist away, revealing the valley below green and vast and ordinary. They sat as birds woke and began their morning songs. They sat as the old woman's body stiffened with cold and the young monk's legs went numb from the hard ground. And slowly, without anything in particular happening, the young monk began to notice something. He noticed the space between sounds, the silence that held the birdsong, the stillness beneath the mist's movement, the awareness that was aware of cold and discomfort without being disturbed by cold and discomfort. He noticed that while his mind was narrating, I'm meditating, I'm watching the sunrise, I'm trying to be present, there was something beneath the narration that was simply here, simply aware, simply being without needing to be anything in particular. And he noticed that this something beneath had always been here. In all his years of practice, in all his hours of meditation, in all his seeking and striving and trying to wake up, this awareness had been here all along, not as an achievement, but as what he was. Not as a future goal, but as present reality. The old woman turned to him and smiled slightly. You're seeing it. Seeing what? That you can't get where you already are. The monk laughed, a sound that surprised him. It's absurd. I've been climbing a mountain for 7 years, and I've been standing on the peak the whole time. Yes, but don't make a new problem out of that. Don't beat yourself up for not seeing it sooner. The climbing was fine. The climbing was what happened. Now seeing is happening. Neither is better or worse. Both are just the flow. But what do I do now? Whatever happens next? Maybe you keep practicing. Maybe you stop practicing. Maybe you stay here. Maybe you leave. There's no right answer. No correct path. Just whatever life does next through this body-mind that appears to be you. That's terrifying. And liberating. And terrifying. Yes. The monk stayed for 3 days. Each day was the same: waking, sitting, water from the spring, simple food, conversation or silence, watching the sky change, sleeping. Nothing special, nothing profound. Just life being lived simply, without the overlay of seeking and achieving and trying to get somewhere other than here. On the 3rd evening, the monk said, I should return to my monastery. I have duties, responsibilities. Yes, the old woman said, but I feel different. Like something has been removed rather than added. Like I've lost something important, the drive, the urgency, the belief that I need to accomplish something. What remains? The monk thought about this. Just this. Being here, breathing, seeing, hearing, living. It feels so ordinary, so nothing special. I thought awakening would be more dramatic. Awakening is always disappointing to the mind that wants drama. Because awakening is just seeing what's always been true. And what's always been true is very ordinary. Breath, heartbeat, awareness, presence. Nothing extra. Nothing mystical. Just this simple, obvious, completely ordinary existence that needs no improvement. The monk bowed deeply. Thank you, grandmother. For what? For showing me I was already home. I showed you nothing. You saw what you were ready to see. I just sat here being old and useless. She smiled, same as I do every day. After the monk left, the old woman returned to her routine, tending vegetables, collecting water, watching sky. Days passed. Weeks. Seasons turned. People came and went. Some stayed briefly, some stayed longer. She treated all the same with simple presence, with water from the spring, with silence that held more teaching than words ever could. She had no sense of being a teacher, of accomplishing anything, of her life having particular meaning or importance. She was just here, like the spring was here, like the mountain was here, flowing, being. No resistance, no seeking, no sense of there being anywhere else to get to or anyone else to become. One winter, when snow covered the valley and the path to her hut became impassable, she lived alone for 3 months. No visitors, no conversations, just silence and snow and the spring still flowing, cold and clear, refusing to freeze even in the deepest cold. She spent long hours sitting by the fire, watching flames dance. And in those flames she saw the same teaching she had been offering to others: appearance and disappearance, form arising and dissolving, energy taking shape and releasing shape. Nothing solid, nothing permanent, Just flow. Just change. Just this moment. And this moment. And this moment, each complete. Each whole. Each not needing anything added. Her body was getting old. She could feel it wearing down like a knife blade, becoming dull with use. Joints aching. Memory failing. Strength fading. And she watched this happening with curiosity, with interest, with no resistance at all. This too was just flow. This too was just process. The body had arisen. The body would dissolve. What was aware of the body would remain not as a thing, not as a soul, but as awareness itself, as the space in which all arising and dissolving occurred. Spring came again. The snow melted. The path cleared. People began climbing to her hut again. But she noticed something different this year. The teaching was giving itself. She wasn't doing anything. People would arrive, and the right words would come, or silence would come, or simple presence would come. Not from her deciding, or planning, or trying to teach, but just flowing through, like water flows through a stream bed, taking the shape of whatever it encounters. A woman came, grief-stricken from losing her child. The old woman gave her water and sat with her. No words. No comfort. No attempt to make the pain less. Just presence. Just allowing the grief to be exactly what it was. And after hours of sitting together in silence, the woman said, "It's still here. The grief. But somehow there's space around it now. Room for it to exist without destroying me." "Yes," the old woman said. "You are the space. The grief is weather in that space. Both are true." An old man came, terrified of dying. "I've wasted my life," he said. "I've done nothing important, achieved nothing lasting, and now it's almost over." The old woman looked at him with eyes that held no judgment. "What were you supposed to achieve? I don't know. Something meaningful. Something that mattered. Did you breathe? What? All these years of your life. Did you breathe? Of course. Did your heart beat? Yes. Did you see sunrises? Taste food? Feel wind on your face? Love people? Experience grief and joy and boredom and wonder? Yes. But those are just ordinary things. Everyone does those. Yes. Everyone does those. That's the point. Life is not a contest to do something extraordinary. Life is the extraordinary appearing in ordinary form. Every breath you took was a miracle you didn't create. Every heartbeat was grace you didn't earn. You lived. That was your achievement. That was your meaning. Just being alive, being here, being part of the flow. The old man cried. And then he laughed. And then he stood and bowed and walked down the mountain lighter than he had climbed it. A young woman came, seeking enlightenment. "How long did it take you to wake up?" she asked. "I haven't," the old woman said. "But you're clearly awakened. People say you're a master. People say things. I'm just old. Too tired to pretend anymore. Too worn down to maintain the seeking. What's left is what was always here, just this awareness, just this presence, just this simple being that doesn't need a story or a title or an achievement to be complete. So I should stop practicing? Did I say that? Practice if practice happens. Don't practice if practice doesn't happen. Either way, you are already what you're seeking. The practicing doesn't make you more awakened. The not practicing doesn't make you less awakened. You are awareness itself. Awareness doesn't become more aware through practice. It just is awareness, whether practice is happening or not. But then what's the point? The old woman smiled. There is no point. That's the point. Life doesn't need a point to justify itself. It's not going anywhere. It's not trying to achieve anything. It's just happening complete in each moment, whole in each breath, perfect in its ordinary, nothing special, just this-ness. The seasons turned. The old woman grew older. Her memory became unreliable sometimes. She would forget where she was, would think she was young again, would speak to people long dead. Her body became fragile, bird-like, barely there, but the presence remained. The awareness remained. The deep peace that had nothing to do with circumstances remained. She was disappearing like morning mist, and she watched this disappearing with the same interested attention she had brought to everything else. One autumn morning, she woke feeling different, lighter, more transparent, as if the boundary between herself and the world was dissolving. She could feel it happening, the letting go, the releasing, the gradual return of form to formlessness. She sat by the spring, as she had sat thousands of mornings before. But this morning, the sitting felt different. The old woman and the spring were not separate anymore. The awareness looking out from these eyes and the awareness that the spring embodied, they were the same awareness. One thing looking at itself. One presence being present. She heard footsteps on the path. Someone was coming. Her last visitor. Perhaps, or perhaps not. Perhaps this body would last longer. It didn't matter. Whatever would happen, would happen. A child appeared, a young girl, perhaps 8 years old, who had wandered up from the village alone. She saw the old woman and stopped, uncertain. "Hello, little one," the old woman said. "Would you like some water?" The girl nodded shyly. The old woman filled a bowl and handed it to her. The child drank, then sat down on a rock near the spring. They sat together in silence, the ancient woman and the young girl, the nearly dissolved and the barely formed, the ending and the beginning, sitting beside each other by water that flowed without beginning or end. "Are you very old?" the girl asked finally. "Very," the old woman said. "Are you afraid of dying?" "No." "Why not?" The old woman thought about how to answer. "Do you see the mist in the valley?" The girl looked. Morning mist was rising from the valley below, wisping up toward the sky, dissolving into air. "Yes." "Is the mist dying when it disappears?" The girl considered this. "I don't think so. It's just changing, becoming air instead of mist. It's still water, just in a different form." "Yes, that's what dying is. Just changing form. The awareness that looks out of these old eyes will not disappear. It will just stop looking through these particular eyes. Like mist stopping being mist, but not stopping being water. Where will it go? Everywhere. Nowhere. It will be what it always was, just awareness, being aware. Just presence being present. Not limited to this body anymore, but spread through everything. Part of everything. The space in which all things appear and disappear. The girl thought about this. "That sounds lonely." The old woman laughed softly. "It's the opposite of lonely. Right now, awareness seems to be trapped in this old body, looking out at a world that seems separate. But when the body dissolves, that separation dissolves too. Awareness discovers it was never actually confined, never actually separate. It was always everything. Always, everywhere. Always whole. Not lonely, complete. They sat in silence as the sun rose higher, burning away the mist. Birds called. Wind moved through trees. The spring flowed its ancient flow. I should go back, the girl said. My mother will worry. Yes, the old woman said. Thank you for visiting. Thank you for the water. The girl skipped down the path, young and light, and completely unconcerned with enlightenment or seeking or any of the heavy questions adults carried. Just alive. Just here. Just being a girl on a mountain path on an autumn morning. The old woman watched her go. Watched the mist dissolve. Watched leaves fall from trees. Watched everything changing, flowing, being exactly what it was in each moment without needing to be anything else. And she felt the truth of what she had told the girl. This body was dissolving. Soon, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe next month, it would stop breathing. The heart would stop beating. The eyes would close. The form that had been called the Water Woman would return to earth and water and air and fire, the elements reclaiming what they had temporarily loaned, and awareness would remain, not as a personal consciousness, not as a soul that continued, but as the space itself, as the sky that holds all clouds, as the silence that holds all sound, as the awareness that was never actually confined to this body but had only seemed to be, the way the ocean seems confined to a wave but is actually vast beyond the wave's small, rising and falling. She had no fear. Fear required a self to protect, and that self had dissolved years ago, worn away by time and practice and simple living until nothing remained but presence, but openness, but this breath, this moment, this awareness, not going anywhere, not becoming anything, just here, just now, just this, forever and always, just this. The words are becoming less important now. The meaning underneath the meaning is what matters. Can you feel it? The invitation to simply rest, to stop seeking, to recognize what you already are. You are not your thoughts. Those are weather in the sky you are. You are not your feelings. Those are waves on the ocean you are. You are not your body. That is a temporary form awareness is taking. You are not your story. That is a pattern flowing through you. What you are is awareness itself, presence itself, the space in which everything appears, and that space is completely at peace, completely whole, completely enough, right now. Nothing to achieve, nowhere to get to. Just this breath moving in and out. Just this awareness being aware. Just this moment being exactly what it is. Let everything soften. Let everything release. Let the seeking dissolve like mist in morning sun. You don't need to wake up. You are awareness, you can't be asleep. You don't need to find yourself. You are here, you can't be lost. You don't need to become enlightened. You are the light in which everything appears. Just rest. Just be. Just this. The old woman by the spring knows. The water knows. The mountain knows. The sky knows. And now you know too. Not as a concept, not as an idea, but as direct recognition. You are already home. You have always been home. There is nowhere else to be. Let the words fade now. Let the stories dissolve. Let everything become simple. Breath, body held, awareness aware. Space, vast space, holding everything, being everything, not separate from anything. Just this, just here, just now. The spring keeps flowing, the mist keeps rising, your breath keeps breathing, and awareness keeps being aware of all of it, as all of it. Nothing special, nothing extra, just ordinary existence, being exactly what it is. Perfect, complete, whole. Sleep is coming, or maybe it's already here. It doesn't matter. Sleeping and waking happen in the same space. The space you are, unchanging, unaffected, always here, always now, always just this. Let go. Let everything go. Let even the letting go dissolve. Nothing to hold, nothing to release. Just awareness. Just presence. Just this breath. And this one. And this one. Each complete. Each whole. Each containing everything. Each asking nothing. The night holds you. The darkness holds you. The space holds you. And you are the holding, not separate from it, not other than it. Just here, just this, just being. As the old woman becomes mist, as the mist becomes sky, as the sky becomes space, as space becomes this moment, as this moment becomes breath, as breath becomes peace, as peace becomes nothing and everything, all at once. Just this, always just this. Let sleep find you, or let waking continue. Either way is perfect. Either way is complete. Either way is just what's happening. In the vast space you are, the awareness you've always been, the presence that never leaves. Rest. Just rest. In what you are, as what you are, being what you've always been. Space. Awareness. Peace. Here. Now. This. Forever this. Only this. Always this. Breathing. Being. Resting. Complete. The stories have been told. The night has held us. And now we arrive where we've always been, right here, right now, exactly as we are. We've traveled from Korea to Vietnam, from Tibet to China, from Japan to Mongolia, gathering wisdom from centuries and cultures. But the teaching was always the same. You are not what you think you are. You are not your accomplishments or your failures, your roles or your identities, your seeking or your finding. You are the space, the awareness, the vast sky of consciousness in which all experience arises and dissolves like weather passing through. And that awareness, that spacious presence, it doesn't need improvement. It doesn't need awakening. It is already awake, already whole, already complete. The open hand we explored in the beginning is the same as the spaciousness we rest in now. When you release your grip on who you think you should be, what remains is what you actually are. Not empty full, not lacking complete, not separate, intimately connected to everything. Tonight you've heard about receiving and giving, about boundaries and letting go, about control and allowing, about achievement and dissolution. But underneath all these teachings is one recognition: you are already home. You have always been home. There is nowhere else to be. The teachings work in ways deeper than understanding. Even as you sleep, even as these words fade from memory, something has shifted. Some small loosening, some gentle opening. Trust that. If you found something useful here, please like and subscribe to help others find these teachings. But know that whether you do or don't, whether anyone else hears these words or not, the truth remains unchanged. You are awareness itself. You are the space that holds all things. You are already free. May you rest deeply tonight. May you wake tomorrow remembering what you are. May you live from the spaciousness that never leaves. And may you know, in the quietest depths of your being, that you are enough. You have always been enough, exactly as you are. Good night. Rest well. You are held